Yo, what's going on, everybody? How y'all doing? We got a primetime game this Sunday, and we have an open panel when we come back.
New seasons, new gear. Show the world what it means to be a fan in 100% authentic gear. Fanatics, officially licensed everything.
Get ready to dive into a new world of online shopping with the Fins Tailgate. Whether you're a die-hard sports fan or just looking for the latest fashion trends, we've got you covered. With a wide variety of products from your favorite sports teams to stylish accessories and home decor, we're your one-stop shop for all things tailgate. Our easy-to-use website and hassle-free checkout process make shopping with us a breeze. Plus, with frequent sales and discounts, you won't want to shop anywhere else. So come on in and join the party at the Fins Tailgate, your new go-to destination for all things tailgate.
What is up, everybody? And don't forget the fine folks over at W.T.G Drink. Hit the link below, get the sample pack. You hit the link below, you get 10% off your first purchase. And, you know what I mean? You'll be helping the channel out as well. And last but not least, the OG of the community. You know, it's the new year. You got functions and parties that you want somebody to cater, a real chef with cookies and pies and all that good stuff. Look at this, from scratch. And, you know, so without that, hit up my man Chef Jew at 786-804-8096, 786-804-8096. We help those that help us in this community. And before Lou and Crypto, what's going on, guys? I want to give a few shout outs real quick. First in the building, No Jumper. My man Dolphinier, best name in the business, Kevin Rankin. What's up, Mark? John Featherland, what's going on? Jersey Dolphins, Raven 187. Q, my favorite Oos, what's going on? Jamie Reichart, my man Kevin Lee. Can't forget Adam Sadowski. What's up, Michael K? Appreciate you last night. Kevin Lee, what's up? Again, Daniel Berry Sports. And we have the Deep Zones. What's going on? Is that my man Iceman? What's happening? Alpha Rob, what's up? How you guys doing? And well, anyway, I know why Lewis is up here. There was an interesting show we saw earlier on Facebook with YouTube, which I kind of regret watching it, but it's just like a car wreck. You know what I mean? You can't help look at it.
What
happened? What did I miss? Fill me in, fellas.
Well, you had three, it's too early to start cussing, but you had three idiots, right, on a panel together. And it's funny to me how they want to drop names, right? They want to call people out. And then when those people show up in the chat and them people end up backstage trying to get on the panel, they won't let them up because I thought we weren't supposed to be gatekeeping around here. And Pete is the biggest gatekeeper in the world. How in the hell do you let three idiots go up and just talk nonsense, right? And thank God there was only about 7 of us in there. Because if everybody had to hear that nonsense, you would feel dumber for it. That had to be some of the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life. Some of the dumbest shit in the world.
It was a Space Hill Today or YouTube thing.
No. It wasn't no Space. No, Pete on his channel, right? Pete on his channel had dumbass Fred and dumbass Terrence up there, and he was calling people out, right? Dropping EM's name. I guess Fred had my name in his mouth. all these idiots, right? But then when people showed up,
Yeah.
Pete wouldn't let nobody on. Is that the definition of gatekeeping, crypto?
Yeah, it is. By definition, that is gatekeeping.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So what we're gonna do tonight, unless I get further notice, every time I'm up here, I'm just gonna keep Pete's name in my mouth, Fred Dunlop's name in my mouth, and dumbass Terrence's name in my mouth. And if I see them, right, they can come up on the panel, but they're gonna get shot right back down from me unless I hear otherwise. That, oh, we can't do that over here or nothing like that. Nah. Those idiots ain't gonna be able to be allowed to talk. Just like I wasn't allowed to talk, I guess they won't be allowed to talk neither. Unless El Capitan, well, this is Shake Show, unless Shake Money wants to implement that rule. But I'm saying there's no way in hell you're gonna call people out, gatekeep, and then try to hop on this panel. No, I don't think that's right.
Right. What was the title of that show? You know, what by any chance?
I don't know, Crypto. I didn't really care what the
what did
title
they
of the show
title?
was.
I don't know. It's thank God
Oh,
for this
okay.
Blackberry Moonshine.
Blackberry Moonshine.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Damn.
Just the nonsense, Crypto, that they were saying though. That's what's crazy.
Right. I got
Just
you.
the nonsense, right? Like, bro, if you don't like, again, if you don't like the quarterback, okay, cool, that's fine. But to make up things and just talk nonsense, right? Just making up shit in your head. Like, damn, bro, do you have to do that? Just say you don't like the man and keep it pushing. But just blatant lies. Unbelievable.
Or they lying on his numbers and all that stuff.
They don't. No. But listen, you're talking about Pete, Fred, and Terrence. They don't have nothing. They don't know nothing but they don't have no, bro. Crypto. It was all just talking nonsense. There was no facts. There was no numbers. There was nothing to back it up. They were just talking, just to talk.
Oh, God, yeah. No, they're normal nonsense.
Bro, just bro, caping for guys, right? And this is what I think is the most hilarious thing about the whole thing. Again, if you don't like a certain player, I don't give a damn. That's fine. I don't care who don't like whoever, right? But they're caping for other guys, right? They're complaining about our quarterback, right? Which is cool. Again, let me be very clear. It's cool. Talk shit about Tua. But make it make sense to me, Crypto. The things that you're complaining that Tua doesn't do, they're caping for guys that have done the exact same thing that Tua does. Oh, Tua can't win. I put it in the chat. Oh, well, Tua hasn't led a team to the playoffs and got a playoff victory. Has Justin Herbert had any playoff wins, Crypto?
Yep, he's still at 0-1.
So he has no wins, correct?
Yep.
So what makes Tua
0% winning percentage?
So what makes Tua and Justin Herbert any different? What makes them different, Crypto?
They are no different.
Oh, okay.
We got to apply that same standard.
They're caping for Justin Herbert, though. They love Justin Herbert. They love Herbert.
Right.
Hey, Crypto, Lamar Jackson played in the league how long, Crypto?
He played, I think this is 6th year for him now. I think this is his 6th year.
Okay, cool.
I think
so
he'll be finishing up his 6th year this year. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So 6 years. And I love Lamar Jackson, right? I'm not trying to take a shot at Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, I think it's 6. Yeah, I think it's 6. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it is 6. So cool. And again, I love Lamar Jackson, right? Everybody knows I love Lamar Jackson, right? In 6 years, Crypto, how many playoff wins did Lamar Jackson have?
He was 1-3.
So he has 1 win in 6 years.
Yeah, 1-3. Yep, that's his record. Yep. You cut out, Lewis. I can't hear you. Hey, Shake, can y'all hear me?
I can hear you. I can't hear Lewis.
Yeah, Lewis cut out.
John Featherline, let's like John Featherline. Hit the like button. He's on mute.
Did his line drop?
No, he's on mute. So He probably has to talk to some. He's
Oh,
probably talking to somebody. But that's all I have to say right
all
there
right.
about that situation. If you
Nah,
look at the screen, that's all I got to say.
I ain't got no phone call. I just ain't got nothing to say. I'm ready, I guess, to open up the floodgates and get this shit show of a thing. I just don't understand how you're a Dolphin fan, but you don't give us no shot at winning. You're happy when the team loses, and it's funny, right? Again,
Mm-hmm.
whether I win or lose, right, or whether this team wins or lose, I know that Shake Money and Crypto will be on the panel on Monday. I know that for a fact, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
But if we win, do you see Pete on Monday?
Mm-mm.
You never see him, right?
Nah.
If
Right.
we win
You would.
on Monday, will you see Fred here on Monday?
No.
You don't see him, right? But now
He'll
all of a
have a
sudden,
special appointment somewhere.
yeah, no. Yeah. I know.
Yo,
Like
man.
I said, it's just ridiculous. But it is what it is, bro.
Yep. Everybody got big visitations, appointments. What else? Vacations. You know, it's crazy.
Hey, Crypto or Shake, right?
Yes, sir.
Before we get this thing started, when was the last time y'all sat and listened to Pete say anything where you were like, man, that makes sense? When was the last time you could sit and remember that you say, damn, Pete was right in that scenario?
Well, the only thing I could talk about was the running back. He did say the running back
The
room was good, and the linebacker, whatchamacallit, he liked Van Ginkel. That's pretty much it.
the last time it's rare. It's infrequent to answer your question. Very infrequent.
Okay.
It's a rare occasion.
Let me ask you this then, right? Let me rephrase the question. Crypto or Shake? When was the last time you heard Pete say anything correct about his evaluation in quarterbacks?
Oh man, 2 years ago. I think he
And
compared. He gave a. I think he gave a. He said something about Dak Prescott that everybody. I think they ended up agreeing with him on. Um, about the comparison. I think he was doing a comparison like a. What do you call that? A comp. He did a comp for
no,
somebody.
Crypto.
Yeah,
I'm
that's the
talking
only time.
about.
That's the last time about a quarterback. But our quarterbacks, none. If you're
Yeah,
getting
I'm
about
talking
our
about
quarterbacks.
I'm talking about Dolphin quarterbacks. Crypto.
Oh, none. None. Then that it's
But
been
this
it's
man,
been a minute.
but this,
Right.
but this man said earlier that he wishes the Miami Dolphins would listen to his evaluation.
Oh shit.
That's that's what this man said.
Listen to him. Damn.
Unbelievable.
That's what they discussion was about today. They had their little powwow.
Oh
Stephen
well,
Ross,
listen.
not Stephen Ross. They need to listen to him.
Listen, because Pete is the king of clipping up videos, right? So
Yep.
I'm in the process of clipping up this whole stream. I already got about 5 in the chamber, right? I'm
Mm-hmm.
clipping up. I got Fred calling Tua a bum. I got Fred calling Tua saying he don't believe in Tua, even if Tua wins this Sunday, next Sunday, the following Sunday, he's just not gonna believe. I got all them bums saying that they can guarantee that if Tua gets signed, they are going to not be Dolphin fans anymore, right? This man Terrence said earlier, and I quote, "Oh, I didn't want to be a Dolphin fan anymore." That's what that man said. I just don't
Oh
understand
shit.
those comments because bro, it's crazy to me, right?
Oh, he's gonna have to explain. He got to do some explaining on that one.
Oh no,
He don't.
that's
And
your
was
man.
this after our loss or what?
Bro, it don't matter when it is, Crypto. When we were 1-15, right? Were you still a fan, Crypto?
Yeah, I was. I was the biggest fan after that catch.
We're
During
always
the
all
catch, before
fans.
the catch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We're all fans, Crypto. no matter if we win or lose, except these idiots, Fred, Pete, and Terrence. They're idiots. They're a bunch of
All right, I'm dropping the
morons.
link now.
Oh shit. Yeah. That's crazy. Fred said if Tua resigns, or they signed Tua to a big contract, he's done. Terrence
Yeah, they're
said
done. They're
he didn't
done.
want to be
They're
a
done.
Dolphins fan no more.
Greg.
So even if we lose and they sign him to a
Yo, what's up?
contract, as long as them signing him, he's done. God
Yeah,
damn.
they're done. They're
Hey
idiots.
guys. Hey, I was in
Yeah.
there and I was in there earlier. So crypto, it wasn't about a lot of that. Pete actually said that he thought Tua could get the MVP. And his argument initially when he came up there before Fred and all of them came up there, because I left, because I agree with Lewis. It was a lot of stuff they were saying that I'm not the biggest fan of Tua, but I didn't agree. But the initial conversation was the winner of Sunday's game, our game, that by the numbers, Josh Allen and Tua have better numbers than Lamar, and that Lamar is resting. So technically, the MVP is probably going to be decided between Tua and Josh Allen. That's Lewis. I don't know if you were there at the beginning of the show, but I remember.
But I don't gotta hear none of that, Nene, because the fact of the matter is, listen to let
Already
me
decided
again.
who's gonna win.
I've been waiting for people to come up and try, and I'm not saying, I'm not accusing you of this, Nene, but right here, I'm just here to shoot down narratives. So Pete original comment
Mm-hmm.
was that Lamar Jackson or Tua has better numbers than Lamar, right? And that
Right,
Lamar's not going to win the MVP now because they're sitting him, right?
right, and that.
Okay, cool. Well,
Mhm.
let me ask you this, Nene. In all the blowouts, right, this season. So take Tua's numbers now, where he's already leading the league, right? How many games, how many fourth quarters did Tua sit this season, Nene?
I agree. I didn't agree with his premise, but he was just saying that by logic that no MVP has the numbers that Lamar has. He doesn't have enough touchdowns. He doesn't have enough yards. And even though, whatever his feelings is about Tua, Tua has the numbers. Josh Allen has the numbers. So I agree with your premise, but yeah, I want to say too, Shake Money, Lewis, Crypto. Thank y'all for being fair, because I was just in the space that, to Lewis' point, where people was calling out different folks, but they wouldn't give them a mic to speak. I just think that's absolute trash. If you're gonna talk about somebody, you got to
Mm-hmm.
give them the opportunity to rebuttal you. But I've only done that once, because if somebody goes and pulls my receipts, I only did that once because that person was talking about my, a dead family member, so I didn't let that person
Look,
talk. But
look,
that,
look at this man. Look at this man. Terrence, one of
yeah,
the
but
guys
it
that
was
was there
bad.
in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
Look at him. What up, fellas? No. What up?
Okay.
Shouldn't you be somewhere listening to a Buffalo Bill channel or something? Or a Baltimore Ravens space, or Los Angeles Chargers space, or any other teams you want to root for?
Now I'm trying to figure out
Let me.
what
What are you saying, Crypto? You getting in and out. But
Nene,
I was
did
in
you
there,
hear?
Lou. I didn't know you was trying to come up, Lou. And if you was trying to, because they did
Yeah,
mention
yeah,
your
yeah.
name. They
can't.
mentioned your name, and I thought it was funny because I think it was Fred that no, it was Fred saying that Pete gets drugged all the time by you guys, but then Pete says, well, they drag you all the time as well. And that's when I left, because I thought that was funny. I didn't know that they didn't let you speak.
Well, they didn't let me speak. They didn't let EM speak. They didn't let a lot of us up there. But the funny thing is, right, that it is true. I drag Pete all the time, and it's well deserved. Just like I drag Fred all the time, and it's well deserved. Because if there's one thing I can't stand in this world, it's fucking idiots. Again, I don't give
Tell 'em.
two shits. I don't give two shits if you don't like a player or the team. I could care less. But don't sit here and just talk down and talk shit. Again, speak facts. If you have some facts to back it up, if you have any evidence to back up what you're saying, if you can throw any number out there or anything to like represent your argument, right? They're just in there talking cash shit. and it's nonsense. It's the worst shit to listen to. I mean, it's the absolute worst shit to listen to.
Well, if that's true, they ain't let you speak. I think
It
that was
is.
wrong. But they did. I did hear when they mentioned it, but they were saying that you drag people, and I thought that part was funny. I think I sent that to you, but yeah, there's. I'm glad it's open panel because Shake Money. Remember, I think it was Wednesday. Somebody cat, whatever they screen name. I'm up here, and I'm waiting. So that's why I'm up here.
Hold on, Nene. I missed that part. What do you say?
Yeah,
Somebody on
it was
Spaces
some.
was trying
It was some.
to call you
It
out on
was some
something.
weirdo that said some little slick stuff when they had was it Michael K on Wednesday? He was saying he or she was saying something
It was
about me,
Michael
and I
K. It
said,
was Sean from Red, White, and Bills.
yeah. But yeah, that person had something to say, and I was, and Shake Money was like, "This not the platform for it on this day, but we got
Hey,
open panel on Friday, and I'm here for it." So I put
hey,
myself
hey
on mute
Q,
to that person come up
hey,
here.
hey, Q,
Gotcha.
you were in over there on Peach Channel, right? Q, you were listening.
Yep.
Oh, okay, Q. Let me ask you this. That man Terrence that was up there, Lewis sounds like Canadian bacon now. Stop that. I just want to ask you, Q, because I don't want people to think like I'm lying. Q, did
Yeah,
you with your own ears, did you hear that man say he didn't want to be a Dolphin fan? Did you hear him say that?
that's facts. He said after
Uh,
if the Miami Dolphins lose this Sunday, he don't want to be a Dolphin fan anymore.
Let me
okay,
tell
there you go right there. I rest my case. How can you say a team whether you like a player or not, or whether you like a coach or not, or whether I didn't know that we fell in love with this team because of
Wow.
Tua Tagovailoa. I didn't fall in, bro. I've been in love with this team way before Tua Tagovailoa was even a thought
Hmm.
in Gallo's nutsack. I was a
Hmm.
fan of this goddamn team.
Exactly.
I fell in love with the logo, and to have people that come out and with their hate. I don't want to be a Dolphin fan if we lose. What kind of
And don't
shit
be
is
fair with the
that?
fans, bro.
let
Don't be
me
fair with the fans, bro.
let me
It's
tell you.
ride or die, the good and the bad.
If we lose this game, I need everyone to listen to this. It's going to be a Miami Dolphin revenge tour if we lose this game.
Hey,
We're
Greg the
going to go to
legend.
KC, we'll take care of business. Then we'll go to Baltimore and we'll take care of them. We'll get Buffalo in the championship. We'll take care of them. If we lose on Sunday, and then hopefully the Eagles can do their part and make the Super Bowl. It's going to be a Miami Dolphins revenge tour if we lose Sunday, but it doesn't matter because we're going to beat the
There you
Lions.
go. There you go, Greg. There you go, Greg. Hold on, Greg. Here you go, right here. The man is confirming it. Now look. So you don't think I'm making this up? The man is doubling down on it. And Crypto, this is your man, right? No, I said if they sign him to a long-term contract, I'm leaving. You're missing the point. No, Terrence, you're missing the point. I don't give a damn who they sign. I'm a Dolphin fan. Don't tell me I'm missing the point. Your ass is missing the point.
Yeah.
Ain't we supposed to be Dolphin fans here? But because of this man's hatred for one player, he puts the logo down and says he's not going to be a fan no more. Bro, let me be very clear. And Crypto, I know this is your man. Terrence, you've never been a fan, homie. If you can write this shit, don't tell me about how you are a fan of this team. You ain't no fan of this team.
Who eating chips?
That suck to lose them like that based on contracts.
And by the way, I just want to whatchamacallit, just want to point out tonight, Saturday night. I gotta make sure I don't mix it up for tomorrow night. But anyway, tomorrow night, 3:00 in the morning, special guest CB83 is gonna be in Insomnia. I can't wait for that episode to you know what I'm saying. So just want to point that out there real quick. Go ahead, Lewis.
Yeah, we have no Thursday night footballs. Go straight to Saturday and Sunday game. Saturday night
Yep.
primetime game, Minnesota, Green Bay, and then capped out by our game Sunday night.
gotta do a little plug for insomnia, being that Damn, EM sound like an hour too whenever I say CB83.
Hey, EM, he said he got some special film footage for you. So get ready. Get your notepad ready.
He's gonna teach him how to break down film.
Yeah. I'm gonna teach EM how to break down film.
Oh man, I'm excited. I'm excited. Sunday night, man. Dolphin Winters is gonna be there. My man Pialucci. Lucci's gonna be there. We're gonna be tailgating tomorrow. I got some Hennessy, some Buffalo Trace. It's gonna be off the chain. Hey, man, I gotta
Wait, you
introduce
said tailgating.
the Texas. Hey, I saw the Iron Claw the other day. The movie The Iron Claw.
Uh-huh.
It was a pretty good movie.
Damn,
And the
With
reason I
the
bring up the Iron Claw
Varnerics?
because we got the
Who,
Texas
the Varnerics?
tornado. Yeah, Varnerics, yeah. Because we got the Texas tornado up in here, the legend, EM. What's going on?
Yeah,
Who's that?
man.
Salute, homie.
Hey,
I don't know who
hey.
that is.
Salute.
I don't know who that is.
That's real cute. That is
Salute,
real
Ian.
cute. What's good, Shay?
I don't know who that is.
Man, I'm chilling, bro. It's Friday. I'm just chilling, man, listening to y'all, bro. I'm still trying to process, that nonsense I heard on whoever that guy Pete is. He had I see, I call those three. I call them.
He was a heavy hitter in the community, EM.
Oh, really? Pete. Oh, really? They're hit.
He's
Yeah,
a heavy hitter in the community.
yeah, he did. Yeah, he sure did have some hitters up there with him for sure. I'm still trying to process that, bro.
I still got
You know what I
nothing
mean?
but
EM.
Terrence and
What's
Hey,
good,
EM.
Nene? What's good, Mama?
I got a
nothing but love
question for you.
for all, I don't care
I
about
got a question for you because I read something that in that YouTube feed from
Mm-hmm.
your main guy CB83. So he said, "Why does Pete have a channel and dolphin experts don't?" So I got to ask because I feel you're respectable. Is there some type of hiring process for YouTube channels? Because I'm just trying. I thought you just go ahead and create one and pay whatever fees. It ain't no vetting process, right?
I don't know nothing about that, man. I don't even know who CB83 is. So, who? I don't know. But yeah, I'm still trying to process what I was listening to for about 10 minutes early on Pete's channel, man. I tell you, listen. You know what? We need to stop. I've been calling for a community-wide ban on Pete, and then now that Fred and Terrence too. I called for that on his ass, a while back, but he came with a peace treaty. He offered a peace treaty for a while, right? Really apologetic, and Ian, we need to squash this, and yada 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 yada. So I was like, I played along with his bullshit for a while, right? But to hear him, Pete, and now Fred, right? And Fred seemed like an okay guy, but at the end of the day, you know what? Those are three circus animals.
He's a fucking idiot. But
Yeah,
real quick, Ian, before you continue, let me address somebody real quick because this is another fucking idiot, and I don't know why we give this dumb fuck channel platforms to come up here and speak to. So look at this. Here you go, Mark, the Bills fan, right?
Fuck the Bills.
Lewis, instead of being a whiny and mouthy bitch, how about you try giving a football response to why the Dolphins' offense is held down to 20 points per game by quality teams? Put up or shut up. And hold on, Greg. Because let me address that since I'm the mouthy and whiny bitch, right? But at least this mouthy and whiny bitch shows up in wins or losses whenever the fuck there's a panel for me to hop up on. I hop up.
Where's Mark been all season?
Greg, hold the fuck on. Because this sorry, simple motherfucker right here last night admitted on the panel that when the Bills were losing, he didn't want to hop up on the panel because he put himself in his shell. And he sat in his mama's basement with his fucking drawers on and sit and cry. But now that they've won a couple games, now he's back out. So fuck you, fuck your mama, fuck your daddy, and fuck everything about you. You sorry piece of shit. Because the sorry,
Get him, Lou. Get him.
wimpy, the
Turn up,
wimpy
goddammit.
motherfucker, the sorry wimpy motherfucker is always here. Not like your old crybaby ass that went to hiding for the whole middle of the fucking season. You bum. Fuck out of here. These are these fucking idiots. And we let these clowns come up here and go on Miss Finn's show and come up here and come. Bro, we should exile these dumb motherfuckers.
About the circus animals, because that's what Pete, Terrence, and Fred are, bro. You know, when you go to, y'all ever been to the circus and you go see the animals and people just look at them and laugh and point at them?
Saying they're a side? Are you saying they're a sideshow, EM? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Absolutely, right? That's what they are.
Damn,
Nothing
EM.
nothing more than fucking
You said they're
circus
sideshow.
animals.
Wow.
That's all they are, bro. Oh, all three of them. Terrence, Fred, and bitch ass Pete. Circus fucking animals. So listen, we need to. I've been called for that community-wide ban on all of. Well, really Pete, but now all three of them. We need to get them up out of here. They bring no value to our community, right? I'm shameful to say that fucking Pete, Terrence, and Fred are claimed to be Dolphin fans.
The man said,
I'm shameful.
The man said, look, let me see if I can find the clip. Let me see this. Where's it at? Where's it at? Look at this. Look at this, EM. No, I said if they sign him to a long-term contract, I'm leaving.
Yeah.
Bro, hey, EM, let me ask you a question. Did you become a Dolphin fan when Tua became the quarterback?
Hell no, I've been a Dolphin fan my whole fucking life.
Hey, EM, so when Tua leaves, are you still gonna be a Dolphin fan?
110%, bro.
Listen to this fucking idiot. Look at him.
That's crazy.
It's crazy. But they say they're Dolphin fans, right?
But you know, Lou, listen. I'm glad he put that out there because I'm gonna hold him to it because guess what? That extension is coming. Whether anybody wants it or not, that extension is coming. So good. I'm glad he put it out there. Please leave this fan base, Terrence. Please go somewhere, right, to another fan base and dumb down whatever they got going on, please, because that's all you've ever contributed to this fucking family. You've done nothing but dumb it down with your dumbass fucking takes, bro. We don't want you. We don't need you. Get the fuck out. The extension is coming. So please.
We could lose 70-0 in the next 2 weeks. Tua's still getting paid.
Damn.
And EM, I don't know how long you were in that show that Pete was hosting, right? Because there was only seven. There was only seven of us in there, right? There was only 7 of us.
Yeah.
But so at least everybody did get subjected to that nonsense. But let me ask you a question, EM, right? Because they were caping for all kind of quarterbacks. So let's go down the list, bro. Justin Herbert, right? That was in the same draft class as Tua. They were saying Justin Herbert is elite. He's that guy. How many playoff wins does Justin Herbert have, EM?
None to my knowledge. None.
So that
Big zero.
So him and Tua are the same in that aspect.
I would agree.
So, okay, EM. There's another one, and this is no shitting on Lamar because I absolutely love Lamar. But this is just to show these casuals and these fucking idiots, right, that they don't know shit. Lamar Jackson has played how many years, EM, in the NFL? What, 6? This is year 6
years. Yep.
How many playoff wins does that elite quarterback that, again, we need a runner, right? We need someone to escape the pocket and make plays and beat all these good teams, right? How many playoff wins, EM, does Lamar Jackson have in 6 years?
Last time I checked, 1. If I'm not mistaken.
I think.
And EM, let me ask you another question, a follow-up to that. In the playoffs, what do you see? Do you see losing teams and win or big, good teams in the playoffs?
Well, I'm sorry. My bad, Lou. What's that? What'd you say?
In in the playoffs, right?
Right, right.
Do you usually see good teams or bad teams in the playoffs, EM?
Great team, good teams, the better teams.
Oh, so you see the better team. So this quarterback that could do everything and is mobile, one of the most mobile quarterbacks this league has ever seen, in those big games and the big moments that everybody says Tua can't win, which, again, let me raise my hand, I agree with. Lamar Jackson has came short in those opportunities. Am I correct on that?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Oh, okay. But these are the fucking idiots we got to listen to.
And look at Terrence dumbass in the chat. Ian was so wrong. So here he goes again, right? We've seen this circus act before, laugh out loud. How the fuck was I wrong? Only thing I ever said about Tua Tagovailoa, I said, A, the Dolphins would draft him, check, right? When all them dumbass niggas said the Dolphins would never draft him, right? A. B, I said, again, I'm not here to make projections about what he will be, but I do think he can be a productive player at this level. Check. He's been in the MVP conversation the last 2 years. So how the fuck was I wrong, Terrence? I want your dumb ass to come up on this panel. Why you won't come up? Why are you not hopping up on this panel like you was up there with your other on Pete's channel earlier, bro? Why? Because there's no other circus animals up here that he can get along with. That's why. You get along when you get in when you fit in.
Temporary ban on them, just so you know, Ian. Lou has a temporary ban on them, so that's why.
Oh, is that right? That ban? Oh, let's call for that ban to be permanent.
Yeah. No, well. Again, EMC, you went up there, right, and they were addressing your name on that gatekeeping show that Pete has, right? But then when you got backstage, they didn't let you up. Funny how that works, EM, because I went up there before you even got there. They didn't let me up. And then after you said that, I tried to go back up there when my name in their mouth, but they didn't let me up neither. So as long as I'm up here on this goddamn panel, or Shake Money, which is this is his show, or El Capitan tells me that they have to be allowed, those three idiots will not be up here. I can promise you that.
Oh, shit.
Fair, hey, listen, to be fair, they didn't have control of whether you should be up here or not. So,
well, you know what they did have control of, Pete, Shake? That they were seeing all the comments where we were in that bitch saying to let us up, and fucking that idiot Fred, well, he probably don't know how to read anyway, and probably neither does Terrence, so I don't blame him. But they weren't saying to let us up neither.
Oh, shit. Oh, and you know they saw us in the chat. You know because they was calling other comments out in the chat, so they saw us. So they can't lie and say, "Oh, I do see you on the chat." No, nigga, you saw me. My bad, Shake. No, you saw us in the chat. So, but yeah, they're not gonna come up here because there's actually intelligence up on the panel right now. Whenever you see Pete, whenever you see Terrence, whenever you see dumbass Fred, right? They're never up when there is an engaging conversation happening and where there is actually intelligence on a panel. You never see those idiots. They run, bro. You never see them. But anytime there's foolishness,
you know when you never see them, EM, and sorry to cut you off. Another way you don't see them is when the Dolphins win. Why do those idiots only show up in Dolphin losses?
100%, because they ain't Dolphin fans, bro. They're not fan. That's why I was calling really for Pete since 2019 to get his ass out the way, right? I've been calling for that community-wide ban on his ass since 2019. Now Terrence, now fucking Fred, right? Because they're not fans, bro. They're not Dolphin fans. They're not. Never have been. So I hope the fan base is listening, and now all three of them on blast. We've identified them, right? Because I know a lot of people don't know, Terrence and Fred, I'm sure. But Pete, the only reason why he known, because again, he's a fucking traveling circus animal, and people have seen him all over the country. And seen him on display, right? With the other animals and shit. So they know who Pete is. But them other two idiots. But now that we are identifying them and highlighting all three of these idiots, I hope the community will band together right now and let's get them out the way, bro, because they've been contributing nothing. Absolutely nothing. They have no value to this fan base, bro. Period. But, yeah. If I'm not mistaken, I forgot, Lou, real quick, bro. Pete, though, from what I'm hearing, somebody actually did, put that green light on Pete's back. Remember we was in a Twitter space a couple months back, and they were saying about Pete, he don't come outside because they told him don't ever show up to the stadium. Does my memory serve me correctly, or am I wrong?
I kind of recall something like that.
Lou,
I'm not sure.
Lou, you there? Oh, I guess he's busy right now. But yeah, I could have sworn there was a conversation. There was a conversation about Pete being greenlit. Like they told him don't come to no stadium. He come to the stadium. He ain't been to a game in 3 years. From what I was told.
You're right. Yeah, something like that. I remember something like that on TFTG actually about Pete being green light.
Yeah,
I thought so.
Yeah, he's green lit. How does a man that lives in Miami, I don't think he lives there no more, but he lives closer than I do. I make the trip to Miami at least 3-4 times a season to go watch the Dolphins, right? Maybe even more. How does a man that grew up in the city of Miami, 20 minutes from the stadium, and this man don't even go to games?
You know why?
How does that work?
You know why. And he knows why. Well, I want Pete to come up here and answer that question. If Pete, bro, I would really love for you to come up here and answer that question. I asked you that question back in the summertime when we was in that Twitter space, and you didn't answer me, bro. You act like you didn't hear me. So I wish he would come up and clear that up real quick, bro. But nah, from what I heard, he know it's on site. You know, from what I'm hearing, and again, I'm not here to promote any level of violence or anything like that. I'm just telling you what the conversation was, and you know, it's supposed to be on site with Pete. He know that the message was sent to him. The message was sent. He received it, and it is what it is. So Pete, come on up here, bro. You in the chat? Why you hanging out in the chat, man? Come on up here on the panel, bro. I really want to talk to you, man, and really, cause see, you called my name. I wasn't even in the. I wasn't even in the chat. I had to get a text message and say, "Damn, bro, Pete and the and his buddies, they calling you out." I was like, "What? Calling me out for what? Where?" And then that's when I pulled up.
He's in the back. Should I let him up?
Oh yeah, let him up. Let him up.
We don't gatekeep around here.
No, Lou. I'm asking Lou.
Man, let that fucking idiot up. I don't give a fuck.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah, Pete, what's good?
Good evening, guys. How's everybody doing today? Have you guys missed me?
What up, Pete?
We fantastic, bro. What's good, man? What's going on? I hear you had what happened?
Nah, I threw his bitch ass in the back. Fuck all that. Fuck all that. Sit your happy ass.
Oh, shit.
Sit there and listen.
That's funny. That's fucking funny, bro.
Sit there and listen. How about listen? People have told me this in the past. Maybe if you shut your mouth, right, and learn something, you'll be better for it. Sit there and shut the fuck up.
Damn. Oh shit.
Can't complain, Pete. You can't complain. That's what you did in your stream earlier.
Hey, Q, what happened? Because we were talking and then I had to go. So
No. Nene. What you mean, Nene?
No,
what was you talking about?
Man, you was in there talking about stuff. I had to go. And
oh yeah. Nah. I'm letting these dudes are heated right now.
Why?
Yeah. These dudes are heated like that. I'm gonna let them rant and let them do their thing, and I'll bring up the question after. Because I thought Pete, the one thing that Pete said, I thought it was actually logical, and I agree with him. But it might not be the case. It was that Tua and Josh Allen should be the front runners of the MVP because they got the stats. And I think Josh Allen is the front runner because he got the big game moments and the stats. But that's not the case, right? Because the media, their narrative is Lamar is Lamar is MVP.
I'm be honest, the way Lamar. So for me, I guess MVP is so less about numbers, but what you do in them big time games, moments.
Yeah,
and the way he slaughtered us and San Fran, you just can't deny that. I'm sorry.
Right. No, and I'm just saying Pete's logic, which I agree with. He said that in order for you, I think, which is actually the criteria, should be the criteria. It's not the criteria, but should be, is you have big game moments and you have the numbers, which equals to MVP. But the the fact of the matter is, MVP is chosen by the media.
Yeah, but see, Q, like think about
So
what you
it doesn't matter
saying
if I think Josh Allen or Tua should be the front runner. The fact of the matter is Lamar is going to win. I think Lamar is the front runner because
Yeah,
of the
but
media.
Q, how do you? So for me, I get
Yeah,
numbers, but
real
sometimes
quick,
numbers are
Nene.
foolish.
Nene, real quick.
Yeah, get in on this,
We're
EM.
getting off topic here. Let's get back on topic. Let's stay
Yeah,
on topic,
I
right?
think
Yeah, this
people
is
All
the
right,
We
good
here to get
y'all
this.
conversation.
not gonna
We
let me
already
We're
know
talk.
that
So
the
it's
here to
like
get this
MVP
motherfucker out
conversation's
the
been
way.
settled when the head-to-head matchups happened last week.
I just think
We
that
need to
was
stop
it's
this
over with.
nonsense.
Like
it's
We
not
here to get
nonsense,
this. Hey,
Crypto.
we here to get this motherfucker up out of here. Now, Pete,
Is the two near talking? Because I can't hear anybody.
no, it's Ian
Oh,
motherfucking
go ahead.
Dolphin fan that's
Go
talking.
oh
ahead,
Lord
Ian.
have
Go ahead,
mercy.
Ian.
Oh, hey, say Pete. Hey man, listen. You remember that conversation we had back in the off season, bro? We was in that Twitter space, and word got out that you apparently a greenlit from going to. You was told. You was sent a message to not show up to ever any Dolphins games,
Man,
and
I don't want to hear any of that. You
and
know who's greenlit?
hey,
I'm gonna tell you who's greenlit.
can I finish?
Tua is greenlit. That's
Can I
the guy
finish?
that's on green light. It's Tua. So if you guys want to really find out who has the green light on their head, it's Tua, buddy.
I
You
Pete,
can
I
you
just
gonna
lie.
end up
Go
going to
ahead.
jail. You gonna end
I
up going to jail for
Ain't
saying that.
nobody going to. It's Tua with the green light, Nene. That's the reality. We can talk about whatever we want to talk about, but let Tua lose this game Sunday night. You will see his application is not even going to be accepted by other teams. The historical collapse, the tears that will be left on this field at the stadium. Remember that little kid that was crying about 2 weeks ago that was shown all over TV? That's going to be grown-ups in tears after this
This is
historical
what y'all
collapse.
wanted. This
This
is what
is what's
y'all
going
wanted
to
right
no,
happen
hang
here.
here.
on. I got something
Pete
for
is
him.
not greenlit. Pete is just
Hey,
right. And that's how the game goes. Pete's been right.
since you
And that's
since you
the reality. And
since
you
you
know
brought
what?
up
The guy that's greenlit is Stephen Ross putting the green light on Greer, Tua,
since
and McCorkle McDaniel. That's it.
since
That's the
since
whole collapse. It's their fault.
since you're bringing up crying, right? I distinctly remember there was a grown man, right, from the great state of Florida. Well, from the great state of Florida, right? And his name is Pete. And he got banned off a certain platform in our community. And I was told privately that that guy Pete felt really some type of way about getting banned, and he was actually shedding tears because of. Can you wanna speak on that for a minute, Pete? Since you talking
EM,
about people was
EM.
crying, you talking
You
about other
see,
grown men crying.
this is the problem. This is why people don't
Do you
conversate.
want to talk about that, Pete?
These are
Do you
the
want? Do you
BS.
want? Do you want to talk about
But
that? Do
can
you
you
want
be
to
more
elaborate on
clear?
that, Pete?
If you're gonna say something, just say it like how you really need to say
I
it, so
just did.
everybody could understand. Because
I
I
just
don't even
did.
understand what you're saying. So
I know you don't, because you're a fucking circus animal, bro.
you see, the thing is,
You're a
all
fucking
you
circus animal.
ears
I know you don't. I
this is
know you
the
don't
issue. This is
understand.
the issue. The ears have built this bed on their own.
Yeah, you trying
That's
to
just the
avoid. You don't want
reality.
to. You don't
You're
want to. You don't
feeding
want to address
lies,
that, do you?
and the
Yeah.
ears don't like to be
That's
challenged
gonna
with
be all day,
actual
EM.
conversations. Look at
He don't
Mark.
want to address that
Mark is
though.
chewing you
Yep.
guys up. The community is getting away
Another
with
a grown
holding up
man
other
crying because
players, and you
he
guys
got banned off
block.
a
You guys
platform.
ban the truth. You guys try to block the truth. That's it. It's not that you guys are trying to block. No, because if it was a lie, check this out. If everything I
I
was
got
saying
banned
was a
plenty.
lie, if everything I was saying was made up and it didn't make sense, it will be in you guys' favor to have me up here so you can keep clowning somebody. But the fact that I
That's
eat
why.
you and I chop you guys up without even a
Oh,
cutting board, it benefits you guys to not
well,
have
Pete.
me up
Only
here
realize
because
we don't.
I knock the narratives that you guys try to
But
favor for
Pete.
Tua. You
But
guys are
Pete. Well, I want to quit.
Let me stop the nonsense
Yeah,
right
yeah,
now.
yeah.
See, we can't kill the narrative, right? When Pete says, "Oh, guys should want me up," Pete, you're absolutely wrong when you say that. We do want you up, but every time the Dolphins win, which has been 11 times this season, you don't come up. You only show that weak ass face of yours, right? You only poke that bird chest out in those 5 losses.
Uh,
That's when you're running sky high.
no, Lou, real quick. Let me. Hey, he's telling the truth. And I agree with you. We do want him up here, but here's where we part ways.
No,
I
you
want.
don't twist
I
that point.
The only
Y'all
reason why
do
I
want me
want to
up here.
engage with Pete is
Y'all
to
would
laugh
prefer
at him.
someone. Y'all would
I
prefer
just want to
someone
laugh
else
at
that
Pete, not
doesn't
with
really
him.
know how to knock
Right?
y'all
I want
narratives
to
down.
laugh at
Souvenirs
Pete.
are
I
cooked.
take
The
great joy
souvenirs are
in
cooked.
laughing at Pete, bro. You know what I'm saying? I take great joy in that. So yeah, that's why
I'm
I want
saying,
him. That's why I like engaging with him.
but here's the thing, EM, right? Since you guys like to be so smart and everything, look at what's going on, right? Not just forget about me and my feelings and Terrence and Fred and all of that.
Did you cry about getting banned off a
Look
platform? Was I misinformed? Was I misinformed about that?
Look at how
Oh,
the Tuaneers.
okay.
Look at how the Tuaneers ran with Emmanuel Acho because he was praising the good Lord's word on Tua, right? He was praising him. Look at now how they flip on Emmanuel. Wait, and this is Emmanuel Acho flipping on Tua, saying this is a must win or he's not going to get paid, guys. He won't get
How is
paid.
that
And
flipping on?
guess
All
what?
he did was
And
point
guess
out the
what?
obvious.
And
How is
guess
that
what?
flipping
No,
on him?
wait. But how
Everybody
is he
knows he
pointing?
got to win, bro.
Wait. No, not everybody, because there's still Tuaneers praising the good word, like guys like
Who,
EM,
Pete? Put a name
yourself.
on it.
EM and the
Oh,
Tuaneers
okay.
leader code,
Okay.
the reasons of the world, all of those
So
Tuaneer
I'm
code.
glad you brought
Remember
reason
that.
up.
So yeah,
Could
the
you
Tuaneer
please
reason
answer
code.
that question?
Yes,
Did
the
you
Tuaneer
cry
reason code.
because you
So
got
check this
banned
out.
off Reason's platform?
So
Did you
check this out.
cry?
The guy
Did
leads
you
the league.
shed
Look, this is
tears?
how wrong you guys
Why
are,
they
and
do
this is
me
why
like
you guys
that?
got to deflect to this, right?
Is that
Look, you're
true, Pete?
running, you're running and spreading the gospel stats. Tua leads the league in yards. Tua leads the league in this. Tua leads the league in that. How come now in week 18 he still leads the league in all of that? But if this guy loses this one game, his job is not even secure next year. That's the reality. That's the truth. That's how wrong the defense force of the Tuaneer bandwagon clique is, bro. No matter how many times you try to convince people with the stats, no matter how many times you guys come up on the internet and waste hours of airtime, it's not working to the fan base. The real people know. That's it. The bluff is
Did you
over.
not say
We know what your
did you
cards
not
are. Your
say
cards can show. They're
did
flipped.
you not
Tua
say
sucks.
did you not just say on your show 2 hours ago that if I just want it on wax, right? Because now you're on a panel where actually people
And
are here.
actually, people matter.
You're
But
on a
go ahead.
you're on a channel where there's actually people in the chat. So let's get it on wax. Did you say, Pete? Because you said, right, in front of your 6 viewers, that if Tua and the Dolphins lose this Sunday, Skylar Thompson will be starting in the playoffs. Do you want to confirm that, Pete? Do you want to confirm that if we lose on Sunday, Skylar Thompson? Remember that dumbass shit that Fred said that Skylar Thompson and all these quarterbacks could run the ball? Did Skylar Thompson run the ball last year when he played Buffalo? Do you remember him running and picking up first downs with his legs? I just need you to confirm that, Pete, because I heard you say if we lose on Sunday, Tua's job is not confirmed for next year. But put it on wax, Pete. Do you believe if the Dolphins lose on Sunday, Skylar Thompson will be starting the next week because we're benching Tua for Skylar? Can you put it on wax now that we have 70 people listening to that bullshit that you said in front of 5 people earlier? Can you say it now again?
It's clear that's what I would like, but that's just my
No.
You
personal
said
preference.
that's
Now
what
he
they
putting
were
them
going to
roller
give you.
skates on.
You
My
See,
said
he
that's
got his
what they
roller
were
That's
going to
skates
what
give
I
on
you.
would
right now.
like. Yeah, that's what I said. It's
He got his
recorded.
roller skates on
I
right
even
now.
told them.
That ain't what
That's
you
what
said, Pete.
I said. If
That is
Tua
not what you
loses, I
Will.
fucking
said,
I
said,
heard
bro.
Will.
this is me,
I
and
heard you
and
say
Terrence
Will.
was up there, and so was Fred. So they can click the link. Hopefully they can pop up, and they know exactly what I said, and it's recorded. Go
No,
watch
no,
it.
they
It
ain't coming
happened.
up here with you. They
I
know
said,
better. They know better. They know better.
if it's up to me, leave it to me.
That's
Tua
not what you
loses
said,
this
Pete.
game. Tua loses
That's
this
You
not what you
said
game.
said,
Will.
bro.
I'm not
You said
touching
Skylar
Tua
Will.
in the
That is not
playoffs.
what you said, Pete.
I will start Skyler versus the Chiefs because it is forecasted to have 9-degree weather and it's snowing. We all know Tua can't help out with the legs. Skyler can, and I feel more confident we can win a playoff game with Skyler than we can with Tua. Yes, I said that. That's what I said.
Okay. All right, man.
Hey
That's
Pete,
a
can I ask
goddamn
a
Wow.
lie.
question?
Wow.
That's a
That's
goddamn
interesting.
lie. That's a goddamn lie.
Mm,
Damn.
EM heard it and Q said
Ian.
and Q heard it. That's a goddamn lie.
Hey
mm.
So
Pete, can I ask you a
tell me
question?
how I said it then.
Pete,
Go ahead, Nene.
You say
why?
Skylar Thompson will start in the
I'm not.
playoffs.
So my
Yes,
question
he
is, why
did, Q.
wouldn't you let
Thank
him
you.
speak? Hold on, why wouldn't you let him speak? I just want to know that part. Why wouldn't you let him
He's a
rebut
gatekeeper,
that?
Nene, because he's
No, hold on,
gatekeeping.
let him answer, because I'm curious. Why?
He said because two and ears, you can't have intellectual conversations with them. So
But they
Oh
therefore,
let
you
you
see,
wow.
look,
speak.
you can't
Oh
have
no,
a
don't go there, Pete.
conversation. Listen to EM. You hear EM talk? Like the guy is just a panel killer.
Yeah,
Lewis is another panel
but
killer.
Pete,
I don't have
hold
time
on,
to
hold
deal
on,
with
hold on.
panel
Oh,
killers.
But
God.
You
Pete,
understand? They
but
like to
Pete,
call people panel killers, and they're just up here killing
Oh,
panel. And it's
I'm a
not
Oh
fair
panel
to
no.
me.
killer.
well, I'm gonna put
Okay.
myself
Oh
on
This
no.
is
mute.
classic.
Oh,
For the
okay.
Y'all
record,
making my
for the
meal taste
record,
even more better.
for the record, for the record, shout out to Finsanity, right? Because
Oh,
What are you
wow.
Finsanity,
eating, by the way?
fin,
Crypto, what
hey,
are you eating?
shout
Um,
out to Finsanity,
beef.
because
Wait a minute, hold on, Shake.
Finsanity coined the
Ground
phrase
beef
"to and near," right?
and cheesy cabbage.
Okay.
So shout out to Finsanity for coining the phrase "to and near." But Pete, you a goddamn lie. I coined the phrase panel killer, and it was because fucking idiots like you, Fred, Terrence, John from
String
Seattle, and
beans.
all these other fucking idiots that come up here. So don't you find another word. But panel killer's mine, goddammit. So welcome back to the fucking panel killer.
uh, uh, oh, wow.
But Pete, hold on, Pete,
I'm a
before
panel
anybody else
killer.
speak.
Okay. All right,
Before
then.
anybody else speak.
That's funny.
But Pete, you don't think it's unfair that they're giving you the time to talk right now and you didn't give them one chance to talk? Like you got to see that's unfair.
I do, but it wasn't for today. It would have today was a different. They're allowed. Lewis been up there. EM was up there. EM didn't even get put in timeout when he was up there cursing me out on my own show. None of that matters. But there's just some
I
episodes
didn't
that I
curse
will
you
have,
out. I didn't.
and
I
two,
didn't curse you out
and
on
I'm
your panel,
sorry,
dude.
and I'm
I didn't do
sorry.
that.
The two
Stop lying, Pete.
two and ears do like Mark said it.
I
Lewis, you
killed
can
you
get
with
mad,
facts,
but
bro.
Mark is right. He cooked you earlier. You cannot have discussions with two and ears on a panel because they
Who got
kill.
cooked
They're
earlier? Who
panel
got?
killers,
Who
and
got?
they're just panel killers. Lewis got cooked by Mark Krujowski, however you say his last name. It's a
Panel
Hey,
special
hey,
last
hey,
killers.
name.
Pete.
I'm
Oh
telling
Hey,
you,
hey,
wow.
Mark,
hey,
get up
Pa-
here.
hey,
Panel
hey,
killers.
Pete. Hey,
Wow.
hey, hey,
Mm.
hey, Pete. Let me ask you a question. Where was Mark? Where was Mark for more than half of the season this year?
I think I just heard you ask him that question, and he said he was
That's
running.
wild.
That's why
That's
I
No,
said
wild.
no,
That's
no,
wow.
true
no,
That's
because
why
no,
I
he
no,
said
left
no.
out.
wow. That's why I
When I
said
asked
wow.
him,
The guy ran.
when I asked him the question yesterday, the man said, and I quote, "I balled up in a little girl fetal position. I cried myself to sleep at night because his poor
He
Bills
did
who
say that.
couldn't win a game." That's what he said. That's
He
what the
did
man
say that.
said. So at least I can give you, Pete. And listen, I mean this with all due respect. I think you're a fucking idiot, but at least I'll give you credit. You at least come around half of the time. This fucking idiot gets lost and then wants to come in that lame ass voice and ask dumbass questions about cliff notes and this and that. And shut the fuck up, Mark. No one gives a fuck about you. It's another guy that lives in his mom's fucking basement, right? And fucking just eats hot pockets and shit for dinner. He's a fucking clown. Fuck out of here.
Not hot pockets. Lord have mercy. It's just Pete. I know y'all have a difference of opinion. I just don't like that. If y'all bring up his name, they should be able to defend themselves. Now you know that ain't right if you brought up his name. I wasn't
That's
here when y'all
facts.
said that.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's still it, it's they buried their own bed, Nene. Let's just
But
be
but Pete,
honest
you
here.
gotta
They
admit,
done made their own bed.
you
They
gotta
wake up
admit you were wrong for that if
and
y'all
they
brought
know
up his
it's
name.
not wrong. It's not wrong. It's not wrong because now, Nene, let me ask
I
you a
still can't
question,
get over
right?
this motherfucker's calling
Look,
somebody a panel
because I
killer.
know for a fact. I know for a fact. Okay, this is a fact. This is not just
I
me.
was
This is
cracking
a
up when I
fact,
heard him
right?
say it to you, bro.
I'm not saying
Oh my
anybody in
god.
particular in here right now either. But let me ask you a question.
Hey,
Say
Have
it,
you
EM.
ever
Pete.
heard
Say
Nene?
it.
Have you ever heard my name being brought up when I wasn't there and being spoken about? Just yes or no.
Yes, but they allow you to speak though.
Okay then. Okay then. Yeah, they're allowed to speak too. Today just wasn't their day. And tomorrow it might not be their day either. But they will be allowed. I'm just saying, right now, I'm upset at the two and ears. That's what people need to realize. This whole
Hey,
situation
break
where
it down,
we've
Pete.
been
Why
in,
you why you why you mad at the two Anniers,
and
Pete? Break it
I'm
But
down.
but
mad,
but
bro,
but he
because
never got
listen,
mad at the Rosen
look,
truthers.
listen, I'm
Did you get mad at the
upset.
Rosen
I'm
truthers?
upset. I'm
Hey
sick.
Pete,
My stomach hurts.
Why are you
It's
upset at
been
the
Pete,
two
early.
Anniers, Pete?
I
Pete,
can't even
did
I
you
don't
breathe
get mad at
understand.
the
sometimes.
Rosen truthers, Pete? Did you get mad at them? How come you didn't get mad
I got
at the
mad.
Rosen truthers?
I'm just an angry
Or
fan
how
right
Huh?
about
now.
the Jacoby? Or how about the Jacoby Brissett truthers?
Or the Cam Newton
Yeah,
truthers? You said Cam Newton was
the
the
Cam
best,
Newton shoot
was
this.
going to be the best quarterback in
Or
the
how about
division.
or how about the two quarterbacks that we faced in Tim Boyle that was going to beat Tua and that guy what's the guy for the Raiders O'Connell or whatever that
Aiden
was better than
O'Connell.
Tua
Aiden
too,
O'Connell.
Aiden O'Connell. How
Yeah,
about those troopers,
Aiden
Pete?
O'Connell.
Did you get mad at them, Pete?
They sell
Aiden
hope.
O'Connell let you
They
down,
sell
Pete.
hope. They sell hope. Those guys sell
Pete,
hope.
Did you get mad at the Rosen
Let me ask
truthers?
you. Hey, hold on. Let me ask you
Huh?
guys a question. Well, who's winning Sunday? Go ahead. Let me hear it. Dolphins are winning, right?
Dolphins
Who
are
do you guys
winning.
have
Ain't
winning
no doubt
Sunday?
about it.
Yeah, yeah, of
Hell yeah,
course,
they
right? It's
winning
gonna be
Sunday.
It
it's an
doesn't
easy
matter
Tune
game.
who
in to
wins because we're
Insomnia,
going to the
Pete. We're
Super
gonna let
Bowl,
you know.
baby.
Yeah. Now we gotta wait to insomnia. Who do you guys have winning?
Pete, can I ask you a serious question, bro? Pete,
Pump
I want
your
to ask you.
chest out.
Crypto
I
laughing.
Pete,
want to hear how this quarterback is going to win. I don't want to hear excuses. I don't want to
Pete,
hear injuries. There's nothing to talk about. This game
Pete.
comes down to Tua, and you
Oh,
guys
I
know
would agree
this.
with that.
And once he
It's gonna be
fails,
it's gonna be a
that's it,
quarterback
bro.
driven game. It's gonna come down to the quarterback. I agree with that. So Pete, I'm gonna attempt to have a logical
Quarterback and
conversation with you, bro. Can I ask you a question? I mean, if we no trolling anything, bro. Like, I'm gonna attempt to have a logical conversation. Can we do that for the people that all the people in the chat that's listening? Can we attempt to do that?
does reason allow you to?
Oh
Oh, okay.
no!
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Damn.
Go ahead. Go
What
ahead.
the
Go ahead.
hell?
Okay. Can,
Oh
That was
can,
brutal.
shit!
that's cute. That's real
That
cute.
was brutal.
That's real cute.
Man, he said you need a
So
permission slip. God damn.
yeah. Okay. But anyway, um, so it's funny how see he bringing up people that ain't even up here, right? That can't defend himself. But again, he don't want to address that when Reason got him up off the
I'm
platform, right, and
after
banned him. He
Reason's neck.
cried.
I'm
He
after the
cried.
two and near cult leader's neck. Yep, and I'm gonna step on it too hard. Double. I'm not letting down on Reason this time. I'm letting you guys know right now.
Oh, okay,
Oh,
well,
that's
all right.
funny. That is funny.
So
That's funny.
yeah, that's cute. Okay, but well now that explains. Oh, real quick, that explains it. Now I know why you've hated
I'm going after
us.
the snake's head.
Now I know why you feel why you feel the way that you do. Because again, Pete, I think there's some truth to you crying. Because I was told, seriously, oh my mama, bro, that you cried
Bro,
when
I'm
you
just
got
killing
banned.
narrative. Stop with the
When you
lies.
got
Stop with the
is
cap. Let's not
that's not
forget
true,
the
Pete.
stream is up there. The stream is up there. We
That's
know
not
why.
true,
We
Pete.
know why he kicked me. We know why he
That
kicked
that
me, and we know why he
that
blocked me. That stream is up there. Unless he
that
deleted
did
it. I
now when
recently
he
found
kicked
out
you now
people
when you
are
got off the
deleting
air,
things
bro,
so
did
they
you
can
go
favor
cry?
them lately.
Now when you got up off the air, right? Did you go cry about it? Did you shed some tears about it?
No, I
Oh,
didn't.
so I was misinformed.
I find it hard that you don't remember. You don't remember? Yeah.
Bro, I know what you
You
do
don't
when you get
remember?
off the air, bro. I remember exactly what happened, but I'm talking about once you got off
Yeah,
the air.
exactly. Do you
I'm
still
talking
have the
about once
video?
you got your behind off
Yeah,
the air. That's what I'm
it
talking
was on
about.
face. Face was shown. Everything. You guys threatened
No.
me, and
After you got
you guys
you
threatened
had
me, and I
you
pull up,
allegedly
and I
you
went up,
allegedly have
and
a
I made my
private
own little
conversation
video,
with an individual,
private
and you
conversation.
was upset. You shedded tears. Why they do me like that? It made me look like an idiot. Why they do
Nah,
me like that? You
that doesn't
didn't.
sound like Pete. That
You
doesn't
wasn't
sound like
crying on
Pete to
somebody's
me.
shoulder about that. Are you sure, Pete?
Yeah, I'm positive, man. That
Don't
doesn't
make me.
sound like me.
Don't make me
That
make a.
doesn't sound like me.
Don't make me send a text out now and get that
Go ahead.
individual
Do
Damn.
what you
up
gotta
on his
do.
goddamn.
Do
Don't make
everything
me
you
do
gotta
that.
do. I'm
But
telling you, that
anyway,
wasn't me, but do what you gotta do.
so I want to ask you a question, Pete. like your truth, right? One thing I can't respect about you, right? Your takes and everything that you project out in community about this team. It's some of the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life. Matter of fact, it is the dumbest shit I think I've ever heard in my life, right? But that's okay. But I do, at least I respect, you know what I mean, your conviction of your truth. Because I really thought that you were a troll at first, when you start coming around to, I mean, just the off the wall shit that you put out there, right? But you really believe the stuff that comes out of her mouth. And listen, I don't agree with it, right? I think, again, I think it's some of the dumbest shit I've ever heard. But at least I can respect your level of conviction. So when you come out here week after week, we come on shows, you come on YouTube, you come on Twitter Spaces or whatnot. My question to you is this: how convicted you are about your truth? How can you expect people to really take you serious? You've never been right about anything you've ever said, bro. Anything about this team you've never been correct about. So when you come out here and you're so convicted in your truth and you try to impose your truth on the community, right? Look, seriously, I'm asking you, if you were in our shoes, right? If you was in my shoes and everything I said that I've come up on panel said was not true, right? Everything, never been right about one thing. How are we supposed to take you seriously, Pete?
Because this was gonna get Lewis mad with this response. Check this out. I'm gonna make sure I get the 2 panel killers mad with just one response for that answer. Right? Check this out. Check this out. Lewis loves to sit here and say people are not objective. Then he goes around Twitter, he goes on Facebook, he goes everywhere, and he turns around and says, people like me that don't give credit to Tua are not objective and they don't know football. But yet, when I was asked, I was being completely objective because I gave the credit to McDaniel. Mind you, we got an NFL player that just got out of the NFL by the name of Asante Samuels. And what does he do? He gave almost the same identical take as I did. He didn't give the credit to Tua because he knows that Tua's a one read, Mr. 1-2-3. Who did he give the credit to? Coach McDaniel, just like Pete did. So, I mean, a lot of people might be sick to their stomach. A lot of these 2-and-year coaches like EM, I get it. You guys don't want me to be right. But the reality is, I've been spot on with a lot of things. And people have told me that's the
Can you
truth.
name one thing that you've been
I
spot
have
on
been
about?
spot on.
What have you been spot on about, Pete?
I just only really want to be right with one thing. But there's plenty that
Oh,
I've
we
been right.
know. Oh,
And the
we know
only
that.
thing,
Oh, we know
and the
that.
only thing that's important to
Oh,
me
you didn't have to say that. We know that.
Obviously.
Exactly. I
We
don't
know
even need
that.
to say the name. It's important for the organization as well. That's
I'm
why
asking you
it's such a
name one
pressured
thing that you were
conversation.
correct on, Pete. One.
Tua,
Just give me one, Pete.
my evaluation on Tua. I've been spot
Bro,
on with this
you've
guy
been
since day
wrong
one.
as fuck about Tua, bro.
That's the
You
thing. That's
said,
the only thing.
okay, let's
Despite
go. Let's
everything
take.
else I've been right on,
All right.
right?
Well, let's take a trip down memory lane.
Tua's
Let's take
the
a trip
only
down
thing I
memory lane,
care about
right?
being right.
Okay.
Mhm.
We know that, Pete. I mean, we know that, right? So let's take a trip down memory lane in terms of you were right about Tua. First thing you were incorrect on, and again, I ain't trying to drag people in there, but we all know what panel we was on at that point in time in history, right? All on TD show. You were on the side of the fence of that the Dolphins would never draft him. A, you were wrong about that, right? B, okay, we get him here in our program, right? 2020, 2021. You said that he was trash. You said that he would never be where he is now in terms of statistics, in terms of MVP conversation. And on top of that, by the way, he's the QB1 of a team that's 11-5 that's playing Sunday for the AFC East Championship on Sunday. You said that he would never be able to do any of that, Pete. You along with other people. So what have you been right about Tua? You said he couldn't throw the deep ball. He's been the most accurate deep ball thrower in the last 2 years, right? You said his arm was weak. You said his arm was weak. He had a noodle arm. No, it's not. Tua can make any throw. Tua can make any throw on an NFL football field. So what were you right about Tua, Pete? What were you correct about Tua?
On time. That's it. Let me ask
you.
This is how easy I end the conversation.
What were you correct about Tua on, Pete? I'm asking. I'm serious.
Is he paid? Does he have a contract?
They picked up a 6-year option. Yes.
No. is despite all the stats that you think that he's so good at, and you claim, right, based on the stats, he is. But where's his contract? Where's his deal? And why are question marks looming over his head? If, in fact, there's no denying it, he's the league leader in passing yards. When have you ever seen a league leader in passing yards be still considered a bust almost? The guy still looks like a bust. Everybody knows this is
A
Coach
man
McDaniel.
Bro, let
that's
me
let
ask you.
that
Hold on.
sink
I
in.
want
A
to
man that's
interject.
been in the MVP conversation for 2 years in a row looks like a bust.
I just want to
Wow.
say one thing real quick. Lamar Jackson, who was the MVP at 1 year, right? Was he an MVP 1 year, Lamar Jackson?
How many touchdowns he had?
Yeah,
No, I'm asking. I don't know. Was
he
he
had
was
like only 29 that year or 30
Well,
or something like that, barely
it doesn't
30.
matter. The point is, I'm trying to bring home is the fact that he played out his 5th year. He didn't get in the contract till after his 5th year. He didn't
That's
get an
true.
extension beforehand.
And
He had to play
that's
out his 4
Lamar.
years.
That's
Yeah,
the
to
guy that
after
you
his last
love,
year.
Pete. That's your guy, right? You and them other two idiots was on your panel earlier hyping. It was a Lamar Jackson hype fest. Y'all sat y'all behinds up there for 2 hours hyping up Lamar Jackson. That's your guy.
Yeah, he didn't get paid till after his 5th year. Yeah,
Yeah,
Wow.
but
Ravens held
EM,
out.
the
Mm.
show started off with him saying that Lamar wasn't the MVP candidate. Just to be fair,
But they were
he
still
did say
hyping him
that.
up over Tua. They were still doing that. It was still they were hyping him over Tua.
No, I just think that's when them other guys came up there because at first when Pete started the show, he said Tua statistically is ahead of Lamar. When Fred came up there, Fred said that Lamar was overwhelmingly the favorite. So
You
I
know
was
what?
there.
You know what's funny to me? How people like Shake Money, what he just said, right? Like that's why I say like people
Oh,
make
now he
their
about
own
to
beds
turn
and
on.
they
He about
bury
to turn on
themselves.
you, Shay.
Yeah,
He
because
turned
now
on
you look,
everybody. He about to
because
turn
he's
on you,
trying to.
Shay.
It's not turn. It's just it is what it
You
is. You
turned on
guys gotta
color.
pay
You
attention to
turn
what you
you.
guys
Color
say.
was your
If
man,
you
right?
guys
One
don't want
color
to
your
get
guy. Color was your
Color
guy,
is a
right?
good guy, but he just
Right. And you turned on him.
Color's a
You
good
said he
guy.
didn't know shit about
I'm a
football. That's what
they
you said
turn
earlier on your show.
but this is the thing.
Did
Everybody
you say
turns
that?
on everybody. If you got
Did you
bad
say
takes,
that?
bro, you guys got bad takes. You got bad takes. Look,
You
listen to
said
Shake's
color
point, right?
don't know shit about
Hold on.
football. That's what you said.
Listen.
That's
But
brutal,
listen. This
Pete.
is what I mean. Listen to what I mean. Listen to Shake's point. Oh, didn't Lamar Jackson wait to his 5th year to get an extension? Listen to that. But they just want to say something because it matches. But this match will not ignite even if you strip it on a cigarette thing. You know what I'm talking about. It won't light up. You know why? One quarterback denied. You see, he had an extension. Lamar Jackson declined it. He said, I want more and I want fully guaranteed. You think Tua is in a situation right now where he could decline anything? That's the difference. So don't bring up these little things that people can say. Oh,
Oh
didn't
well.
Lamar Jackson? Like Lewis, I can already
At,
smell
at
Lewis
the end of
talking
the
right now.
day, at the end of
Lewis
the
loves
day,
to bring
right?
up the
No,
Justin
that's
Herbert, right?
bullshit. I'm not gonna let
The
you get away
Justin
with that.
Herbert, the
What
Justin
I
makes
am
you
Herbert.
not
think he
gonna
can
let
Wait,
you get
decline?
away
wait,
with
He
wait.
that.
can
Justin
decline
Herbert
anything he
is
Was
wants,
it
fake.
true
Pete.
or
That's
not?
why y'all be
Was it?
making
Hold
your
on.
own bed.
Am
Y'all
I
sound
making? Hold on.
crazy
Am I
sometimes.
making something up? Am I making something up? Was it true or
Yeah,
not?
it's not true because you're not saying it fully true. You're not sitting here saying
Did
Lamar
he get
Jackson
did he get
declined.
paid on his
Lamar
did he
Jackson,
play did
did
he
he
get an
not
extension
decline a
before his 5th
contract?
year was over?
Did
Yes
he
or no?
not
Yes or
decline
no?
a
Just answer
contract?
the question,
Did
bro.
he no,
Did he
you gotta
get
answer.
did he
Did
get his
he not
contract?
Turn
decline
up,
a
Did
Shay.
he get
contract
his
before that?
contract? You can't
Did he
answer
not
that
Turn up,
again.
decline?
goddammit.
Did he not
Put your
decline a
You
foot on
can't
contract
his
answer
neck.
before
that
that?
because you're a fucking
Exactly.
idiot.
Exactly. That's what I be telling.
Hell
People
yeah,
just be
Shay.
saying
Turn up.
stuff and they don't know how they sound
Yeah.
Exactly.
sometimes.
You don't know
Trying to
shit.
sit here and try to compare to Lamar
You try to
Jackson on a
fucking
contract. One quarterback is
your
sitting here
narrative. Fuck
over
you.
here declining deals. The other one is
Yeah.
Yeah.
begging if he could get a
And
deal,
he
and
was
the
a
guy
free
still leads
agent
the
this
league in
year.
passing.
Nobody signed him.
Unbelievable.
Whatever you say, bro.
Unbelievable.
All I
I'm
gotta
just
say
saying,
is
like, that's what happens. Y'all just be running and getting away with stuff, and people don't
He
call
is in
nothing
his
out.
feelings.
That's
That's
why
all
I
that
say it's
is.
a little
now,
picky. There's no
now,
feelings.
now,
I'm just calling
now,
everything
Pete.
out. Yup.
Now, Pete,
Nothing
tell
is getting
Shake to
away.
pull
No
up now.
passes. I'm mad at
Tell,
everybody. The
hey,
team, the
Pete, tell
fans.
Shake to
I'm mad
pull
at
up.
the whole thing.
Oh, Shake ain't 4,000
Look
miles
at
away like
EM.
everybody else. Tell Shake to pull up. Yeah, I bet you won't do that. I guarantee you. He within striking distance, goddammit. I bet you won't tell him to pull up. Yeah, that's what I thought. Put yourself on mute, ho.
Damn.
Yeah, mute yourself.
EM, but that's never been me though. I've never told anybody to pull up in my
You a
life.
damn lie.
I just like
I done heard you
I
get
just
mad
like
at them Twitter
I,
spaces when they got
I
you
just
when they
no,
got
they get mad. No, it's
no,
guys
no, no.
like
I done
you,
heard you tell
EM, that I
motherfuckers
get
that.
mad. It's guys like you that I get mad. Then you have threatened me to tell me to pull up. Like I'm gonna
No,
waste
no,
my
no.
time
I'm not
and
gonna
go
get
to
no points
Texas.
by
Like
beating your
I ain't gonna
motherfucking
get
ass,
any
Pete.
of that.
I'm not,
I mean, you
bro.
could think that.
I would not
I
get
mean, you
no
could
points by
think that.
beating your
It's sweet to
motherfucking
think
ass.
that,
No,
but at the end of the
I've
day, I'm
heard
not
you
gonna pay
tell
attention to any
Lou,
of that. When you guys
Lewis.
gotta
Have
go
you not
down
heard this
bad just
motherfucker
like
tell
that,
somebody to
you
pull
done
up? They
went
can get
down
it.
bad. You down and out. You down and out. You got nothing
Lou,
left in the gas. You ran out of gas.
Lou. Have you not heard
Yeah,
Pete?
he has.
Oh, okay.
He
I
has.
know I
He
ain't
has.
crazy
He
now. I
has.
know I ain't crazy.
Crazy what?
I know I heard you tell somebody to pull up, but you ain't gonna tell nobody that's close to you that within striking distance. You ain't gonna do that. You gonna say that to a motherfucker 5,000 miles away, right? Yeah, that's what I
Oh
thought.
yeah, 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 yeah,
Mute
yeah,
yourself,
yeah,
ho.
yeah,
Mute yourself.
yeah, 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 yeah. Somebody time this panel killers out, Lewis and EM, please.
Damn.
Just time these guys out. Crypto, you too. Don't damn that. Somebody time Crypto out.
Good
No,
lord.
you time yourself out, goddamn it.
Y'all. But you know what? I would, man. I'm telling, bro. I wish to God Reason heard you. He probably busy right now, but you gonna call that man out and shit, talk about his platform, bro? You know damn well, Pete. All right,
I'm
don't worry.
after him. I
You
said
after
I'm a
him?
broken fan. I'm after the Tuaneers. Anybody that defended Tua, they
You're
carried that.
a broken
I
fan.
feel
Why
like
you
you guys
broken?
lied, and
He,
that's it, bro.
he
The
banned
season
you
is
from the
over.
platform. That's why you broken,
The
Pete.
season is
You
over.
broken. I'm glad you
The
admit
locker
that
room
shit.
is
I'm glad you admitted
corrupted.
that.
Let me ask you something, Em. Let me ask you something, Em. Let's be honest here. You got a friend, like a real life friend that you could actually call if something happens or anything?
No,
No, I
he
Like
don't.
real, no,
didn't.
like
Hey,
no, wait.
no, I don't,
Let's
Pete. No,
Damn.
I don't. I
okay.
don't.
Okay, so I'm assuming yes because I
You
want to
can call
assume yes.
me EM. You can
There you
No,
call
go.
me,
I don't.
nigga.
I
Okay,
don't,
You
okay,
can
Pete.
call
Lewis.
I
me.
Okay,
don't.
You
Lewis.
still got my
Lewis.
number,
I,
EM.
Okay, let's play
I
that part.
don't, Pete.
Em,
No,
let's
nobody
play
likes
that. Let's.
EM.
This is
Nobody
the
likes EM
issue. Like
Dolphin
there's
fan in real life.
everything
No.
is
Come
included.
on, brother.
Listen,
Peace
this
and
is the
love for
issue.
the new year. Peace and love. Come on, y'all.
Everybody
Jesus.
needs a little negativity in their life, but let me tell
No,
you.
what's up, KP? It's New Year's. We
But let me
kicking it
tell you.
off just right.
Let me tell you. Lewis, EM is your best friend. You see EM on the side of the highway with a flat tire. Are you leaving that guy behind? Lewis, EM's house just went on fire. Are you gonna pretend like you
Oh,
don't know
I
what
heard
the
this
hell
dumb.
happened?
I heard this
Are you
dumb
gonna
shit.
pretend like you don't
Hold on.
know what the
I
hell
heard this
happened?
dumb shit earlier. No,
Are,
continue,
are
Pete. Because I heard this dumb shit
Lewis,
earlier
EM
on
is
your show. Keep saying.
Lewis, EM is your co-worker.
Get
This
to the
guy
point.
helped you.
Get to the
This guy
point, Pete.
helped you get to the top. Before he was there, you were about to be fired. Next thing you know, EM pulled up. Now you're at the top of the barrel. Guess what?
Hey, he
His
said
house is on fire.
Tua didn't stop for Turin.
God
He
Are
damn.
you
said
gonna?
that Tua didn't stop for Teron Armstead. He said
It,
that's what they were. Them idiots were talking on
Cat
his show.
Williams?
He
it,
said that man said that Tua
No, I'm not a
is
comedian.
not
I'm a truth teller.
trustworthy. He said that Tua's not trustworthy and Tua's not a good person because Tua passed Teron Armstead on the side of the road when Teron Armstead had a flat tire.
is that
He
where
said
he is the point he was
that's
trying
what
to
the man.
make, bro?
Yeah,
Yeah,
That
that's what
boy
that
I
man
was
mean,
said.
look,
I
listen.
really thought he was about to say something, bro.
He dissed Teron Armstead by leaving him stranded on the side of
Listen
the
to
Wow.
him.
highway.
Listen
He
to him.
dissed.
Listen to
Look,
him. Listen to
if
him.
Tyreek Hill saved his career, this guy won't even pull up to his boy's house, his ace, his number one receiver.
Listen
He
to him.
won't even
Listen to
cradle
him.
him or even be there. And then after practice, turns around and says, "Oh, I didn't even know his house was on fire. They just told me." That's a lie. I don't believe that. This man has to be lying.
Listen to
You guys
him.
practice
Listen to
together.
him.
You guys work together. Bro, this guy's green, bro. Tua is not liked, bro. This guy is fraud,
Did
bro.
you call
Like he
Tua
leaves his
green?
people down. Yes, bro. That's what I'm saying. That's why I said it's his head is on a green light right now. Tua knows he loses Sunday night. It's over for him in Miami.
I
Look,
am so
they're
glad.
going to make an excuse. He's gonna get benched. Mike White is gonna come in. His short
I thought you said
shoulder
Skyler
is gonna
was.
come out, and then
I,
Skyler's gonna start in the playoffs.
I
Everybody
told
knows
you,
it.
didn't I tell you? I
Everybody
told you
feels
he was
like
yeah,
that.
starting. I
That's
yeah.
just
told you.
what's gonna
I told
happen.
you.
They know, bro. Everybody has spoken. The whispers are loud.
I told you.
So you
The
was
man
told.
said Skyler was starting. Yes, I told you. Skyler said
Wow,
Skyler starting the playoff. He said
crazy.
Tua's getting benched and Skyler Thompson will start the playoff. That's what the man said.
Mm.
But Pete, I will say, I
Where
think
did you
the
get this
faking.
information from, Pete?
Hold on, crypto. The
When
whole
he's down
faking
30 to
injury
zip by
thing.
halftime.
Crypto, can you hear me? I think the whole
I
faking
hear you,
injury
Nene.
thing is a stretch, though. I don't think they faking injury. Now, come on, now. I did hear that. That y'all said Tua ain't really hurt. He was faking injury. Yeah, I said, come on.
And I'm upset at Fred and
Wow.
Terrence because I know they're listening, and I'm taking the heat for some of their takes at this point. But it's
Oh,
all
They ain't
good.
trying to
You
come up
standing
and
on
die
your
on that hill
square.
with you,
they
bro.
know.
They ain't trying to die on that hill with you, bro. That,
Hey,
I'm over here taking the
Ian,
bullet for these
oh
guys, man. It's all
shit.
good.
Ian, look,
at
Ian,
least
check
Pete
this
up
out.
here, that's for sure.
Ian, read that comment right there,
Yeah.
Ian.
I heard
Boy, we
Cam
got
Smith.
these fucking casuals, bro. These fucking
Wow, the locker room. He's in the doghouse. Wow. See, I would
You
like
see what?
see,
You
I
see?
would like for
There's
that
something
individual to
like that.
come up here
Yeah.
and state where he got that information from.
So Cam Smith did a
You
Geno
know what?
Smith and
Yeah.
punched him in the
Apparently.
face? Damn.
Apparently. No, he
They
fucked
Tell
his
said
me
that
neck
about
up.
early
it.
on the season.
No, I heard he
Apparently, he
fucked his
did
neck up.
a Golden Tate
I
punching people in the locker room.
You see what and
I
I've been
heard he
told
had him
y'all.
in a sleeper
When did
hold.
Eric
He fucked his
Ikuzama? I
neck up.
told y'all a while ago. When did Eric Ikuzama get hurt? I don't believe that, but it sounds believable because this guy didn't get hurt. And then
look.
now
I
I've been
told you,
saying
look.
something in the locker room is happening. There's things going on that we don't know about. That is the most. I wish that dude G-Man will
Well,
come up
man.
and give us an explanation because I believe it now. He's damn right.
Yeah.
Cam Smith is not playing. They started what's that
And,
guy's name? The white boy, Ethan Bonner over Cam Smith. Of course, this guy's in the doghouse.
yeah,
And then
of course.
Eric Ikuzama
And the worst part,
is
you know
not
the
playing
worst
and he's
part.
on IR without an injury. Come on,
Hey,
bro.
Lewis, you know the worst
Listen, this
part
is
about that
upsetting, bro.
is? Lewis, you know the
What's
worst
that,
part
Shake?
is?
What's that, Shake?
Izukama hit Cam Smith hit Izukama, and Izukama identifies as a woman, and that made it 10 times worse than what it
Yeah,
was.
Shake.
Oh, damn.
Exactly.
Is
Damn.
that facts?
You know, you,
Mm.
you know what I think is crazy? I think that it's crazy that Pete wants to sit here and spout all this stuff and make it sound like it's groundbreaking when reality is every fucking team has these problems. We just don't hear about it. Every team has something that he said, she said, behind the doors going on, or people not getting along. I mean, it's like a fucking classroom. There's always going to be people that have negativity next to each other. It just happens. But who gives a fuck,
1000%.
bro?
But no, I agree.
Yeah.
Nobody cares. I only care about my team, the Dolphins. I care. I don't care about the
Really?
other
Your
teams,
your
but
team
I
is the
agree.
Dolphins,
But
Pete? I'm hearing
I
you're a
agree.
Falcons
But I
fan,
agree
bro.
with you and
Who?
the
What
other teams.
team?
But I
What
don't care
team?
about what happens to those other
What
teams that
team?
have
Nah,
problems.
he ain't no Dolphins
What
Look,
fan.
team?
He
I
ain't no
want
That's
to know
what
the
I
Dolphins
don't
guys
fan.
think
with.
he is
Hold on,
either.
I want to know
Did
where are the guys that
I'm
had
glad.
sources? They don't. Where are the source guys at?
Drake
Where are the
Landon.
source guys? The source guy's been quiet for a while. Hasn't the source guys has been quiet for a while, or is the
Well,
source
let's
only
identify
sourcing
who
during source
put a name
hours?
put a name on it, Pete. Who are the source
Sort
guys in the community? I need a name. I
EM,
need ten
aren't you a
toes.
source guy?
I
I've
need
heard.
them toes
Where are
on
your
that. I
sources?
need them toes on
EM,
that.
EM Dolphin fan. You're
What's
one of
that?
them.
Oh, he
No,
coming
I'm
at
not
you
no
hard.
source
You're
guy,
one of
bro.
them. You're one of
No,
them.
I'm not a
You're
source
a
guy,
source
bro.
guy.
I'm very
Yeah, you're a
clear.
source guy. No, you're a
Yeah, you
source guy.
trolling right now. No, EM don't. I've never moved like that. Never. You never heard me. Oh, go get that audio, right, and play it right now. When you hear me saying, "Oh, I have this, I have that. I'm a quote unquote source guy." Fuck out of here with that trolling nonsense. Identify obviously, who are the source guys, Pete. I need them
It doesn't
toes on
matter
this
who
one.
they are, but they know who they are. And
Yeah,
guess
you
what?
scared. You
What
scared.
is
You scared to put it out.
listen? At the end of the day, I just want to know more about this G-man and this whole stuff. I'm interested in this G-man stuff. He needs to come up here. Somebody get G-man up here ASAP.
Em,
Go
you
ahead.
and
Go
I,
ahead.
you and I don't necessarily always see eye to eye, but I believe you do know this. Pete said that he's a Dolphin fan, right? I bet you, Em, can name the 3 members of our front office. I bet Pete can't.
Hey, no, Nick. Did you hear what he said? He
I'm
said
hearing
that he don't give
everything.
a fuck about the team. He only care about one thing, and that's Tua failing. That he
Right.
said that. He
Damn.
said that
Right.
shit.
Wow.
But
Wow, that's how
I
I
also heard Pete say I also heard
I
Pete say
love how they twist it.
that
We're
two
playing
and
Twister over here.
I also heard Pete say that 2 and only want to throw up stats and talk about stats. And then in the same sentence, Pete turned around and said, "But when it ain't going good, they don't bleed the stats." I'm like, come on, what is it? Do 2 and want to bleed the stats or not bleed the stats? What is it, Pete?
Yep. Hey man, that's a damn shame. Pete got me and Nick up here agreeing right now. Tag teaming your motherfucking ass. That's a damn
I mean,
shame,
you
Pete.
still a
You
bit.
know it's
You
That's
should be
bad.
big.
ashamed of
You
yourself.
know it's
They said politics make strange bedfellows. That's the
Yeah.
saying.
Wasn't Pete also the guy that told everybody that Devontae Parker was the saving grace for New England and that he was a multi-year Pro Bowler and that we just
No,
gave
that
up
was
an
crypto.
elite one?
Don't
That was
even go down
crypto.
that road,
That was
Ali.
crypto.
I'm
That
just
was
saying,
crypto.
wasn't
Don't
that
even
wasn't that
start.
That
he,
was
he even
crypto.
had a
Because I'm going
video
to
he
get
made
ginned
us
up.
play to prove it?
That
Wait
was
a minute.
crypto. He was the one
Pete
with
the
Parker.
guy? Wasn't Pete the guy that the Fans Tailgate Channel did a whole entire panel show on after the Dallas Cowboys fan looking for Pete, and he was nowhere around after the Cowboys game. He was
Oh
nowhere
damn!
around
I
after
was
the
driving
Cowboys
home,
game.
but yeah, I'm pretty sure that happened.
But say what you want.
They
Pete's
were,
the only one up here talking. Where the
but
rest
at
of
the
them
end,
was never with him?
but at the end of the day,
Where
so
the
they were
rest
looking
of
for.
them?
I was here. I probably commented. I didn't. But y'all think I
You
be
wasn't
running?
here.
You crazy
He
as
got
hell.
serious, but Pete's main point though is that hey, if things don't work out for our Fins this Sunday, there's going to be a price to pay, and some of the people who've been jacking this thing up for so many years. You know what I'm saying? That's the big point
KP,
that
I'm
I'm getting
glad I
from
heard
it.
a sensible voice. KP, do you
You
feel
said
like
a sensible voice.
Yeah.
I just
There's a voice
like
calling out in the
Hey,
wilderness.
don't do it,
Now,
KP.
Pete, KP,
KP,
you
don't
got
do it.
let
Don't
KP
you do
hold
it.
on,
You got
hold
a lot
on,
of
let KP
disdain.
finish, guys. I just said I
Pete,
like that I was here. Go
Hey,
ahead,
Pete,
KP.
you don't.
Oh my God.
theories, bro.
Pete,
Those some wild theories, man. I
Pete,
can't
you got to.
those theories.
You after the next of all 2 years. You said that right, Pete. You after the next of all 2 years. I want to ask you a
And
question
you
about
one of
2
them, and you
years.
know it.
Okay. I'll accept that from you. I will accept that from you. But I want to ask you
Okay.
one question. How did myself or other 2 years affect one outcome of the Miami Dolphins game?
I feel like I already told you guys. I already told you guys. I feel like all the lying, all the make up stuff, all the carrying the stats, forcing
So
it, like
vicariously. So
and all of that.
vicariously.
Yes,
So
exactly. But exactly, just by supporting him and showing that guy the support, like how you guys overly did it. Like I get it if you guys would have been neutral with it. Okay, we do have a limited quarterback. If you guys would have been more normal with the stuff, then you guys wouldn't be. But since it's high, and it's not you guys all in the panel, it's the 2 years that
I was
hype
just
up.
about to
Like
say that
EM,
you need to
like
buy a
EM is
whole
one
new.
of them.
You need to
Like
start buying them brand name
everybody. It's not
Q-tips, bro.
Nene. It's not
Bro, you
Nene. I just don't
need
want
to
people to
start
fall in
buying
for that.
them
I'm just
brand
saying
name
they know
Q-tips
who they are.
because
That's the
them
whole
them
thing.
public spraying Q-tips ain't doing nothing to get them potatoes out of your ears, dude. So I'm just saying you need to
Turn up,
get
color.
brand name
Turn
Q-tips,
up,
bro.
color. Put your foot on his neck. He was calling you out on his show, bro. You heard him. Put your
Yeah,
But
foot
you
on his
weren't on
exactly.
the
goddamn neck.
show.
He's the
Acting
percentage
like.
guy,
First of
the stat guy.
all, I ain't no percentage guy. I was relaying the information that you want us to relay to everybody. I was relaying that information. And in the same sentence, I also made it clear to everybody that if we lost a game, those percentages would drop. And that it was the current state of the wave function. Now, you want to take my words and act like I'm some kind of stat head so you can shoot me down as a 2 and ear, bro. You know, that's all fine for you, but that's just straight lying on me. And you wonder why I think you're insulting.
So
Well, you
there's
can
this.
think what you want. It is what it is. I mean,
I want to know why
people are
being a
gonna get
stat
judged
head or
based on
providing
what they
stats is
say
a negative
and
thing.
Guess
how they
what?
break things
Guess
down.
what, Pete?
And
Guess
people
what?
are gonna get
We were
judged on how they
last
do
week
and
before
what
the
they
game.
say.
Stats matter.
Last week before the
Yes.
game, we were 75% to win the division. Guess what we are now? Do you even know?
You think
Do
it
you
matters?
even
You think
know?
a percent? No,
It helps
because
your cause. It helps your cause. Do you even
I've told
know?
you before,
It helps your
Color, I don't
cause.
care about numbers.
Color.
It helps
I
Pete
your
don't
haven't
care
read an
about
cause.
article on
percentage.
the Miami
I care
Dolphins
about eye
probably
test.
ever.
It
I care
helps your
about reality.
cause.
Yes,
What's the over
but
under?
guess what?
Color, what's the
Whether
over
it
under that
helps or
Pete has
not, it
actually
never
read
Let me
about?
guess,
matters.
Color, what's his
it's 50-50.
cause?
Everything has been eye
It's
tested.
50-50.
Color, what's his cause?
His cause is
What's
to see us lose.
what's the over under that Pete
No, it's
reads
Y'all
not.
hear that?
any
Everybody in the
Dolphin
chat?
And I
column?
bet you if he
Y'all
knew
hear
what the
that?
percentage right now of us win this game, what the probability was, he'd be shouting it off the top of a mountain while he's calling me a percentage guy.
This is a
Now,
self-proclaimed Dolphin fan. I want everybody in the chat to really listen to what
Yeah,
Carlos
the
just
wave
said.
function can only collapse after 4 o'clock or at the end of the
you
That's
game or
guys,
right.
you
whatever.
And
guys
it
are
can
gonna hear
go
something
back
from
up.
me.
And it can go back up just as well as it went down.
You guys are gonna hear something from me. You probably never
It's
thought
gonna be
you'd
a
hear
quarter
from
by
me.
quarter thing.
With the
I
loss
don't
of
like the
Bradley
fact that he
Chubb,
said that
At
the
this point,
season's
yeah,
over.
Crypto, you're
We
right.
have the playoffs still, regardless of what
with,
happens on Sunday.
with the loss
So
of Bradley Chubb and the injuries and the things that we're facing, I am horrified. Not of Buffalo, just of the rest of the season. I'm horrified. I
And
can
here's
admit
the
that.
real
I
irony.
can admit that.
We still have a better probability of making the divisional round than the Buffalo Bills. Go look up the numbers.
Yeah,
That's all
but
nice
is
and
it
good. But
fair
I'm
to
just saying,
just jump
I'm
Pete? There
like,
was other people that said what they said. It seemed
I
like
That's
don't
one of
know
the
if I'm
first times
dumb.
I ever agree with you in my knowing you, Big Nick. God damn. First time
You
I
He
ever
said,
agree
horrified
with you on
too?
what
this.
what did Big Nick say?
Not,
Wait a
I'm
minute, I
not
missed what
horrified
Big
of
Nick just
Buffalo.
said. I
I'm
missed
not
that part.
horrified of Buffalo. I'm horrified of the rest of the season. I'm like, I'm gonna keep it real. Like my aspirations have like been questioned. You know what I mean? It's like I don't even know if I'm numb or not. I don't know how I feel. You know,
You know what that means? That means you're
that
scared.
means I'm a
That means you're
fan.
That's what
You
Pete.
That
talking
defeated.
about?
means I'm a
That
Yeah,
means
vested
you're
I'm trying to
scared.
fan.
help you
Excuse me.
out, Pete.
That means that I'm
Actually,
a
that
vested
might
fan.
indicate that he
Listen to
does
this.
look at it objectively, and he just doesn't want to. He doesn't want to think that right now.
Right. Right. That means that I am fighting reality. I might be fighting reality. And I
Hey,
can
but
recognize that. And I can
Pete
Yeah,
recognize
that's all
said
that.
that
it
means.
wasn't
Yeah, that's
just
all that means.
Pete.
Yeah.
It wasn't
Might
just
be
Pete that
fighting
was
reality,
talking.
crypto.
Let me can I because everybody wants
Yeah.
to dog on me and ask me questions. Can I ask
I
the
just
panel a
don't think
question?
that part is right. It wasn't just him.
Can I ask the panel a question?
go ahead.
We already know we're the underdogs, even at home.
We
Based
don't
on
know
the
none of
guys
that
that
shit.
Well, they
yeah,
did
well,
put that
Vegas
out. They
has it.
did put out
I
that
don't
we
care
are
We're
the
what
the
that man. I
underdogs.
underdogs.
don't care nothing about
It's
that,
fine,
man.
but but
I ain't
us
never
being
been
the
an
underdog,
underdog with a dog.
being an underdog at home makes them even madder. But this is what I want to ask you guys, and girls, Nene, and everybody included. What players on our defense are you guys expecting to step up into that new role
All of them.
and actually you have confidence
Again,
that that new
got
player
man.
stepping in is going to handle the business?
We have got to get this man
That
some
brand new
brand name
player.
Q-tips, man.
Van
Yeah. I mean,
Ginkle.
but
I
how
What
mean,
is
quickly
Cam
this could
Good.
get? How
I
quickly
am
this could,
curious.
Ogba.
but how quick?
Ogba.
Cameron Good. Everybody knows who my guy is. Cameron Good.
No,
Given our
it's the
home
reason,
record over the last 2 seasons, when was the last time we were underdogs? Now that I think about it.
bro.
Wait,
I'm not
color,
putting the
color, color.
season.
That's the second time I heard Cameron Good's name today.
But
Are we
No,
all I'm
last
going
two
into
saying is,
seasons we're
Sunday night?
like 15-1 or something like that.
dude,
Color's
Cameron
been
Ingram
talking
came
about
Oh,
in
Cam
so
and
Good for a
maybe,
long
played.
so maybe.
time.
Oh, wait a minute. Maybe you do have brand name Q-tips. Wow,
Yeah.
that other
No, no,
person you heard was me, bro, earlier today.
Man, we
no. It
got
was
Pro
I
Bowlers and
think it
all
was
pros
Terrence
as
that brought it
backups,
up earlier on
man.
the show, or I might have
We
brought
got
it up.
Pro
Maybe it
Bowlers.
was
Yeah.
Terrence because I don't know. Maybe Terrence is a halfway logical
Schwab.
thinker.
Schwab Q-tips. Schwab.
Hey,
Here's
while
the
y'all talking about it, what we should be concerned about is Jalen Ramsey interview. Y'all didn't hear what
Johnson
he
and
said about
Johnson.
Fangio? You didn't hear what he
What
said
do you have
about
to
Fangio?
say?
About shadowing Stephon Diggs,
Yeah,
Nene.
that's a problem.
I got some Johnson and Johnson
But
Q-tips, Pete.
but this is what I'm saying
That's
though.
a problem.
It is a problem. You know why? There's a locker room discourse between the players and coaches, and I've been trying to point it out for
oh
a
my
while.
God.
Let me ask you
Oh
something,
my God,
Nene.
here we go
If
again.
you know somebody's a star and you know this guy's
Jesus.
that guy and he's a shutdown guy, why would the coach go against doing what the player
Hey,
knows what he
crypto.
can do?
Hey,
You
Hey,
see
he's
what
crypto.
I'm
not
saying?
wrong with
Thank you.
that
Yeah.
one though.
If the
He's not
postmaster
wrong.
general, if the
Can I
postmaster
ask
It's
you all
general,
what choice you
unbelievable.
think
listen,
the players
Uh-huh.
have?
Hold
Because
on. I
if
in
can't
case
hear
you
George,
you,
didn't
Nick.
realize it, in
if
The
the
case you didn't
George
postmaster
gave
general,
realize it,
all
what you
the
say? Hold
postal
on.
employees the opportunity to run the post office, do you think you guys would do things differently from what DeJoy is doing?
As far as
What that
that,
got to do with Jalen
his
Ramsey
particular issue been
comment?
different.
Yeah,
What I'm
what that got
saying,
to do
what
with
Peter
Jalen
I
said,
Ramsey
think it,
what
I
comment?
think
Peter
it, I
said, what
would
Peter's
if we
saying
had an
is,
opportunity
well,
because
what Peter's
the
saying
chances
is
of
because Jalen
it's
well,
higher.
Ramsey,
here's the problem for
because
the
Jalen
players.
Ramsey
Here's a
wants to
problem for the
shadow. Hold
players
on,
that have a
color.
problem
Wait,
running.
color. Wait,
Hold on.
color. Wait, color.
Okay, go ahead,
Because
Bacon. Sorry.
Jalen Ramsey wants to shadow Stephon Diggs, that means there's dissension within the organization or whatever. But so what? He's gonna do what the coach tell him to do. He's
Yeah,
gonna play the
but
same
Big
You know
Nick,
defense that
why? But do you know
Fangio
why,
says
Big
play.
Nick? Do you know why he's going to do what the coach wants him to do?
Because the coach
Because
is the
in
boss.
case y'all didn't realize, every defense is run this way now.
yeah,
They
that don't mean
all
that it's
do it
good.
now.
That
So if
doesn't
they
mean
don't
it's
want to
good.
do it for Fangio, they're going to have to go do it from somebody else too.
Yeah, but you
Right. You're
just
gonna do
got
what your
put. You
boss
got
tell
a
you to
50
do.
burger. You just got a 50 burger put on you. You
Yeah, but we
change.
put a 70
Has
burger on
nothing to do
somebody.
with the scheme. Has nothing to do with the
Yes, it
scheme.
does. It's too
No, it doesn't.
soft. You
I
Oh
can't play
disagree.
man.
prevent at the goal
I
line.
disagree.
You can't play
Has
prevent at the goal line. Come on.
nobody's
Look,
playing
Well, that
prevent
so
at
you
the goal
saying he
we
line.
played
gotta
like
play.
There's
you
nobody
saying he
playing
played like
prevent
Josh
at the goal
Boyer?
line.
Is that the guy we got rid of? I thought
He
that was the
There's
guy
playing
we got
nobody
rid of that was
playing
playing
prevent
prevent
at
at
the
the
Wait a
goal
goal
minute,
line.
line.
wait a minute, man. Wait a minute. We act like we didn't give up 56 points to a once in a
Whoever
generation
informed the
talent.
community that we're running prevent at the goal line is
Yes, that was
either trying
generational
to
talent. It wasn't
misinform
like he
you.
was a slouch.
They're
It
either
Yeah,
wasn't
but
like
trying
do
to
that
you
was
think
Cleo
misinform
Lemon
you,
that
or
was
they
back
don't
there
know what,
throwing
or they're
passes.
lying.
do you think the
Well, to your
Toronto
point, Big
Raptors
Nick,
blew
that wasn't Cleo. That wasn't
do
Cleo
you think the
Nim with Cleo
Toronto
Lemon
Raptors
throwing passes.
do you think the Toronto Raptors blew up their whole organization because Kobe scored 81?
But
No,
Big
man.
Nick,
I
you
No.
mean,
play this
special
game
players
to
are gonna do
win.
special things.
What the
They're gonna
definition
have
of
them games.
insanity is doing the same thing over and over again. You keep getting
But we're
cooked.
not. We
You
haven't.
change.
We haven't. But
What
we
special
Well,
haven't.
player
I
do
get
we
why
have
you
that's healthy
scared,
right
We
now?
cause
got
I
11
get why you
wins.
nervous
Big Nick,
because
We got
Big Nick,
11 wins. We haven't done the
Big Nick.
same thing over and over again. We got
What
11
special player?
wins.
but Big
Well,
Nick,
Toronto was
hold on a second,
a
Crypto.
playoff team that year.
Hold on,
Yeah,
Crypto. You
they
just
were.
said on Wax that you're concerned, right? You just said
I
you're
am.
concerned, but now you don't want to change where you got a big time player. Listen to me.
But
Santana Moss
listen,
said it best. Big time players make big time
Nene,
plays. You
I
don't
said I'm
sit there
concerned
and let your star player, if he's saying, listen, I want to shadow him, damn it, let him do it. And if it don't work, then you can change it to something else. But getting
because
cooked the way we getting cooked on defense, the soft attitude that we got on defense, damn it, you need to do something different. And I land
Nene,
my
listen,
plane.
listen.
I want to say
I'd
You land
really
something.
your
like to
plane.
hear
You
some
land your plane.
suggestions as to what
You
that
land
I
your
is.
want to
plane.
say
Let me get
something
on my
real quick.
plane.
I want
Let
to
me
say
get on
something
my
real quick
plane. You
because
land your plane.
I just
Now,
want to say
you think
something real
Jalen
quick.
Ramsey came into the NFL? If he was to come into the NFL with nothing but his God-given talent, he'll be the Jalen Ramsey that we know now? No. People had to coach him and put him in position to be the Jalen Ramsey that he is now to take advantage of that God-given talent. I'm going to trust what Fangio said because he's the one to make it possible for
So you
Jalen Ramsey
okay
to
with
be the
that defense
all-pro.
they putting on the field? You okay with
I
that?
don't know enough about defense to say I'm not okay with it. All I
But you
know is
just
that
told
these
us you
guys.
was an expert like 3 weeks ago. So which one is it?
So anybody want to take up for
Uh,
me? And I always say that I do
I'm
not know
trying, Big
anything
Nick.
about
I'm
defense.
trying, but everybody's talking over me.
Can I
I
can I
have
just
done the research. I am not an expert on defense.
Nene,
Listen,
again, I will
Uh,
have any kind of discourse that you want to have, but you have to be factual with the things that I've said. I would admit 100 times on this panel that I know nothing about defense.
and neither do I. That's why I went and researched it for the past couple days.
can
So
I
if
You
can
don't
anybody's
need
I
to
got
ask?
research a
suggestions,
50
if
burger to
anybody
the
feel
else,
defense's
bad.
sole
Please.
job is to
can
prevent
I
teams from
finish?
scoring.
Can I finish? If anybody
That's what
else
I
has
Go
a
know,
ahead.
Crypto.
suggestion as to
That's what
what
I
we
know,
do
Crypto.
differently, I'm willing to hear it after they have done
Can I make
research
a
that I've done.
suggestion real quick, Color? It's not really a suggestion, it's just a statement, and then I'll leave it. You guys can say whatever you need to say. I just want to make this one statement.
Sure.
People need to get it out of their heads that this team is a defensive team. It's an offensive team. It's offense
Right.
first. If the offense
Absolutely.
does not execute,
Yes.
the defense
That's
does
correct.
not matter what we run. We win on
Color, does
offense. We
Ali
don't
have
win on
Q-tips?
defense. Please be quiet
That's
so I can
correct.
land my point. My point is, everybody wants to bitch about the defense and the defense of this. That is the Dolphins of old. The Dolphins of old have always had a stand-up, shut-down defense. Every year it was like that, but we couldn't put up the points. Well, the roles have reversed. We have an offensive coach. We have pretty much the best receiver in the last 10 years, in my opinion, right? We have an up-and-coming receiver that is probably going to take his place at some point, right? We have both the fastest running backs ever. This is an offensive team. We don't win on defense. That's why when we get beat on offense, and what I mean by that, it stalls out.
We lose.
That's why we lose. Doesn't matter what the
That's
defense
right.
does.
That's right.
We lose.
Because
Right.
we went
Hey,
from
but
we went
hold
from
on, can I
we
say
went
something
from
to that? But
The
well,
only
am I ever
anomaly
going to
to
get a
that, the
chance
only
to say
anomaly to
something?
that
And
was
I'm
the
not a
Kansas City
defensive
game.
expert
Am I
either,
ever going to
but
get a
that's the way
chance
I
to
see
say
it.
something?
Just want to
The
say it.
Kansas City game
defenses
was the only
win
game that we won on offense, but we
championships.
I
lost
guess
the
not.
game.
Defenses win championships. All
Not
of
now.
the other
Not
teams.
anymore.
That's not true. That's
Not in
That's
not
this
why
true.
we
league.
ain't
Not no
won
more.
That's
nothing.
Not
a
in the
myth.
NFL no more.
That's just a myth.
Okay,
Yeah.
so y'all
Yeah, not
let
in the
50
NFL no more. This is a
So
scoring league
according
now.
to y'all, we got to score 80 points a game, and defense don't do nothing. That is
No,
stupid.
How many
I'm
points did the
sorry.
winning team? How many
That is
points
Not
did the
dumb.
winning team in
necessarily.
the? How many points did the winning team in the Super Bowl have against them last year?
I can count 5 close Super
Almost
Bowls, but I
30,
can
didn't
count
he?
20
So we're not going
blowouts.
to answer that question. We're just going to ignore color and not answer that question.
Well, no, Color, you said let you talk,
Yeah, he
so we
scored
letting you
over
talk and we
25.
answering your question. We letting you talk. So you said you want us to talk. I don't want to cut you off. I don't
Repeat
want to
the question
disrespect.
again. And repeat the question,
How
Color.
many points did the Super Bowl champions have put against them last year
I don't
in the Super
remember, to be
Bowl?
honest. I don't remember, to
Like,
be honest.
They only won
I
by
forgot.
3, so they had to score on offense. It was big. That
I
last
mean, even
drive.
if you look at the team
I
that
think
we
it was like
just beat on
31 to
Christmas
28 or
Eve,
something like that.
even if you look at the Christmas Eve game that we just had against Dallas, if you really think the defense won that game, the offense did. Is because they continuously put up points when it mattered.
And
But
we
that's
got the first
normally not
down
how
when
the
we needed
games
to
are
continue to
played.
milk the clock. We got the first down we needed.
Yes, exactly.
And I
So, hey, Ali, let me
can
ask
name
you
5
something.
close Super Bowls, but I can name 20 blowouts
Let me
easily.
ask you something, Ali. If defense don't
Yeah,
matter,
pretty much. It
then
was all
why in the heck
lopsided.
did you spend all that money on Jalen Ramsey in the first place?
You know,
If
well, now
You
we're
defense don't
are
saying
matter.
okay.
defense don't matter. All right, well,
Okay,
then
I
we
that's
mean,
didn't
not the
say it doesn't
argument.
matter. What I'm just saying is we don't win on the defense. People are acting because the defense is,
Not yet.
hurt in certain areas that this game isn't gonna
Right. We are not
be in
the
our
Ravens of
favor.
2004.
This is the first year. This is the first year of this defense with these players playing together, and the most dynamic players have been out half the season. So he's absolutely right about that. This is not a defensive team yet. It's
No
not.
one's saying it's a defensive
Well,
team or not. We're saying you still gotta play defense. See,
and we
that's
Right.
what I'm
have been.
saying.
Nobody's
People
disagreeing
I
with
Well,
you.
yeah,
hear,
that
I
goes with
hear
the
that. I'm
And,
not
territory,
and, and,
disputing
but you
that,
can't we
Nene.
can't use it as a crutch. That's
and
Yeah,
all
I'm
our
we're
not.
saying. We can't
defensive
use it as a
production
crutch.
and
I
our
can't hear what
defensive
nobody is
production
saying.
has
It's like
fallen
4
off.
different people
And
going.
and our defensive production has fallen off against good teams, right along with our offensive production.
But there's no counterpoint
Right.
to
You
what
can't use
Facts,
what,
defense
what
color.
as a
Ali
crutch.
said
Facts,
though.
color.
There's no
And
counterpoint to what Ali said is that when our offense didn't win the game, we lost. Period.
Do
When
y'all
our offense
understand
didn't win, we
something?
lost.
Yeah.
here's
Do
the
y'all
reality.
That
understand that
proves
a
that we
lot
are
of
an
these
offensive
games?
team.
Hold on, Crypto. Cause I gotta say this because it's starting to annoy me. Do you understand a lot of these games that we won with
Mic
the
check, mic check.
offensive mindset were bad teams? When you're playing better teams,
Oh my!
you have to
I
play
don't see my little thing
defense.
talking or moving. Can
We
anybody hear me?
held the Super Bowl
No.
champions to
Jesus
14
Christ.
points on offense.
And it still
Kansas
didn't
City
matter.
has
What's
been
going on,
And it
my
terrible
still
this
brother?
didn't
year.
matter.
We know it,
48-3
Oh,
in the
Color.
building.
no, we're not going to do this. We're not going to go through every
That's because we
example
didn't
we
score on
give and say,
offense. 22
no, they weren't
points.
good. They weren't
That
good.
is such a
No,
bad.
I'm sorry.
That's such a bad comparison because I don't care how bad those teams are. If you're down 21 points in the first quarter, that's going to change the dynamics of your defense.
So
Even if
bad
you
that
look,
everybody's afraid to go to Arrowhead. Oh,
even
wow.
if you look at the Eagles
Yeah,
game,
ain't
we'll use
nobody
that
gonna
as an
play as
example, right?
aggressive.
If you really look at that first half, we kind of kept up with them for the most part. The offense was still, we're figuring things out, but they didn't lose the game. It wasn't until the offense started sputtering out that the defense really couldn't do anything more, and that's why they ended up winning the game.
The only game that we lost where our offense won the game or won their side of the ball was Kansas City. That was it. Every other time we lost is because we lost on offense.
Can I also now say what I was trying to say
Are you talking about
earlier?
in our losses, Nick?
What I was trying to say earlier is we give up right now, we're giving up 23.1 points per game. That's less than last year. We are scoring 30 points a game. That is 6 more points per game than last year. There is no reason we should be losing any game.
What are we scoring in our losses? That's the point that Ali is making about we're an offensive team.
I agree with that point. That's what I'm trying to say.
Now
We
losses, we
only
scoring
go
under
like
20 a game.
we're not gonna.
Something like that. It's ridiculous.
You
Most
still
likely
have to
we're
play
never gonna
defense.
be
I'm
in a
not
10-6
disagreeing with
game.
that at all.
Yeah, we're
And I
scoring
do.
less than 20 a game in all of our losses, I think.
Yeah,
Mm.
and
For the most part.
we're not going to be involved in any 10-6 games. Our offense is too explosive. We're going to score more than 10 points. But the point is, if we can only score 17, 18, 19 points, 9 times out of 10, we're probably going to lose.
Because
Yeah,
we give up 23 per game.
Yeah,
Right.
I mean that's
Right.
basically what I'm trying to say is that our what we die on, the sword we die on is the offense. If our offense sputters, we lose. If our offense is not sputtering and they're clicking, we win. That's basically what it comes down to.
And like Color said, if we're giving up 23 points a game and we're not fucking winning every game, right? That's obviously an
That means
offensive
our
team.
offense is terrible. Yeah. Offense is playing bad. Yeah. Right. It's definitely
If
our
we're
offense
giving
is
up,
really
right,
could
that's
be
the
the reason why we
offensive
lose.
fault.
Yeah.
If we're scoring
Right.
30 points a game and we're giving up 23 and we have 5 losses, it's all on the offense. Even the Kansas City game is on the offense.
Right. Yeah, you can say that. Yeah. Because 23
Well,
points.
I'm going to say that. I'm going to say that using the
that's a low
Pioneers
number.
language from the Atlanta game.
Yeah.
The offense had the ball last against Kansas City.
Yeah,
but we
they
didn't have
did
the ball
use that. They
last.
said the defense was low.
But we didn't have the ball last against Atlanta.
Our defense was on the field last. That's
Right,
why
the
they
defense
felt
was.
that they could blame the defense.
No,
Right.
that's not true.
They painted
That's
themselves
not
in the
true.
corner, Big Nick, with
That's
that.
not true.
Now,
That's
what
not
Color's
true.
saying,
No.
if they're going to use that same logic, if the defense the last on the field, they automatically be the
Yeah,
last to blame.
Yeah, but you got to use the analogy correctly. Listen, I am not a Twinnier.
That
I don't care what
is. That's the
nobody
same
say.
one.
I'm a Dolphinier. I'm a Dolphinier. But what the argument was is that Tua gave our defense the lead. That's what the argument was, is that, yeah, he threw an interception late or whatever, but he came back and gave the offensive lead. A
Right.
lead.
Well, thank God
That's
for small
why.
favors, bro. What can I
Can
say?
I
I'm just
say
saying,
something?
though.
Because
That is
I don't know what
something, though,
happened, but I
Well,
was kicked. I was kicked. Can I say something?
yeah,
That
but
is
What
giving
I'm
them the
something.
lead,
saying to
that means
y'all,
offense at the ball.
What'd you get? What'd you get kicked for?
I don't know, but I felt that boot real quick. As it said, you know what? It said boom. But can I say something
I
about
can't
that
Well,
do
point
nobody
about
does that
defense?
around here, just so you know. We don't do that around here.
So what I'm saying about defense is right. That stuff may have worked in the regular season with the offense and all scoring people, but when you get into games like what we got to do on Sunday and moving forward, you got to be able to stop people. We're not going to be playing the Carolinas and the dregs of the NFL, and that you got to be able to stop people. And let's be honest, with all of the injuries and all of that stuff going on, you really want to get into a shootout with teams?
Yeah,
Like that
I
don't even
do.
make
So, Nene,
sense.
Actually, I do.
using your
If we're
logic,
in a
Nene, using
shootout,
your logic.
that means we're winning.
Well, using your logic, Nene. So what you're saying in the playoffs is totally different. You're going to be playing the elite of the elite teams, which means probably scoring is going to drop by 5 to 7 points. That's what you're saying, right?
Now,
And if that's the
I
case,
can't tell you exactly
Or
how
they going
much
to go
the
up.
scoring is
well,
going to
right,
go
we don't
up.
know a point number,
But
but you know
hold
it's
on,
probably going to
you
go
asked me
down.
a question and didn't let me answer it. So
Okay,
I'm
but I
not
thought you
saying
did.
I don't know what the averages are. I'm not in the analytics
That's
and
the
all of that
answer.
stuff. I'll be the first one to tell you that. But what
That's
I'm
the
telling you,
answer.
what I've
That's the
seen in
answer,
40
Nene.
years of watching football, those teams that go into the playoffs, you got to be able to stop someone. It's very rare you just see a run and gun
But doesn't that work?
outside of the
Doesn't
best
that work
But
in
show on
our favor
Nene,
earth.
you're
too?
acting like the
But
offense
doesn't that
doesn't
work
have
in our
any part
favor?
in helping that out.
But
You
I
acting like,
never said that. Please don't put words in my mouth.
But that's
I
what
but
never
we're
doesn't,
said
saying,
that.
and you're saying it's wrong.
What I
and
am
you're
saying
acting
to
like,
you is defense wins championships.
It
and
just
we're
doesn't.
saying that's wrong.
It
They
just doesn't
don't.
anymore.
You got to be
Right.
able to play defense.
Yeah, not in this league.
You can't
Yeah,
have
but
50 burgers put on you and think you're going to win a championship.
And how many times has that happened?
Show me a team that go out there and don't play no defense that wins.
Show me a team
Nene.
that loses to the dregs of the AFC and
But
gets
wait, but
anywhere.
But wait,
We're
but wait,
playing
but wait.
them this week.
Nene said
There
Nene
is
said you
actually a
can't give
Super
up.
Bowl that the
Nene said you
defense won
can't
the
give up
game,
a
in my
50 burger.
opinion.
Nene said you can't give up a 50 burger,
It was
right?
the
That's
Patriots
absolutely
versus
true.
Rams.
Yes,
That's
thank you,
absolutely true. You
Shake. That's
cannot
where
give
I was
up a
going.
50
Thank you.
burger. if you can't get up a 50 burger, can you at least put up a 70 burger?
No, not in no playoffs.
Why
That's not
not?
gonna happen in the playoffs.
Why not?
Why not?
Why not?
Because you're not playing the bum Denver Broncos.
So
You
what?
realize there's only been 250
Why
burgers
not?
put on teams in the postseason in history, right? At least in the
And one
Super
of them
Bowl.
was in the Super Bowl.
Listen, y'all
Two of them
got
were
it.
in the
Super
Super
Bowl,
Bowl.
Y'all got it.
Oh, both was
It's
in the
gonna
Super
take
Bowl?
us 20 years to get in the playoffs, and we're gonna win because we got the best offense. Y'all got it. I'm not gonna sit on my
Man,
Friday night and
see, now
argue.
that's just copping out, man. That's
I
not
know
fair,
because
Nene.
you're
Come
not
on, man.
listening. Every
That's
time
just
I
not
talk, I
fair.
got 3 or 4 people yelling back, and you could barely hear what's going on. I'm not
So-
here for that. If you want to
So
hear my
name me
opinion,
two.
that's fine. But
Name me
I'll
two
listen to
players
you.
from the great. Name me
I'll
two
listen
defensive
to you,
players
but
from
you
the
gotta
greatest
listen
show
to me
on turf.
too.
Name me
What?
two defensive players from the greatest show on turf on that year, but I bet you can name 5 or 6 offensive players. Name me 2 defensive players from that team.
What? Why are we talking about the greatest show on turf? That was like 30 years ago.
Because our
It's
team closely resembles
Same
them
reason we
on both
talk
sides of the
about why
ball.
we've lost for the last 30 years. How that has anything to do with this week, but it does
Keller,
somehow.
Keller, name me 2 defensive players from the Doug Williams Super Bowl.
Let me ask you something, guys. Are you trying to hear my opinion, or are you trying to be right?
No, it's
Because
not
then I'm
about being
wasting my
right.
time.
It's about you. It's not about right or wrong. It's about understanding where the game is now.
Well, we can't stand each other when 3 people are pouncing on someone because they have a difference of opinion.
And we can't. We listen. Nobody. It's not about that. We're having 2 different
Look in the
arguments. You're not
comments.
understanding.
Even people here,
What?
I could barely talk without all
Nobody
3
cares about.
screaming at the top of your lungs. We can
All right,
have a
but
conversation like an adult.
no, we can. But what you're what you're thinking is that because it happened to us once, it's going to happen to us every time, and you're disregarding that it only happened to us once.
Listen to me. What I am saying to you is, I used an example of a 50 burger. What I am saying, where we're heading, the next step in the maturation of this Dolphins team, because we're going to the playoffs, you have to play some defense. To me, that's one of the reasons why they went out there and got Jalen Ramsey, because they also understand that. That offensive side is only one facet of it. But you got to be able to stop people. If you talking about winning a championship or even a playoff game, you can't just
And
make it.
right. And now, can I
Hold
answer
on,
that real quick? To
Sometimes
the
the
point right
offense
there.
will
Can
be
I
a
answer that
defensive.
point, please? Can I answer that
How
point?
can you answer something when I'm not finished talking?
You just made a point.
But if I'm not finished my point, can I finish
Then
my
finish.
point?
Let's all wait, and you let us know when you've landed, because you just made a point
Thank you.
that needs to be contended.
Thank you. My whole point is there's a reason. If you don't believe me, believe the Miami Dolphins on the money that they invested this summer on that defense. It is for a reason. You can never go into any type of competition, especially football, being one-dimensional. You got to be able to play all facets of the game. And when they got Jalen Ramsey, even when they got Bradley Chubb, they are saying to us, we need to also be great on the defensive side of the ball. And when I say that, that doesn't mean that I don't believe in the offense. What I am saying, when you play these better teams that we're going to be playing, you got to be able to play defense as well. And I land my plane.
Okay, now acknowledging that that's true, can you also acknowledge that 19.1 points per game against these better teams is not enough to beat them either?
Listen, I'm not discounting
See now you're not being fair. I acknowledged your point was fair,
I want to
and
piggyback
you're just
something.
going to act like we're all talking over you, and you're not going to acknowledge that the point I just made was fair. No,
here's something.
You think 19 points a game is enough to beat these good teams?
Here's something.
Wait, Big Nick.
We're gonna get destroyed scoring 19 points a game.
Yeah,
if trying to play against a good team, I can tell you that much.
That is a good point. But I want to make a counterpoint to something that that Nene said about the money we invested in the defense. Yeah, we went in and got Jalen Ramsey, and the year before that we got Nick Chubb. I agree with you. But if you really look at where they built,
we got to stop stop for a second, Ali, because I'm not going to let this go. Nobody kicks anybody around here. Okay, there may be a network problem on somebody's end, but nobody is kicking anybody.
Yeah, I don't even have controls to kick anyone either, so I don't even have controls right now.
And it
So
wasn't me.
just saying.
And it wasn't me. I can tell you that.
Yeah, we don't kick anybody
This
around
ain't
here.
Twitter.
I don't have control, so
Yeah,
We don't
but
do
I
that.
just want to make this quick counterpoint real quick to you
wasn't
guys.
me neither.
She made the comment that we've invested this money and we brought Jalen Ramsey and Nick Chubb. Yes, I agree. Those are two pieces that we heavily invested in and brought them in.
what
We
about
even
the
risked
offensive
not paying.
investments?
Hold on. I'm not done because that's kind of where I'm going. Um, we did invest in those two positions, and we risked it at not investing in our bringing our defensive tackles back. We had to pick one or the two on who we've signed so far. But counterpoint to that is look where the most players we brought in was not on the defensive side of the ball. This year, in the offseason, we invested in what I'm talking about in quantity and volume is on the offensive side of the ball. Look how many receivers we brought in. Look how many offensive linemen and guards we brought in centers and whatnot, and even running backs that we've brought in on the practice squad. It's been about the offense the entire time. And that's my whole point is I understand that we got to be good and strong on the defensive side too. I agree. However, the way I see that the Miami Dolphins are managing their team, they're managing their team as an offensive team that has a game management defense. And what I mean by that is look at where we're heavy people. We have heavy people on the defensive tackle position and we're heavy on the secondary. But when it comes to the linebacking core, we're really not heavy at all, right? So that means they're just trying to manage the game.
And when you get up a couple scores early, it gives your defense the flexibility to run exotic stuff that they normally can't do.
Yes, that is true because they have the advantage.
Just to address specifically what she's saying, right? Even in the perfect conditions, where all the big money players was healthy on this defense, right, and the offense was healthy, and the way this team is currently constructed, right, and with the defense that she wants us to play, what's more likely that the Miami Dolphins are going to the playoff and win games 14-6, or Miami Dolphins are going to win games 38-23? Even with the defense that she wants it to play, what's more likely to happen?
But I'm back. I don't know if it's a twitch, and I'm sorry if I'm accusing you for kicking. What I am saying is you cannot play running gun style like that in the playoffs.
You're completely ignoring the point. You completely ignoring. No matter how you want to, no matter how you think the game should be played, Nene.
Let her answer, Big Nick. Let her answer, Big Nick. Go ahead, Nene.
I don't think your scenario is relevant. I think that's a regular season scenario that you keep throwing out there.
So you think this team is constructed? You think this team is constructed, even with the defense that you say we spent money on and they have to step up and can't give up a 50 burger? You think even if that team is constructed and hitting on all cylinders, we're going to go in the playoffs winning games 14-6?
I don't know what the score is. I know you have a better.
You think that's realistic for your team that you've been watching all year? You think that's a score? You think that's the most likely outcome?
What I am saying to you is
against good teams too. You got to add that.
Let me finish answer your question. I am not Cleo. I don't know what the score prediction is going to be. What I do know, if you play even football, you have a better chance of winning the game, especially in the playoffs.
It's not even. Our defense, our offense, our defense is not even, Nene. It's not even. It's not even. We have.
It was last year. We had the same number of points scored as we had scored against us last year. 24 for 24.
Yeah,
it was even last year.
It's lopsided.
Yeah. And you know what happened in the playoffs?
All-time offense. We do not.
Yeah, it was even, and we lost. We were one and done in the playoffs with balance.
We was a first round exit. The formula to the playoffs in any sport, first of all, something we don't have is health, and that your team is playing at its highest level at that time of the season that you need it. What I am saying to you is, I am not going to just put this on the hands of the offense when other people are earning checks to do other parts of the game that are just as important. Now, that's not saying that we haven't won our regular season games because of this high power off. Like Crypto said, there are two different seasons. There's the regular season and then there's the playoffs. And normally, people that play good defense are able to go further than those that are one dimensional.
That's a truism.
Right,
Nobody's going to argue with that.
Right, there's no place, but how does that correlate to the Miami Dolphins?
What I am saying to you
this current
is,
version of the Miami Dolphins.
hold on. What I am saying to you is, and this was my original argument was Jalen Ramsey's comments that would clearly look like he was frustrated that he has gone to his head coach and asked the shadow the best wide receiver or wide receivers in the game. At some point, you got to put your players in position. Big time players make big time plays. If this man wants to shadow him and that gives us a better chance than Cater Kohu getting cooked or Eli Apple getting cooked because that's where they're going to end up lining up because that's your system, that's a recipe for
Then we need to
losing.
give him the DC's salary and give him that title.
No, we need to change. We need to completely
But
throw
sometimes
out
you
the
can listen to
defensive
your
book.
players. Sometimes you can listen to your players.
But okay, so how do we know he didn't just because he disagreed with Ramsey? Well, hold on.
Because if he don't,
let me ask.
And Diggs go off, we got a pre-built-in excuse already. I can hear it.
How do we know
that a totally different
that he
defense,
didn't? How do we know he didn't take his opinion into consideration and just
I
disagrees
think I know what's
with
going on here. We know about who about to take the bus because Diggs about to score 4 touchdowns on whoever he's getting, and then about to get thrown under the bus. I can see it now.
Oh my God! You guys and your conspiracy
That's
theories.
what's about to happen.
I'm with
But
Color.
that's what's
How do
been
we even know
happening.
anything? We might be just blowing up smoke on each other's butts.
How
about
do
it.
we know that the old man just don't disagree with Ramsey as to what's best?
How do we know? How do we know? Even if he legitly said no, you can't do that yet. Just because Ramsey said that, you don't want to give out your game plan in the first place.
Well,
Or
the question
how
was
about if the fact that Vic Fangio looked at the Rams tape when Diggs were on him and he got roasted still and said, "No, I take a pass on it." How we
That's
know
true. That's a
Fangio ain't
good
thinking
question
that?
too. That's
what I am
definitely a
saying
good.
to you
That's a
guys,
good point too.
what I'm saying to you guys is
or
there
we
is
can look at
Hold
it.
on,
We
Big
can
Nick.
look at
Hold
it
on,
as a
Big Nick. Hold
Miami.
on. We threw a bunch of thoughts at her. Let her answer. Go ahead,
Yeah, let her
Nene.
answer. Go ahead.
what I am saying to you is this: a good leader can also listen to the people that they work with. You know, ain't that what we got on Brian Flores for being a
Yeah, but we
dictator?
just don't know
Hold
if
on,
that didn't
hold on.
happen or not,
You
Nene.
didn't even get to
Let her finish. Let her do her thing.
Okay.
Let her do
Just
her
don't
thing.
let me forget that point. Finish, but don't let me forget that point.
To this point, the perception is that he isn't listening to Ramsey because he hasn't let him do it yet. Not saying that it won't happen, but as of now, it looks like because Ramsey and Xavier Howard have now gone public that they've asked to do more on this defense. And for the most part, from what we could physically see, it looks like the answer is no. All I am saying to you is this, guys and ladies that are probably listening as well, if you see that something isn't working, it doesn't hurt to listen to the people that are actually executing.
And what evidence do you have that he is not listening to them?
Because you
Please
can
answer that
see he's
question
not
for me.
And also
shadowing those
perception.
guys.
Perception is exclusive to the perceiver. So you can't say perception. Perception is that's your perception.
It's not my perception because
It is your perception.
he's not allowing
Perception
him
is
to do
exclusive.
it.
Perception is exclusive.
Ramsey has not been on the field with the Buffalo Bills and
No, what
Stephon
I'm
Diggs
saying,
yet.
I am speaking to a quote that I believe. I'm not saying you haven't listened to it, but Ali, I think I know what we're talking about is today that Jalen Ramsey behind a mic and Vangio yesterday confirmed that DBs are coming to him and asking him to let them shadow the best players. Now, the only reason why I could say no, and it has nothing to do with perception, it has something to do with actually watching the games. Watching the games, they are not letting them shadow. So apparently the answer is no.
And even if it is, it's an opinion of the defensive coordinator.
Wait a minute. He just shadowed CD Lamb.
No, he did not. He did not. And he put up
Not CD. I'm sorry.
120
Not
some
CD
yards
Lamb.
in the
I
first
apologize.
quarter.
I apologize. Not CD Lamb. I mean Garrett Wilson. Garrett Wilson.
I think
Not
in
CD
that
Lamb. I
game,
meant
Yeah,
Garrett
Gary
Wilson.
Wilson.
I think in that
My
game
He's
he
apologies.
did.
shadowing.
The reason why CD Lamb was on my mind, and that proves the point that he is arguably the hottest receiver in the NFL, and Vic Fangio didn't change his scheme for him.
And to
CeeDee
be
Lamb got
honest
And we,
with you,
covered.
Jalen Ramsey
and we
doesn't
won the
need to
game.
shadow anybody.
And we
Jalen
won the
Ramsey can
game.
peel off coverage and get to another guy on the fly. He's that good. He don't even
What
need to shadow anybody.
what I'm saying to you guys is, and I don't know if it's just running in circles. When you have what happened to us last Sunday, to me as a leader, what happened to you was on film, that Biggie 50 burger. I don't think it's a bad idea to have a conversation with your players and take suggestions. It's not going to make you less than a
And that's a fair opinion, Nene. To me, the conversation to the players should be, y'all need to do your job when I call a play and execute it.
And also,
That's
what
what
Nene is
should be
trying
your
to say that
conversation. That's the bottom
teams
line.
now are going to have that on film. It's on film that the Miami Dolphins gave up a 50 burger. That is dangerous. But as much time as they spend looking at that 50 burger they gave up, they're also going to be looking at that 70 burger they put on the team. They're going to do
what
that too. They're going to look at that.
I'm
They're
not
going to look at that
sure
film too. They got that
if the
film too.
I mean, here's the thing. This is not bashing the Miami Dolphins. This is taking something
But that's
objectively.
true though, right? True or untrue? They're going to
Well,
spend
they
just
look
as
at
much
all the
time.
film. Yes, to answer your question, so it don't look like I'm
Okay.
avoiding your question. Yes,
All
they
right.
look at the
Okay.
70 game too.
All right. Because they got
What
to
I
watch
am
that
saying,
film too.
what I am saying to you is sometimes, and I use an example for our team. They said Raheem Mostert went up to the coach and saw something in their defense and made a suggestion. And the coach took his suggestion and we scored and we were productive. That's all I'm saying. You don't have to be such a hard butt and just stick to your
It's
plan because
full,
it's your
so 30
plan
seconds.
We've
and
made
not
plenty of
listening to
plays on
your
defense this year that you could
well
argue the same thing happened.
58.
what I'm
58.
saying to you, Color, is
Go down there.
I just think sometimes if you
58.
see something isn't working, there is
So
nothing wrong with making, hold on, I'm gonna use the word tweaks. You don't have to change your
And,
whole
and
thing.
Nene,
sometimes
what you're
there
talking
is
about,
something wrong with
Nene,
making a
what you're
change
talking
just
about,
for the
Nene,
sake of making a change. There is
Nene, what
something
you're
wrong with
talking
that
about is that
sometimes too.
these players are in the game, right? They see what's going on. They see how these teams are responding to
Yeah, I'm
certain
full.
plays.
I'm going to
They're going to the sideline
the
and they're telling their coaches, Coach,
apps.
look, call this
Oh, he
particular
said he's
scheme
finished.
because this is how they're running against it. That's different. That's different from changing the whole game plan because one player want to shadow another player. It's a whole lot of mechanics got to go into that because every single play has to be adjusted because Jalen Ramsey is now all over the field. You can't do it.
Well, what I'm saying, Big Nick, and that's what I tell people about extremism. I'm not saying go ahead and change your whole thing, but at some point, you have to look at different things, especially like, let's say, for instance, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but let's say he sticks with that game plan, and you got Cater Cole who getting rocked. You got Eli Apple being rocked by Diggs or whoever the tight end is, and you still sit there and say, no, I'm going to continue with this scheme. That's a problem.
Okay, so okay, I understand what you're saying. Now, from Fangio's standpoint, right? Maybe Fangio is looking at Buffalo and said, you know what? The majority of their big strike plays happens on this side of the field. This is where they go. This is their emergency plays. This is how they want to run this. We're going to shadow Jalen Ramsey against Stephon Diggs, and Buffalo is going to keep Stephon Diggs on that right side the whole game. Now you're taking lesser players away from that particular strong side that Buffalo like to play to. So you're going to have to adjust for that. You're going to have to make sure that you got extra help over. A lot goes into what you're asking the Dolphins to do.
Well, no, but see, I don't. Okay, let me just be clear. I'm not saying change the whole thing. What
That's
I
what
am
you have
saying,
to do.
no, but I don't think. I think you could tweak a play here and there, send a pressure, send a
Fine.
Right, but it's
Absolutely.
send a
defense.
stunt, do
Absolutely.
something different because
A fourth and
Defense
five
is
play, you
not
can take
offense.
Jalen Ramsey. On the 4th and 5 play, you can take Jalen Ramsey and say, go get Stephon Diggs. Absolutely, you can do that. But when
It's
you're
as if
talking about doing
it's
that
as
for
if their
60
offense doesn't get
defensive
paid to do
plays,
anything.
you can't
It's
do
like
it.
Stephon Diggs doesn't get paid to be the third most productive wide receiver in the league last year. You don't think
But it's
he
not
did that
even,
against good
no,
defenses
McCullough,
too?
it's not even about Stephon Diggs. What she's saying, what she's saying, she wants to put the Miami Dolphins defense in the best position to win. And I understand what she's saying from that standpoint. However, what she's missing is that in order for the Miami Dolphins to do that for an entire game, you have to change the entire defense.
Well,
Because the
Big
people
Nick,
that's gonna replace, because the people that's gonna play on the side where Jalen Ramsey normally is not game plan for them on that side. You're
But
gonna
you guys
lose
also
on that
have to
side.
realize that we're splitting the field in half, and we're calling two separate types of defenses on each half of the field. You
No, you
can't
but
just
this
can't.
is
You
the
change
can't.
other
that
thing.
stuff.
That's complicated. Yeah, you can't
And
do
You
here's
this
the
in
can't
other
week
do it
thing to
right
18.
my
It's
now,
too
point.
late in
Nene.
the game.
You're
Here's
That's
right.
my
You have to
other
change
point.
the
it's kind of
entire
hard to do
defense.
this late in the game.
But
You got to
here's my
change the.
other point. Here's my other
That's
point.
the entire scheme that the entire NFL is running right now,
That means Javon
invented by
Holland.
Vic Fangio.
But
That
here's
means
the thing,
Javon Holland
Color.
can only play on one side of the field. He
Color.
can't come in the box. He can't do any. He has to stay high safety and play on the side of the field that Jalen Ramsey is never going to be on.
But Color, here's my thing. I hear you saying the point, and please don't cut me off. You keep saying it's Vic Fangio and everybody's playing his defense. I'm being honest, I don't care nothing about that. I care about the Miami Dolphins and what we're currently doing and
But
what
that's the
product.
premise of my whole argument. So if you don't care about it, then I'm just going to disengage in the debate.
But what I'm
That's
saying
the
to you,
whole premise of my argument.
okay, so I would say I respectfully disagree, and here's why. At some point, your titles and all of that other stuff means nothing when it comes to a team goal.
Okay,
Whatever.
but I'm not just looking at his titles. I watched a half-hour long video explaining from a non-Dolphins fan, okay, exactly what type of defense everybody's running right now and what it takes to make it succeed.
What I'm okay, so
That has
maybe
nothing to
I
do
need to
with
watch that
titles.
film.
I agree with Vic Fangio's decisions. That's what I'm saying.
Well, here's my thing, and you know I love you, Color, but I respectfully disagree. Anybody that sits there and watch their
You
team get drugged in the
guys are
mud,
having a half empty, half full conversation,
yeah,
man.
well, anybody that watches their team get drugged in the mud and you don't make
Pretty much.
changes, that's a problem. Here's the other thing about
No,
this defense.
why is
I'm
your
a
cup
I'm a
half
rebut
empty,
it.
Nene? Nene,
I,
why is your cup half empty?
hold on, I'm gonna rebut this to another degree. Remember when we first started with Vic Fangio's defense? He made it vanilla because we had injuries, right? Yes or no? He made it vanilla.
We
No,
didn't have
no,
that many injuries. We only had
no.
one
No.
I don't know
person. He didn't
where
make it
you heard
vanilla.
that from.
So
He
from
No,
didn't
what
that's
make
I
it
not true.
vanilla.
understand,
No.
That is
from what
not
Came
I
out with
true.
what we
understand, hold on.
practiced in the
From what I
preseason.
understand,
I
he made
answered
it
the
vanilla.
question. No,
He
that's
made it
not true.
vanilla because
No,
Well, okay.
Ramsey
no,
was. Hold
Why'd
on,
you
no,
let
ask
me.
the question if
Let
you
me get
don't
no,
my
want me to
point
It's
out.
answer?
not a
That is
vanilla.
not what he
Nene.
did.
The
Okay,
slow
can I
start, the
explain
slow
why
start
I
to the
think he
defensive
did that?
season.
Can
Nene,
I don't
the
care how
slow
much
start.
y'all yell for me. I'm not gonna go in my little corner and put a white flag. Can I explain
You know,
why I think he did that? Because
but
at the
he
end of
didn't
the
do it.
day,
But
at the end of
please
the
let her
day,
explain why she thinks that. We have to know
he even
why. Go
said
ahead.
that there was adjustments that needed to be made with Ramsey being out and with them still learning his scheme. So apparently he did not put out the
No.
finished product. He put
Nene,
out a
that was
lesser
before the
product.
season started. But we're
No.
gonna tell you right now,
So those
if you
first couple of games,
Ramsey was
wasn't it?
Nene,
gone
no,
way before the
everybody
season
on this
started.
line
We
know,
How
knew
was
where
he
we
ever
had
we
to go
supposed to
with.
know
learn?
the
How was he
first
ever
couple of
supposed to
games.
learn what his
Nene,
players are like?
well, no. That's not right. The first couple of games was attributed to the defensive woes. Was attributed to one particular thing. That was the slow start of the defensive line. Once that defensive line and Christian Wilkins got his legs up under him, the dynamics of that defense changed. When Jalen Ramsey came back, it took us to another level. But because of Christian Wilkins
Yeah,
had a slow
okay, so I
start,
gotta take it to another level. Why? Why?
because he's
You just
another
admitted what
level
I'm
Because
saying.
player.
the
Right, I mean,
He's
scheme
because we had
another
hinges
better
level
upon a
players in the
player.
pass
game.
rush. No, I'm gonna answer the question with an objective X's and O's answer. This scheme requires a pass rush to work.
No, we're talking about when Jalen Ramsey. No, that's not what he said. When Jalen Ramsey, what Big Nick just said is
We
when
took it to
Jalen
another
Ramsey
level.
came back, it went to another level. Why?
Right. Because he's
Why?
another
Because
level
Jalen
player.
Ramsey can
Because he's a
cover.
No, can
better
I let
player
Big
than
Because
Nick
Got
answer?
Jalen
He's
Ramsey
another
can
level
cover
player.
half the field by himself.
You are making
Nene,
my
no
point.
other cornerback on this
You
team
are
would have had
making
that
my
first
point.
interception. Nene,
You are
this is
making my
another level
point.
player. The
You are
exact
But
same
why
making
does
my
he need to
defense.
point.
shadow anybody?
Nene,
Once
He's
he
because
got
shadowing
the
the
Nene,
whole
talent,
Nene,
offense.
once he
Nene,
got the talent in that scheme,
Nene,
that
Nene.
offense. Hold on, stop saying my name and let me finish my point. Because the nene is shut up, shut up, shut up,
Okay,
and you can't hear my point. What I am saying to you is what you agreed to. Once Jalen Ramsey got there because of his talent, because of what he could do on the field, that defense went to another level. What I am saying to you is,
that's a
hold
totally
on,
completely different.
please
That's a
hold
different
on,
argument. Nene,
please
that's a
hold on.
different.
When you
You
lose and
you don't never let
Xavier
anybody
Howard,
answer. You want
and
to ask
you
a
have to
question and keep
replace
going for
him,
five.
please let me finish.
You asked the
All that
question
talking back.
already.
What I'm saying
You
to you
asked.
is when Xavier Howard went down and you have to replace him with a Kader Kohu, a Eli Apple, that changes how that defense looks because of the talent. Yes or
Okay,
no?
no.
It doesn't change how it looks.
Now, from which
No.
how you started off, no. Let me
Not
explain
from a
why.
scheme
Let me
point.
let me explain why. We originally started this because you said Fangio played vanilla defense. We all disagreed with that. Doesn't matter who was on that field, the scheme was the scheme. Once Ramsey came back, the defense went to another level. Yes. However, it's not because the scheme changed, it's because another level player came on the field.
You
There
just
wasn't
proved
another
my
Right.
defensive
point.
back. Listen, there
That's
wasn't
exactly
another
what I just
defensive back.
said.
No, you said we played vanilla.
What I am saying to you is
No, address the
once
vanilla part. Don't move on. Address the
I'm not going to
vanilla
move
part.
on to that. But what I'm saying is Big Fangio,
He
and to
can't
your point,
lose,
he
y'all.
did
He
say
gonna
it
move.
earlier. Once you lost X, once he's not going to, and we don't know when he's coming back, and you put Eli Apple out there, and you put Kader Kohu out there, and even if you put Nick Needham out there, right, this just shows you that I know the players on my team that are watching this team. When you put those three individuals in the replacement of one, that does not look the same. It doesn't. And it's the same
Of
scheme.
course, doesn't mean
Listen,
the scheme changes, though, Nene.
No,
right?
That's what you
no,
got to
That's
no,
what
no.
you don't
understand.
I'm just sticking to
understand.
Doesn't
that
mean the
point,
scheme
Crypto.
That's
changes.
what you
No,
don't
The
I'm sticking
understand.
to that
responsibility of the
point.
right cornerback doesn't
I
change
just
in
want a
this
yes or no
scheme.
on that. Is
No,
that
you're
point
wrong.
correct? I'm doing this in small steps because given a big portion, people get confused. So I'm just gonna do it with small steps. When Xavier Howard goes out and you have to replace him with an Eli Apple or a Kader Kohu or a Nick Needham playing the Buffalo Bills, there's either Stephon Diggs or there's either that high speed tight end they got over there. That's gonna look different. Yes
That
or
Because
no?
of
doesn't
the
mean the scheme
quality of
changed.
All
player.
I said is it gonna look different, yes or
The
no?
execution will look
Yes,
different,
oh,
yes.
because of
No,
the
so the answer
The
is
quality.
yes, right?
Yes.
execution, hold on, one at a time. Yes, Nene, I
All right.
believe the execution, if that's what you're referring to, will look different and it would look substandard.
But the scheme doesn't change.
Look,
Right, but the
I'm
Right.
taking it
The
in
scheme
small
responsibility, hold
still
on,
doses.
let
correct.
me
I ain't gonna say
finish.
nothing about
Let
the
me
scheme.
finish. Let me
Yeah,
finish.
you
The
did, man. You did.
responsibility, Big Nick, hold on. The responsibility of the right cornerback doesn't change no matter what name is on the back of that jersey.
It
What I'm
doesn't.
saying to you is, I'm going, no disrespect, Caleb, I'm getting back to you. Big Nick, I know I said all of that, but for when I'm learning in the room that I am, because they say read the room, let me just take it in small doses, my point, so it can get heard. Because as soon as I say a
Oh my
sentence, it's
God.
like three or four people screaming at the top of their lungs, and
But
not all of the details can be heard. So the first thing I'm addressing is
Well,
because
once
of the
Shake
injury.
gets back, all that'll be over with anyway.
So once once you
it, it,
lose,
I'm
once
still
you
here.
lose an Xavier Howard, right?
right.
So it's gonna look
Everybody
different. So
agree
we
with her
agree
on that
upon.
point.
So
Everybody
the
agrees
next
with
step
you.
is right. If you know it's gonna look different, would it be hard for a coach with all of the cachet that Vic Fangio has, is to make a small incision, not a
Okay.
surgical all the way down
can,
cutting
can
off the
I
leg.
ask what that small
No,
Can
tweak
come
I
would
on,
get
be?
color.
there,
Stop
damn
Please.
it?
doing that.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean
Color.
to yell at you like that, but you never
I,
let me
I,
Color.
get there. So
Right.
if he makes
Color.
whatever that brain
I
that
heard
Vic
someone say
Fangio has
circumcision.
to
Let
make
me
a
give let me
small
give you an
change
example.
for the
Maybe this will
talent
stick.
that he has on the field.
Maybe this will stick to you better, right? And we're
No,
not
you're not
disagreeing
even
with you.
listening to my question.
I
How
am
I'm
because
going to answer your
I'd
question
like to
if you're
answer
not
it.
answering mine first?
I'd
You're
like to
preaching to
answer
the
the actual
choir.
question
You're preaching to the
whenever you want me
choir.
to.
Trust me, you're
All I
preaching
am
to the
saying
choir.
is Nick. I'm going to make this small because I'm sure there's other topics that's on here, and I don't want to moderate it. All
You
I
won't
am
let
saying
anybody address
is
what you're
when your
saying.
personnel changes, and you know these people are gonna probably get burnt. It's not up like for Kato Cody.
They're
For
gonna
me,
get burned on the other side. That's
listen
the
to me,
point.
damn it. Can I even get it out? So you're already cheering against your team
I
before
told
they
my
even
wife
hit
that
the
the other day.
field. You're already
Nene,
cheering for them to fail before
please
they
let
get
me
on the
address your
field.
point. You can't
No,
keep
I
doing
want
We're
to
that.
having
keep
this
them
stuff
right
with
where
cheering
they're at.
Okay.
against
I
them.
want to
You know,
address.
I
I want to
digress
address. There's
because
no
I'm never
etiquette
going to
on the
get to
panel.
my
First of
point.
all, there's no etiquette at
Thank you
all.
for letting me
She was
speak.
addressing
I'm going to
me,
just
but
hold
she
my
makes
mic.
5 points. She makes 5 points and wants you to address. No, I want to address the original point. Listen. Listen, in NASCAR, right? And I have to use these analogies because for some reason you're not getting it with football. In NASCAR, there's the main superstar driver of a car. If that driver, something happens to that driver, they have a backup driver. You're still going to go around in a circle in that car, but it's going to be different because that guy is not as good as the original driver. But it doesn't mean you're not going to go around in a circle. It's the same thing in this system. Just because
Actually,
Eli
that's a good
Apple is
analogy.
playing, just because Eli Apple is playing and X is not, I mean, and Ramsey's not playing, doesn't mean that the scheme changed. Yes, it's not as effective, but it didn't change. Yes, it's going to look different because Ramsey is the only DB on this team that made that interception against New England. No one else on this team would have made that interception. No one else. But the scheme was the same.
You sound, hey Doc, you sound robotic, Doc. You sound
Yeah,
Yeah,
robotic.
you
We
do
can't hear
sound
you.
robotic. You in the background, Doc. You sound like Herbie Hancock.
Is
So
it better
Nene,
now? Is it
I
better now?
perfectly understand what you're trying to say, Nene,
Is it
and
better now?
it raises a question for me to you. What would I mean? I know
Color, let me
you're
just
not
say
gonna.
this, Color. Let me just say this. To Nene's point, her point is actual and factual. There's no reason why in this defense we can't spot check Jalen Ramsey on Diggs. That's a false premise. We can run our same defense. We can run some man concepts. You got that guy. You got that guy. You got that guy, and put Ramsey on Diggs in certain situations. And the fundamentals of the defense don't change because we run man at times.
And who
So
covers the guy we take
it
him
Yeah,
does.
off
Doc, but
of?
that's not
Well,
what Nene's
somebody's
saying,
going to
Doc.
be
And
open.
who
Wait.
covers
That's not
Gabe?
what
Hold on.
Nene's
To
Who
that
saying,
point,
I'll
covers
I think
answer
we
Gabe
your
have some
Davis?
question.
historical
Who covers
reference
Gabe? Hold
on
on.
Fangio's
Who
defense.
then covers Gabe Davis when he's ripping off
Well,
200
well,
yards
the
and 4
fact
touchdowns?
is, like I think what Nene is trying to say, and again, I can't believe I'm agreeing with her. But the fact is, our second DB is a liability. I would
but
rather Gabe Day beat us. We take away their best player, especially against us, who can completely dominates us every time we play. I would
I
rather
don't.
put it on somebody else because we have
And the
proven
last time he
that
faced Ramsey, he
nobody.
dominated him too.
And I
I
would
just want to
just
put
I'm
that
say to
out
just
there.
saying
that
that
That ain't my
nobody.
point, Doc.
Kansas City thought the
So that's a
same thing
different. But let me
when
just say
Gabe
this: that's a different
Can,
premise that you're
Can,
saying. Is it going to be
Kansas City
effective?
thought the
To
same. I'm
say
going to
that you
finish my
can't
point
do it,
whether y'all want to
to
let me
say
talk
that
or
you
not.
can't do it,
Kansas
is not
City,
true.
Kansas City got torched by Gabe Davis thinking the same way for 4
Okay,
Yeah,
touchdowns
that's
and
fine.
yeah. They
200
don't have a
yards
But
on
that's
Jalen.
not.
8
That's a
No,
different.
receptions.
That's
no.
moving the
Exactly. They sure enough
goalpost
did.
away
Yeah,
from the
they don't have an
scheme.
extra Jalen Ramsey over there. But
Right.
Doc, hold on, real
Right.
quick, Reggie, real quick, real
I
quick.
got
Let
low
me just ask
battery.
you
I
this.
got low battery.
No,
Can I
it's
ask
the
Doc a
Let
fallacy
me
question?
that
let
you
me
all
let me
think
ask you
Diggs
this.
is
Doc,
actually
let me ask
their
you this.
best receiver.
Let me ask.
If you
He has
shadow
been
Jalen
their best
Ramsey,
receiver.
Listen.
As if Gabe Davis can't go
look,
off for
look, real
200.
Hold
quick,
on.
real quick.
Hold on, Big
There's
Nick,
no
please,
doubt
because I
about
have
it.
low
There's no doubt
battery.
about it that the Miami Dolphins can do exactly what you just said, Doc. There's no doubt about it. The Miami Dolphins can do that. However, I just want a yes or no. If you do decide to shadow Jalen Ramsey on Stephon Diggs, does that or do that not weaken our defense?
Doc, you
Yeah.
there?
Yeah.
All
I'm
I know is
here.
thank God I don't have any more headphones on. Holy shit, my head would be
Yeah. I'm
fucking
just
killing me.
saying against us, Diggs has been our best receiver. Their best receiver. I don't know who
Right,
Gabe Davis is
right,
best against
right.
this person and that person. All I'm saying against us, he has wore us out.
And
And
Yeah,
so
we
has
can
number
put
13.
Jalen
And so
Ramsey
has
on
number
him and
13.
spot check
no,
him
that's
in
not.
different
No,
situations.
Yeah, it's
You
been
know
about
what my
Diggs.
you know what
But
my issue is? Let me just ask you one quick question because I really have low battery and I gotta go. Doc, let me ask you a question real quick.
nobody's talking about Tua. That was an hour
No,
ago.
I'm not talking about two. I'm talking about this Jalen Ramsey situation because it has me upset. Because Doc,
Oh
let me
my
ask
God,
you a
what
question.
don't have
Man,
you
Let's
upset?
say,
we're gonna do this all night, bro.
wait,
Really?
Doc. If you're the coach of the
Why
team,
do you guys
and
even watch, bro? Do you
Doc,
even plan on watching,
if you're
Pete,
the
if you're
coach of
that
the team,
concerned, bro?
1 second. If
No.
you're the coach of the, let me ask Doc a question because I got low battery and I gotta go. I just want to hear his answer and all of you guys too. If you're the coach of the team, Doc, and your best cornerback goes up to you and literally tells you out of his mouth, "I want to shadow Diggs."
I'm out, guys. Y'all
How do
have a
you
good night.
find a
I'll be
way
back when this
against that?
discussion's over.
How do you find a way against that? That's my question. And how does him not that confident does not help the team? You see what I'm saying? It knocked everybody out. People don't want to answer that
Hey
question.
Pete,
It knocked
I would
everybody
answer
out.
it. I would
But I
answer it,
do have
Pete.
to go. I'm
I
like
would
at
answer it.
5% battery. Go ahead,
Pete,
answer it.
I answer it before your battery runs out. I'm going to answer it for you
Actually, Pete, we
because
haven't been
the
allowed to
side,
answer the damn question
the
yet. You
side
guys
that
just keep
Jalen
asking the
Ramsey
stupid fucking question and not letting anybody answer the fucking question. How about that?
by taking away a whole side from Jalen
What
Ramsey,
the-
from taking aside a whole side from Jalen Ramsey is weakening the defense.
Yeah, and
Wow.
and on top of that, I think it's a fool's errand because I think
It's
Fangio
weakening the
knows
defense.
what happened between those last two players' matchups.
What if they decide to use Stephon Diggs as bait every time? Just he's dummy every time. The game plan was not Stephon Diggs. You don't took your best player out the game for
So
somebody who
I
was
got a
never
question.
in the game plan. What about that?
So I got a question. So y'all happy with Cater Kohu being cooked again or Eli Apple being
Oh
cooked
my
again?
God. So
What's
were
the
you happy when
solution?
Cater Cole balled out in the games he balled out in?
No, I am talking about the Buffalo Bills. I'm not talking about somebody else.
Well, we don't
The
know if he's gonna
last
be
time we
cooked.
did that, he got embarrassed. Like
Yeah,
Noah
but
Iguodala. It was
how many games
bad.
have he balled out this year?
No, why are we talking about other games? I'm talking about the Buffalo Bills. That's who we playing on Sunday. Yes or no?
Yes, we're playing
Yeah.
Buffalo, but that game hasn't happened yet.
So with
Oh
That
my
Xavier
game hasn't
God.
Howard
happened yet.
being out, he
That
is
game,
possibly the player that, because of the system quotation, that has to go on Diggs. What do you think's
the,
gonna happen?
the first time Yao Ming played Sean Bradley
I'm
dominated him.
not talking about
First of
Sean
all,
Bradley. I'm talking about Stephon Diggs.
Nene, to answer your question,
Yeah, I
Yao
mean,
Ming went on to have a
Nene,
Hall of
to
Fame
answer your
career, be one of
question,
the best
I
centers
gotta
ever in the
be honest
NBA.
with you. We gotta open up our eyes and realize that our cornerbacks,
I can't do this, man. This is crazy.
Even Jalen Ramsey has a chance to get smoked on Sunday night, and I'm gonna
Right? They're
tell you
not
why.
100%.
It's not
But
that
it
they're
puts you at a
100%.
better
It's
percentage.
we don't have the pass rush for our cornerbacks to
Okay,
get
Pete,
help.
I hear you,
We,
but I want to hear Big Nick's solution. What is your solution for this? With all of the injuries, with all what happened last week, what is your solution to make us not get a 50 burger or get embarrassed by Stephon Diggs again?
Well,
I
you
mean,
think we? I got to use. That's easy. That's easy.
Then what
Score
is it?
45. Score 45
yo,
points.
Estefan, for some reason
So
you're not
put the
Yes.
connected,
pressure
man.
on the
Score
I really
45.
offense.
want to see you up here, man.
What
So wait
pressure
a
That's
minute.
why I'm
on the
not letting
leading
you up
score?
here. You're not
What pressure
connecting.
will
That's
be
the thing.
on the leading point producer in the NFL? What pressure will be on them?
That makes
On
no
the team?
sense. So you're
What
saying
pressure be on the number one offensive team in the NFL? What pressure can we possibly put on the number
we
one
just
offensive
saw.
team in the NFL?
Have you, Big Nick, have you not seen the offense the last couple of weeks? Have they
Nene,
looked like
who's
the
the
number
number
one
one
offense in the
offensive
league?
team in the NFL?
What, Big Nick? You don't think that Denver Broncos game 70 is an outlier on why those numbers look the way they look?
You don't think the Chargers run offense they put up
Why
on
are we
us is an
bringing up the
outlier on the way our
Chargers?
defense look?
Why are you bringing up the Chargers? I'm talking about the Miami Dolphins.
Why you bringing up
Big Nick, you took the
Denver?
Mott and Bailey, Big Nick. You took the Mott and Bailey. There's
Well,
no. Yes, that the
I
pressure
know.
should be put on our offense. Absolutely, yes, wholeheartedly,
I don't
100%.
believe so. I don't believe it's pressure. I just believe show up and be the
That's
offense.
again, you're taking the Mott and Bailey. That wasn't the argument. She's asking whether we should be relying on our offense to help our defense. And that's how we started this
But
conversation. I say
no,
absolutely
I'm
yes,
not. I am
wholeheartedly,
absolutely not, Color.
100%.
Color. Who's the number one offense in the NFL?
I don't need to argue that point with you, bro.
Right. So listen. To answer that question, the why there's no pressure, because if you're the number one offense in the NFL, all you
That's
have to
not
do
what
is
she
show up.
meant by
All you
pressure.
have to do.
That's
All
not
you have
what
to
she
do.
meant by
Listen,
pressure.
I
She
understand that.
meant responsibility.
I said there's no pressure on the offense because all they have to do is show up and be the number one.
Big Nick, she meant responsibility. Is that true, Nene? Did you mean to say responsibility on the offense?
Absolutely. If you just gonna, to me, Big
Then why
Nick,
you
and I
didn't
don't
say
want to misquote you
responsibility?
because I hate when people do it to me.
Why
Are
didn't you say
saying
responsibility? They're
that
not
we
that.
just fold on defense and let the offense just do everything? Is that what you're saying?
No, nobody's suggesting we just
No,
fold
I'm
on
asking Big Nick.
defense. You're acting like Cater is just going to go out there and like lay down.
Right, and that's why I have a
I
problem
don't
with.
know.
That's why when I answer the way I answer, it seems like I'm avoiding them because those are scenarios that I never presented, and you're taking it to that extreme.
Listen, I asked you for an X and O answer for the defense side of the ball, and you deferred to the offense just got to score more points.
Listen, the X and O for the defensive side of the ball is to do everything that Fangio puts you in position to do, and the expectation for the offense is to go out there and be the number one offense in the NFL.
So with that being stated, I'm glad you said that. If it still shows that doesn't work, then what's the adjustment?
Okay, I will answer that. I will answer that if you answer mine.
Well, I gotta answer yours. I will
because
answer
it's only
after.
fair.
No problem.
It's only fair. It's only fair because I saw you do this to the little kid that was on this panel one time.
Well,
so I'm gonna answer your negative question. I'm gonna answer your hypothetical question.
Why I gotta be negative? We're just talking ball here. It's not negative.
Then I changed it immediately. I said I'm gonna answer your hypothetical question on the condition that you answer my hypothetical question. Is that cool?
I thought that's what we were doing the whole time. I have not.
Okay, so I just want to get it on paper. That's all. I just want to get it on paper. All right. So absolutely, we're going to make adjustments. As I said, if there's going to be a big moment in the game, a 3rd and 8 or 4th and 5 or whatever, then Fangio is going to say, "Go get him, kid." Right? He's gonna put them on him. Those are going to be some of the adjustments that we make. Right? So I answered your question. Now answer my question.
Wait. Yeah. So I just want to make sure I'm clear on what you just said. So, to a defensive problem, unless I just heard you wrong, I'm sorry, it's still the offense that solves the defensive problem.
I don't know what you heard. I don't know.
It has to be at this point. It has to be.
I don't know. Maybe
our offense has to keep their offense off the field. Yes, Nene.
Color is answering that. Maybe that's the question he asked, but I didn't ask.
I've been trying to answer that question.
But my hypothetical to you is right. You said, "What if
I'm
it don't?"
I'm still trying to understand your answer because color. Okay. No disrespect, but you kind of cut in and be like, "Well,
okay." So I'll break it down for you. I'll break it down for you. Because I remember you said. I remember you said a few minutes ago. You gotta consider the room and then break it down in small portions. So I would do that for you, right? So if we come out there in the game plan that the Miami Dolphins normally run, right? And for whatever reason, that game plan is getting torched. What adjustments you said should the Miami Dolphins make, right? And I said, depending on where, but since we're strictly Diggs, everybody's afraid of Diggs, we're going to focus on Diggs. I said at that point, okay, then when there's crucial plays, a 3rd and 8 or 4th and 5 or whatever, Fangio is going to deviate. He's going to make adjustments. He's going to put Jalen Ramsey on Stephon Diggs.
Maybe even a little cover 9.
That is an adjustment. Nene, I can't do this with you, Nene. This is how you debate. This is how you do a Q&A. You can't do it.
Well, what I'm saying, you're basically agreeing on the shadowing. You're agreeing on the shadowing.
No, I'm not agreeing on the shadowing. No, I'm not. Absolutely not. Because I started it off with the Miami Dolphins are going to play their normal game plan, their normal scheme. And then if things don't go wrong, we can adjust. But that's not agreeing with what you're saying. That's saying making an adjustment to what we're already doing in the game. Now, for my hypothetical to you,
so the adjustment is what?
I just told you.
You're going to take your you said you're going to put Ramsey on Diggs?
We were specifically talking about Diggs. So if the game plan is not working out and Diggs is cooking nuts, right? Then we're going to deviate.
No, that's the same record from last time.
We're going to make an adjustment by shadowing at that point
Let's see.
shadowing at that
Go ahead and
point
go through this here.
Ramsey on
Hold on,
Stephon
somebody
Diggs.
got a hot mic.
Hey,
I
Alex,
can't hear you.
No,
mute yourself, bro.
We're gonna at
Yeah.
that point we're gonna make an adjustment. The adjustment is gonna be to now allow Jalen Ramsey to go over and play on Stephon Diggs. That's an adjustment. That's the adjustment depending on which player is doing it to us. It might be Jalen Ramsey have to go get on Gabe Davis. It may be Jalen Ramsey have to go get on go get on the guy that played for us last year. Whatever, I forgot his name, that third receiver. You might have to go get on him. Whatever the adjustment is, that's an adjustment from the game plan. Now I answered your question. Now, my hypothetical question is, what if the scheme works?
Well, if the scheme works, I'm saying let's go Dolphins, and I'm happy.
So why not let's stick on that point right there?
On that note, can I have the floor for a second? On that note.
Hold on.
We're going to talk about a what if.
Okay, I was asking. I was just
If we're
asking.
going to talk about what if, I'd rather talk about the what if.
I know. Okay, but I get it. But there was a pause in the dialogue, and I'm asking for a chance to speak.
Yeah, you're going to get a chance to speak, Color.
I understand there was a dialogue between two people, and I let it ride out.
No, right. We get to have a one-on-one opportunity with each other. We're addressing each other, not you, Color. We're addressing each other.
I understand, but how long? Because it sounded like it was done. I'm sorry for asking if I could have the floor.
Wait a minute. I
would
just
rather deal with the what if possibility. What if I win the Powerball? That's the what if I want to deal with.
Somebody say they're undressing each other?
They were having a dialogue, okay? The dialogue seemed to finally come to a close, and I asked if I could have the floor, and they jumped on me for getting involved in their dialogue.
Oh, my God. Yo, man, shut your big ass up talking about somebody jumped on you. Just say
you know what the hell just happened, bro? I asked politely for the floor. All you had to say was, we're not done yet. You didn't have to patronize me and tell me you were having a dialogue.
Well, you ain't got to cry, man. God damn, relax.
I ain't crying.
Every one-on-one conversation.
Why is it crying to tell somebody what they did?
Every conversation somebody have one-on-one, Color, you interject. Every fucking conversation.
Come on, man.
Everyone.
Okay, so how about you go over to your YouTube channel and start up a show, and you can make it go along with an individual as long as your heart's content, bro. I waited for a pause. I waited for what sounded like it was finished, bro.
Wait again.
Okay, I'm so damn sorry for even opening my mouth anytime you speak.
Well, you should be.
And I am.
Okay. Now we done settled that.
Now, am I allowed to speak on my own platform now? Is it okay with you?
You're a grown ass man. If you let me take over your platform, you don't deserve it.
Nobody's undressing each other? Who's undressing each other?
No, Shake.
I don't even know what to say.
This is not going to
the damn dialogue's been going on for an hour in a bunch of circles. I'm trying to help that along as a co-host of this show.
You still on
Forgive me. Forgive me. Forgive me. You all go along with your little dialogue for the rest of the night. We'll all sit here and patiently listen.
Oh, woe is me.
No circle jerking and no undressing. Okay.
Right.
Sorry, I was listening to the wrong thing. Sorry.
But the point about it is,
all right. So what's the next subject?
On TV and Spectrum.
The next subject is this idea that Cater Kohu can't fix himself, which I'm going to squash right now.
Oh my God! That Cater Kohu sucks.
No, he doesn't actually.
No, he's trying to say that's the point he's trying to make, that he can't fix himself.
So are you guys finished with your dialogue? Can I have the floor to speak on that when you are done?
Man. It's your show. I'm just a guest, man.
Well, I don't want to offend anybody.
How can you offend? Go ahead, man. Say what you
Obviously, I did, bro.
No, you didn't. In the big scheme of things, you really didn't.
Then why do I need to hear from you like you're my daddy about who was having a dialogue?
I don't know. Why do you listen to it?
All right.
We have choices.
So, okay. So now let's. Are we good now?
Cater Kohu in the first meeting with Buffalo last year that we won at Hard Rock had
I
11
was wondering when I
targets
could say
against it.
something, but
Wow.
go
Wow.
ahead,
Who
Color.
Alex, let Color talk. Let him finish talking, and then
I
I'll
didn't mean
give
to
you the
cut you off,
floor.
Color. I
I've tried
apologize.
enough, bro. Obviously, nobody cares about the goddamn information. We're just going to sit
Go
here and
ahead,
shit
Color.
on
Go
Cater
ahead, Color.
Kohler
Go
for the
ahead.
rest of the time.
Finish
Y'all
what
can
you're
think
saying.
he's a bad player all you want. Do your own fucking research. I'm done doing it.
Who is y'all?
Y'all don't want to hear it.
No,
Obviously, you just want to
Alex
keep your
Menendez. It was
people.
just Alex
People want to just
Menendez.
keep their narratives about who's bad on this team and shit on me when I bring up stats. Okay, fine.
So
I don't
what
need to
people?
do it.
What people?
Alex, hold on. Color. It was Alex that accidentally cut you off. Finish your statement, please. Go ahead.
In the first meeting with
Listen. Anybody who speaks, I'm gonna put them in the back. Go ahead.
in the first meeting with Buffalo last year at Hard Rock, in which we won, Cater Kohu was targeted 11 times, had 8 receptions against him, and a passer rating of 128.2 when he was targeted. That's terrible. We won the game. In the next meeting with Buffalo, the game that Tua played in, Cater Kohu was targeted 9 times, had 5 receptions against him, held receivers to a 55% catch rate, and had a 67.4 passer rating when targeted that night. In the playoff game against Buffalo, he was targeted 5 times, 3 completions, 60% completion rate, and the rating was back up to 104.2. In the last meeting this year with Buffalo, in which he got torched, we all know that. Let's see. He was targeted 5 times, 4 completions, 80%, and a 158.3 perfect passer rating. Let's see what the hell he does to adjust his game. Could we please?
Color, the only thing I would say to your stats, and I respect it, a lot of those stats.
Wait, they're not my stats.
Okay, I don't mean to poke the bear. All I'm saying, the stats that you presented, everything from last year was under a different system.
And on
So,
top of that, those stats were
I think that
average
changes
at
things.
best, even in his good
Actually,
games.
they weren't.
Well, and he had 9 targets, and 5 of them was completions. That is nothing stellar. None of his
And
stats
those
were
games,
stellar.
and if
You
I'm not
don't think a
mistaken, in those games he played on
67.4
the
passer
outside.
rating against him is not stellar?
Well, when you
If I'm not,
have 9, that's an F.
And he was
67
only
is an
targeted
F.
5 times last game. So why
but
are
if
we
I'm not
so worried
mistaken,
that he's going to be targeted?
if I'm not mistaken, those games in the past he played on the outside, especially last year because of injury.
My
He played on
point
the outside.
is, he was only targeted
He's not
5
playing on the
times in the
outside
last
this year.
game. Y'all
Yeah,
are
He's not
acting
playing on
like
the
he's going
outside
to be
this year.
targeted all game long.
but
He was
Color,
only
how many
targeted 5
yards?
times.
But how many yards and touchdowns were from them 5
That's
times?
not the point.
I
He
Well,
was
think
that's
it
playing out of
not
is.
your
position
point,
too.
but that is
You're
a
He was
talking
point,
about
also
though.
playing
changing
out of
our
position.
entire coverage to cover 5 targets and not giving him a chance to get better game over game.
But
And he
Color,
was playing out of position.
you got to admit those 5 times were for a lot of yards and touchdowns. That matters.
Wow. How
He
many
was
That
times do I
playing
matters.
have
out
to
of
admit it
position.
before you stop telling me I have to admit that?
But why wouldn't
How many
you?
more times do I have to admit it?
But
I admit it.
color. Let me just say what my point to where I agree with Nene. In certain situations, 3rd and long, critical situations, I would just prefer not changing the whole defense, but flipping some assignments and letting
And
our
given that
best
they
guy
threw the
be
ball
on
more
their
than
best
5
guy.
times
Reggie, that's not
last,
what she's
right?
saying
Well, I'm
though.
just
And
saying
given
you
the
could just.
fact,
But the
given the
thing is this,
fact,
color. The thing is
given the,
this.
are
No,
we
I
having
was talking.
dialogue
You
now?
cut me off.
Oh, okay.
My
And you
my
made a
point
point. I'd
is,
like to
well,
refute the point.
once I finish it, then you can refute it.
You finished it.
I wasn't. You're
I
telling
wouldn't
me I
have
was
a point
finished,
to
but I
refute if
wasn't
you didn't
finished.
finish it.
Oh my God.
All I'm saying to you is, if you don't think that process can work, That is fine. That's your opinion of that process. I'm saying from the original conversation that our defense, in
Whatever
my mind,
opinion you just
you
assigned to
still
me, I
Oh
don't
my
even know what you're
God.
talking about. You just described an
you didn't
opinion
let
to
me
me,
finish.
and I
You
don't
didn't let
even
me
know what the
finish.
opinion is.
If you let me finish, then maybe I'll get to the opinion. I know you don't know because I haven't said it yet.
No, I'm talking about you just described an opinion to me that I don't even know what opinion
When
you were
I
saying.
say yours, I really mean a person. You're an intelligent guy. We're having a conversation. Don't be. I'm not being combative with you. Don't be that way with me.
Bro,
It's
I'm
not a
not
big
trying to
deal.
be combative,
That's what
bro.
it sounds like.
Of course it does. It sounds like that to everybody.
Then that should
Sounds like
probably
that to
say
me
something.
too.
Well, that probably
Sounds like
should
Perception is
say
y'all are
100%
something.
being
of
combative.
reality. Perception is
All I'm
100%
saying
of
is
reality.
we can run the defense
I hate to be the bearer of bad news. Fangio ain't
sometimes.
changing a damn thing. Get your talking points ready. Diggs is gonna have 200 yards receiving, 4 to 5 touchdowns, and put up a 50 burger against us because we didn't score 51. Just get
Oh,
your
I think
talking
it's going
points
to
in
be a
mind.
200-yard
That's what it
receiver, no
is.
doubt. Oh, I do think he's
Uh,
going to be a 200-yard
the
receiver in the
whole thing of
game.
it is
Oh, I do
they
believe
threw the
that. But
ball.
he's going to
They
be
threw
wearing
the
number
ball
10.
many more times than 5 times last game. And only 5 of those passes went Cater's way.
Oh, that caters pretty much
Hey,
all
hold on.
toast from what I'm this conversation.
Well,
Yeah,
speaking
you
of
feel
talking
me?
points,
That's
let
crazy.
Alex hold on. Let Alex Diaz get his point because he hasn't talked yet. Go ahead, Alex. You wanted something to say?
Yeah, I'm
Go ahead.
trying to figure out is this a Bash Cater Kohu section? That's what I'm
I
trying to
think
figure out
so.
here.
I think it's more of
I don't
a
get it.
different. I think it's more of a
Because
trying different things against Diggs to make sure he don't beat us. It's
Thank
not about
you.
Kader Kohu because we could easily use Eli Applewhite
Thank
in the
you.
same bone. So it's not
And
about
Alex,
Cater.
you said we would lose and we suck. So what are you talking about bashing the player?
hey, listen, Nene, I'm allowed to criticize my own team and say,
But
you
you
know,
said we suck
if I
because we were
and
gonna
I'm
lose.
gonna change my mind. I'm gonna change my mind every chance I get. And now since yesterday I changed my mind and say we're gonna freaking destroy Buffalo
Okay.
to Sunday, 34-10.
So why are you soft like a baby's butt then?
Because apparently people say that we're a soft team. You know, after watching the press conference, everybody wants to sit there and say, "Oh my God, what are you guys thinking about? What are you guys saying?
Watching
Oh
whose
my
press
God!"
conference?
Hey,
Whose press
crypto,
conference
crypto.
specifically?
Hey, crypto.
The
Yeah.
You know what's
Teron
crazy?
Armstead, press conference and Mike McDaniel. That's all I see on Twitter. Oh my God, this team is so soft. Oh my God, what are they thinking? Saying this and
Crypto.
then that's
There's
all
a
I
We
hear
reason why.
all day
just
is
did the
crying.
same thing.
There's a reason why fans like me, Crypto, Shake, Color. There's a reason why we don't hear that kind of stuff. Reggie, we don't hear that kind of stuff, man. That's irrelevant what other
Yeah,
people. So
the
what?
last I checked,
Yeah.
this team has been through so much this year, and yet they're 11-4 or
Hmm.
11-5. I'm
Level,
sorry, and
Yeah,
I have a
I
chance
want to
to
ask a
clinch the
question.
division on Sunday.
but
I want
Alex,
to
you
ask a
didn't
question.
say that the other day. You said we suck and the season's over.
I changed my mind, Nene.
Oh, come
I'm allowed
on.
to I'm allowed
You
to change
can't
my
come
mind.
up
I'm a
here
Dolphins
preaching.
fan.
You can't come up here preaching loyalty after
This is
that. Come
classic.
on.
Wait a minute, hold on. See, that's
How
not
long have
true.
I been
You
loyal to
can't.
the team? I've been
No,
loyal to the team for
This is
40
classic.
years.
no. Listen, when the Miami Dolphins lose, I don't come on this panel. I'll just feel safe enough to come on this panel or not. I do run when we lose, so and I'm cool with that. So that man can change his mind. But
Well, at
check this
least
Wait a
out. Check
minute.
this out.
Wait a
you
minute. You
admitted to it,
okay?
Nick.
Wait, Big Nick,
I
you
always
okay
admit to
with
that.
saying you okay with saying
No,
And
the
Nene,
nobody.
it's
Miami
also
Dolphins
called
The
Yeah,
are
I'm a
only
trolling
suck?
Dolphin
poor
too.
Bills
loser.
fans did that.
I'm a poor
Nene,
Hold
loser.
on, Big Nick.
I'm
Let
a
me ask
Nene,
poor
you
it's also
loser.
called
something.
I
trolling too.
We
run.
thought Mark, you the
I
It's
second
also
run.
called
person in two
trolling.
nights to say that. A
Yeah,
Big
I
non-Dolphin
Nick,
fan
run.
and a Dolphin fan.
I
It's
Big
also
Nick.
run.
called trolling.
Yeah, I run, Nene.
It's also
So,
called
Hey,
so
But
my
trolling
Nick,
too.
question is,
you're the
Yeah.
first person to
oh,
openly say that
hold
as a
on,
Dolphin fan
crypto.
on any panel.
Hold
I
on,
done said
crypto.
that
And
many
I
a
ain't
time.
no Pete defender, but y'all just got on Pete about being a person that downs the team. But Alex gets a pass for saying the team sucks and the season's over just
He said he
yesterday.
changed his mind. He said he
It's
changed
called
his mind.
trolling too.
You know
Hey, you
what?
You
guys
fail to realize
remember how?
Alex is the
Guys,
biggest
I'm gonna put myself on mute.
guys,
hopium guy in
I
the history of this fan base, Nene.
guys, real quick. Do you guys remember? I got a question. I don't remember
Crypto,
off
you
the
don't
top of
believe
my
I'm
head
that
about.
petty?
I don't remember off the top of my head how the game went in Denver. Do you guys remember if their 13 points on offense was that one touchdown and 2 field goals, or 2 touchdowns and a missed extra point? Does anybody remember?
Missed extra
Which
point.
Denver game we talking about?
I think it missed the extra
Nah, they
point.
only scored 2 touchdowns.
I don't. The Denver game from
They
like
only scored 2 touchdowns.
1975, bro. I don't
They
know,
only
bro.
scored the 1 touchdown.
If you talk about the
Anyway,
Denver game
Now
from
I'm being
2002,
combative. I'm sorry, Alex. That was combative. I'm sorry about that.
no,
By the
you're
way,
good. You're
And
good.
I apologize to everybody
hold on,
for
wait a
sounding
minute,
combative.
Alex.
I wasn't trying to be combative. I seriously
I know,
wasn't.
you're good, color. You're good.
I'm talking to everybody. I really wasn't trying to be combative.
I know.
Crypto, I
Yeah.
disappear after
Fine,
Darwin
don't worry,
Lawson.
man. I understand.
Real quick, guys.
I disappear after Darwin
Hold on,
I
Lawson.
get you.
But
I get you, Nick. But I think
Hold on,
Mark
Hold
just
on,
said
hold on.
that
I gotta
yesterday.
finish what I was trying to get out. Okay, really quick. We the Broncos put.
before you do,
Go
after color, I want to let Esther get a word in. But go ahead, color. Finish.
Yeah, I don't have a
So
problem with it.
the big game where we put up 70 points and all that on offense, right? We gave up 2 touchdowns to their offense. The other one was a punt return in junk time.
Yes, that's correct.
Yes. And that game was the game right before the Buffalo game. Okay. Now, I don't know if somebody was dealing with injury, and maybe that's why somebody was so reluctant to give Xavier Howard his due and let him shadow the next week. I don't know. But in the game against Denver, we gave up 2 touchdowns to their offense, as I said earlier. Xavier Howard was targeted 4 times, 3 receptions, 75% catch rate, one of those 2 touchdowns, and a 140.5 passer rating by Russell Wilson on him.
Yeah,
So this notion that Kader Kohu is the only one that can get torched on our team, okay, is just absolutely. It's I don't know what to call it. It's I guess it's a fair take, but
it's mind-boggling.
It's not going to be. It doesn't mean it's going to be the story of this game. Is all I'm saying.
But color, nobody said that he's
You want to know something though too in that Buffalo game?
That's a horrible stat.
I don't think Javon Holland played in that Buffalo game, did he?
Guys, we're getting off. Hold on.
Sorry.
Hold on. Let Esther talk. Wait, Esther, what's going on, brother?
Nah, fuck that. I don't even want to talk no more shit. God damn it. Y'all don't let nobody talk. Pissed now. Nah, I'm joking. Alex, hey, the Knicks suck. No, I just wanted to get up here because I was at work. And I'll never get on StreamYard because I'm always having issues. But I thought Nene made a lot of good points. I think this whole Ramsey thing about shadowing, man, I think it's a real thing. I think they do need to do that, especially in this game. And if Fangio ain't doing it, I mean, me personally, I'm not a fan of his defense because I think he plays too much soft coverage. And with the players that we have, I've complained about it consistently. I'm just not a fan of it. I mean, we got to have the organic pass rush. We're down 2 of our best pass rushers, so he has to be able to create with developing the players that were behind those guys to pass rush. Agba was a good player last year. I don't know what's going on with that. We still got Van Geekel, but yeah, he plays a lot of soft coverage. I don't know what the phrase was. Y'all used a different term earlier. I don't know what y'all are using, but yeah, he's known to be, to have that type of a defense. So that's a problem. I mean, I don't know.
If I might offer a solution to that, would actually be a revision that Brian Flores and his school of thought added to Vic Fangio's scheme, which was that amoeba stance on the line. One of the things that you can do out of Fangio's defense to give yourself an advantage is you can bring 7 guys up on the line, and they have absolutely no idea which one of those 7 guys is going to rush, and you drop 4 of them back into their normal Vic Fangio scheming after the snap of the ball. That's one of the ways Flores adjusted Fangio's scheme to his advantage. We also call it the zero blitz, but you don't always have to blitz everybody.
He has from time to time started to blitz more. because
I
he
don't know
has
because
to.
Josh Allen likes to backpedal out of that and
Hey,
still
did you
throw
guys know that
Right,
Vic
long
right.
Fangio?
passes.
Well,
Did
right,
you
and
Are
we
guys?
we
learned
not a
that
top
lesson
6
against who was
defense
it?
in the NFL?
Was it Mitch Trubisky or Mason Rudolph that we learned that lesson on in Flores' first year
Oh, it was
when he
Mason Rudolph.
all out blitzed everybody? I think against the
Yeah,
Steelers.
no, that was
No,
Mason Rudolph. Yeah.
it was Chicago. Oh, it was Mason Rudolph against the
Yeah.
Steelers. We lost that game on the last play of the game because he
You guys
blitzed
cannot be
everybody.
result-based thinkers.
Hey,
Hey,
but
Nene,
Thank
are you
you.
there?
Mm-hmm.
Nene, are you there?
Yeah, I'm
Are
still
we
here.
not a top
Hey,
6
Nene,
Hey,
I actually thought that one static
I
about
was gonna
Denver would
I was gonna
tickle
tell
you
you
a little
guys.
bit because it
I was
was
gonna
Russell Wilson that did it.
I was gonna tell you guys what I just found out yesterday. Well, I
Well,
hold
just
on
hey,
real
found
quick,
out.
Esther,
Alex.
what's up, Esther?
Hey, I got a shovel for you because I believe that you bodied. Was that Nick? Not Nick. You need to pick yourself back off the ground, man. Nene bodied you. I got a shovel for you,
Dude,
Nene. Whenever you're ready.
I support it, brother.
Hmm.
let
Let
me
me
tell you,
know.
let me tell you
Bro,
why
she
that means
stood in,
absolutely
bro. That
nothing.
was like the first time I
God
seen her
damn,
getting
color.
cornered like that, bro. She stood the
You,
fuck in,
you need to
man.
take a break, man.
Now,
You can
coming
go
from
on mute.
you, after you just sat up there and said what you said about the defense, ignoring that Fangio has a top 6 defense.
It's
Hey,
true.
He
speaking
has
of
a
Vic
top 6
Fangio,
It's a
defense.
fact.
hey
He has a
guys, speaking of
top
Vic
6
Fangio,
defense in the NFL. And you just
hey,
sat up there and Shaquille, made all that issue about the defense. That's a top 6 defense in the NFL.
That don't mean shit to me. We just
I
got
know it
fucking
don't.
blown out by the
Nene,
Ravens.
By you
Nene
saying,
bodied
by you
her way
saying
right
Nene
out of the
bodied me,
turnbuckle, man.
On their schedule went to the
I hear
Miami
you,
Dolphins.
color.
They beat us
I'm
by
a swing
37
back
points.
now. Damn it,
I don't
I
give a
know
so
you
shit
got
that
it.
team
No,
had a defense.
but Nene,
Where the fuck
much
is top
all
team?
hey,
respect to you. That
did you
happens
guys
to
know?
everybody.
When
It
we
Did
were
you
really
playing
does.
hold on?
And
Cincinnati.
you did
Hold
stand in.
on.
You
Hey,
held your
guys,
own.
guess what? Guess what, guys? You know what I just
that is
found
the
out?
Nah,
dumbest
I
shit.
ain't feeling Alex, man. You said we suck
Yeah,
and we
you know
gonna
what I just
lose,
found
That's
out
the
man.
yesterday?
dumbest shit in the
You
world.
killing me with that,
Guess what I
man.
just found out
That's a
yesterday?
no-no.
You
You
know how
made
many times I
25 is a
heard
top 6
Alex flip
defense.
flop.
Tell me he
I
said
think
that
I
on.
think we actually the TFTG merch store has run out of flip flops. We've had to send Alex so many of them.
And guess
Yeah.
what? Color.
All about loyalty, man. I
Guess
can't
what?
flip on my
Color.
team like that.
Did you know Big Nick, Color, and Crypto and Shake? Did you guys know that Vic Fangio was the defensive coordinator for the Colts when Ricky Williams and Lamar Smith
Yes,
and
yes,
Jay Feudal were the quarterback for the Dolphins?
yes. We did
Mm-hmm.
know that.
I had no idea. I was watching
Mm-hmm.
the playoff
Well,
game
maybe you
from
ought to watch
2000.
my show a little more often.
Yeah, I totally
Hey, did
forgot
you know
about
that
that.
George Bush Sr. was a
He
president of the
can't do
United
that.
States?
The big O is on during those times.
God damn.
I hear you, Shay.
Hey, and Chad Bratsky was on that Colts
God
defense
damn,
when
somebody
Vic
Houston
Fangio was there.
Godzilla killer over here. What's his name?
Man, this
Alex.
man just said he don't like to
Motherfucker
Alex,
talk
I
to
Yeah,
know.
remember
others
that
and it's
defense that
infuriating.
I'm
carried the
disappointed,
Colts?
Alex.
Remember that
You can't
defense
rock
that
with
carried
that.
the Colts after? Was it after Hurricane Katrina? Remember that defense
Yeah.
that carried the Colts into the Saints into the Super Bowl? Yeah, that was handmade by Vic Fangio.
Listen,
Oh,
I
true.
ain't
Yeah.
doing no Q&A with nobody that said that we suck and that the season's over, man. Nah, especially when y'all hop on other people for being, non-Dolphins. That was nasty work. Did y'all hear
It
that on
was.
Steven's show? He said we suck.
I don't get it. How come you want to clown on Pete, but yet
Well, Stephen D.
the one time I
He
troll,
said we got no shot.
Well, one
the
other
one
thing I
Well,
time
want
I
to
I
don't.
real quick.
troll,
I want
I don't
to. I
believe we
got
got a shot at the Super Bowl, Nene.
the one
If you
time
want me to
I
be
I
troll, and
just
then
honest,
need to
everybody
hold
wants
on,
to get
guys.
up on
I
my
just need
arms
to
and
close.
destroy
I
me.
just need to close the
Yeah,
book on
Stephen
one more
D.
point
He
about.
ran out of hopium.
I got to close the
No,
book
no,
on
no,
one
no.
more
Hold
point
on
about
before you
Fangio.
close
Hold
the
on.
show,
Hold on, no,
color.
no, no.
No,
Hey,
no, I'm
Pete,
not closing the
let
show.
color finish. Let color
Oh,
I
finish.
just
okay,
want to
okay.
Color.
close I wanted to close the book on
Huh?
Fangio with one
Yeah.
more point. And I'm not. I don't know
You
if you
want to
happen to
count,
come
or you want me
across
to
this
count?
or not, Nene. I'm not challenging your acumen. I'm just saying, if you weren't aware, you know how you and I, as Canes fans and all, you know how we feel about Mr. Ray Lewis and Ed Reed and all of them, right?
Right.
And remember that defense, right? You know who Ray Lewis's linebacker coach was? Vic Fangio.
I'm just gonna say Big Fangio
Just,
over 500.
just saying, it's
You
hard,
guys know
Nene,
how
not to,
That's
not
good
to.
stuff. That's
It's
good
about the
stuff.
hard to
hockey team?
disagree with this guy. I'm not saying I'm right for agreeing with him. I'm saying saying that's why it's so hard for me to disagree with him.
Hey, but
The
color.
guy really has real deal credentials. It's not like he's. I mean, we're talking about Ray Lewis here.
I got a question.
Ed
Let me ask you
Reed.
guys a question. Let me ask you guys a quick question. Do you guys actually believe that the Buffalo Bills have a top 5 offensive line only because they rank top 5 in the NFL at offensive line? Seen Buffalo Bills
Wait,
games.
what? What?
You
Did
got these
you just say
Bills
a
guys.
team? Did you just say a
Yes,
team
that's what I'm trying.
ranks fifth at offensive line because they rank fifth at
Exactly.
offensive line? Did you just say that?
Exactly.
I,
Yes,
I, I
because I'm trying to
understood what
Yes,
he
point
sir.
out.
said.
You
Oh my
understand what I'm
god.
saying, right? These
Yeah.
guys think
Yeah,
He
they
trying to
have
see
a
if it's
top 5
Josh Allen
offensive
had
line
something to do
because
with
the
it, or is it
stats are
truly
I
top
mean,
5.
I
Pete,
understood
Pete,
the
You guys,
English
no,
too,
I'm
bro.
telling you,
I'm not
Pete,
buddy.
dumb.
I'm telling you
Pete.
right
We
now.
are beating
That's like
Buffalo on
that.
Sunday.
Look, this is what I'm saying. Bro, Josh Allen gets harassed. They get pressure. It's Josh Allen that creates stuff that doesn't get sacked. Don't act like those guys are elite and you got like 5 Pro Bowlers on that offensive line. These Buffalo Bills got it
We're not the
confused.
ones that have been acting
They
like
are,
that. You
listen,
are.
they are
You're the one that been
lucky.
acting
No,
like that.
who
Yeah,
said
for
that
real.
they got to
buddy,
have Pro
buddy,
Bowlers?
buddy, Color. You know why
Buddy.
I'm acting like that? Because they are lucky that
He call
Jalen
him buddy.
Phillips, they are
Hey
lucky that
buddy.
Bradley Chubb,
Yeah, that's
they are
Pete.
lucky that Jerome Baker, they are lucky that Xavier Howard. Do I need to keep naming starters on the defensive side that are out? But still, there's a chance we still can create pressure because their offensive line has flaws. And these Buffalo guys, they know it. They just want to throw up stats like they're doing now in the chat,
It's not
just
hard
like
to
these
figure
little
out why
Snapchat
they've been
guys like to
struggling
do.
against bad
And
teams.
100%, these guys lost to the Bills. They lost to the Pats with bad rush. Like, point that out. These Bills fans ain't gonna be getting called out like they think. They think they're gonna be slipping with that stuff. That's unbelievable. No,
You
we
know,
gotta
I
call that
was
out right now.
focusing. Hold on, but Pete, here's your problem. I was focusing my energy on that around Monday or Tuesday until I had to redirect my energy to fans like you.
No, but that's fine. We're breaking apart. Everything is happening. We're under duress and we're stressed. But at the same time, that's between us and the community. That has nothing to do with the
That's too late for
matchups in
that, Pete.
front of us.
Right,
No, the
but that should have
matchups
been
are in
hashed
front of
out
us.
weeks
It's
ago,
too
bro.
late
You
for
should
that.
have been on board weeks ago.
It's too late for that, Pete.
Board weeks ago. It's too
Too
late.
late to apologize.
There's
It's
no,
too
I'm not
Too
apologizing. I'm bringing
late.
up facts. This is the facts. So you're telling me that their offensive line is top 5. You guys conceded it's a loss?
What are you talking about? No.
What's that got to do with
Guys,
Yeah.
anything?
because at the same time, listen to what I'm telling you. Their offensive line, you guys actually think it's top 5 because it's actually great in the league? That's all I'm asking. These guys in the chat are making it seem like they actually
I don't
have
know. If you
a
got a
top
running
5.
quarterback, I don't know. That same logic could have been applied to the Baltimore Ravens. How did that work out?
Exactly.
Please, I
That's
wish
what I'm saying.
StreamYard would
It's
change where the
Josh
mic button
Allen.
is.
It's Josh Allen helping that offensive line out. It's not like they're elite. These guys in the chat right now are making it
Yeah,
seem like their offensive line is
okay.
elite.
But see
And
what
that's
happened,
what I'm
Pete?
trying to argue.
You tried to
That's the
slide
argument.
back before Tennessee, and you cost us the game by predicting a win. I ain't letting you get away with it this time.
I'm
You
not
better be
saying
saying
that
we're losing to the Bills.
Color. I've been saying this is a collapse. My prediction is 38-13. Tua gets benched, and we do get Plan B
Oh,
in the
good.
playoffs.
Then I
That's what
feel
I
good
feel.
about our chances.
You better feel good because that I'm telling you, we're not gonna win. But this is the
Oh,
reason
he
why
came back
our
and said
I
we
swear to
losing
injuries on
God, dog.
to
defense.
Tennessee.
I never heard a so-called Dolphins fan
There you
When
go.
did he
fucking
say
There
just
you
that?
go.
run,
No, 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 no,
just
no.
run
There
their
you
team
go.
into a
What
fucking
happened with the
ground,
White and
bro.
Bills?
That's fucking ridiculous, bro.
All right,
When
Pete.
did you say we was beating Tennessee, Pete? I missed that one.
Oh, he did predict that a couple weeks ago, Crypto.
Listen,
Oh,
I was trying to lay
Yeah, but
low.
Alex,
I was
though,
having a good
can we
time
really do this?
listening. I love all you guys, always tuning in. And then you got Pete coming up here saying the offensive line is only good because of Josh Allen. Okay, so let me explain this to you. When Josh Allen in 2019, he was sacked 40 times. Was he not good at
This
avoiding
man
pressure in
said
2019?
2019. He didn't break the tackles. This
I'm
year
going to
he's
talk. I'm
evading
going to
and
talk.
breaking the
You can
tackles.
talk after I'm done.
But you're going
Josh Allen
2019. There was
2019 was
COVID.
not really that good in
That's
2019.
golly.
He was okay, but he wasn't great.
Okay, so are you guys Bills fans or am I?
We're
So I'm going
talking
to
this
speak.
What are you
year.
talking about? I
I'm going to
watched the
speak.
Bills
We're
game for
talking
crying
I'm
out
this
going to
I
loud.
mean,
year.
speak.
Pete and
I was
Fred
at the
are.
I'm
stadium.
going to speak. and then you
Look,
I
guys
calm
mean,
can
who
talk
gives a
down,
shit
after
Mike.
me.
Right.
about the
Calm
Bills?
down.
Fred
All right,
is.
Calm
yeah,
down. One voice,
let
one
Sean
mic
go.
at a time. One mic. One mic.
I'm gonna
He
speak.
always gives us respect. Let him talk.
Absolutely. So here's the thing. I spend hours and hours every week watching that same offensive line that Pete doesn't watch, that everyone else in here doesn't watch but twice, unless they're on prime time. And then Pete comes up here and says they're only good because of Josh Allen. Well, let me tell you this, Pete. When I watch the film, when I break it down, Josh Allen creates all the pressures for himself for the most part. He's been sacked 21 times. Guess how many sacks were credited to the offensive line, Pete? 10. He's been sacked the least amount in the NFL. Third least pressured in the NFL. If he was third least pressured, how is he always running for his life? Like,
To be fair, Pete said you would say that.
well, but that's the thing. He knows it's correct. He's just trying to talk. And here's the other question, too. Just like some Bills fans do. They said, oh, the offensive line was horrible in the Chargers game. You want to guess how many pressures they gave up that game? 2. They said they were bad in the Patriots game last week. You want to guess how many pressures they gave up out of 30 snaps? 7. That's good. So if you're going to come up here, Pete, and you're going to talk, the Bills' offensive line is trash. It's only good because of Josh Allen. Turn on the tape. The offensive line doesn't have eyes in the back of their head. So when Josh Allen tries to roll out when wide receivers aren't open downfield, he's going to roll to his left. He's going to roll to his right. The offensive line can't look at the back of their
And
head.
he's going to throw another
But the
pick.
D-line can see. The D-line's got eyes in the front of their head, just like you and I do. So they're going to see what Josh Allen's doing while the offensive line is blocking a certain way towards the scheme. They don't know where Josh is going to go. So that's all it is. So if you want to make claims like that,
I don't
This
know
is
this
what I'm
guy, but
saying.
I
This is
hope
why. But this is why
listening to that tape,
this is
man.
where
I
I'm
hope we
going at.
whoop their ass.
Here's what's going to
This
happen.
is why
Josh
I'm
Allen
going
rolls
at
to the
people
right.
next.
Josh
Mind
Allen
you,
rolls to the
right?
left. And then he throws
This
a
top
pick.
5 offensive line that you're
Intercepted.
talking about, you're gonna see
Alex,
that
that's
even
always in the
our
card,
weak
so you don't have
defensive
to worry
line
about
that
that.
we have pulling up on Sunday night, Agba, Ingram, barely got reps this year. Those guys are gonna be harassing Josh Allen Sunday night. So we're gonna see if your offensive line is so top 5 and all the little tape, all 22 you claim you do, that these guys should get mauled, right? And we're gonna see if this defensive line gets mauled Sunday night based on all the tape, because you're still gonna see Josh Allen running around, panicking, freaking out, looking
Yeah,
for something
I just
downfield
want
after
to.
he breaks a tackle or
Damn,
two,
Pete.
and saves the offensive line by
Did
not giving up the
did
sack,
somebody
because
jot
that's
down?
what he
Wait,
does. He
did
breaks
somebody
tackles
jot down
and
the
then
coordinates to our universe before we left?
Damn. Can we
Just check it. I
go
want to
hit
make
the
sure we can
apply
get back.
button
I don't
Josh
want to
for,
be
Allen's
for
caught in a
allowing
Pete
like
sliders
4 sacks a
episode.
game.
and
This
just
guy
bury
saves them
this
like
Bills
4
fan?
sacks a game. That's what
Where's the
I see.
shovel at?
Mm.
But that's what's
We're
gonna happen. I mean, like I said, feel confident. You
Damn.
already know I got my team losing. It's gonna be hard to swallow. But at the same time, remember what I
I
said.
don't know what to
Our
say,
defensive
Esther.
line is completely hurt. Our
This is
linebackers are
crazy.
Yeah,
missing, and
Weren't
I
we
mean, I don't
talking
know what
shit
to
and
say
about
you're
Pete
either.
all
you're
still
day?
making
gonna be
excuses,
under
Pete.
duress and pressure. You
You're
will.
making
It's
It's
the
not.
excuses.
first
No,
time I
our
wanted to let him
defensive
prattle
line is
on,
hurt.
bro.
This
Keep
Sunday
going,
is
Pete.
solely
Turn
about
it up,
pressure.
Pete.
It's about pressure. That's
Get
all
his
it
ass,
is.
Pete.
And you said your offensive line is top 5. I want to see. You know what? I want to see
Mm.
if your offensive line is so top 5. Let's see if he leaves the game as clean as Lamar Jackson. Lamar
Okay.
Jackson didn't get touched, and we had Bradley Chubb for the most of that game. So let's see. Let's see if your offensive line is top 5. That's what's gonna have to pop up. I
So let
doubt
me
it.
ask you. Let me ask you this then.
Is it
So,
raining outside?
so if we give up one pressure,
Not yet. It's
we're no
coming,
longer
Nene.
top 5. So I'm going to ask you this: the Eagles had the best offensive line in the NFL. They're graded number 1. I went back week after week, and what do you know? They give up pressures too. It's called it happens. It's part of the football game. So if the Dolphins get pressures or they knock Josh down once or twice in the game out of 40 snaps, they still won the day. That's what people don't understand about offensive line. If they go 40 pass blocking snaps and they lose 35 out of 40, that's damn good. But people, all they're going to say is, oh, man, they got beat 5 times. They're fucking horrible. Like what's the logic?
Well,
with people?
what would you call 1 out of 4.2 times?
1 out of 4.2? That's
Yeah, what would you call that?
It's about 20, 22, 23%.
20. Well, I might have been a little off. It's 27.6%. You know where I got that number from?
PFF?
That's no. I don't fuck with PFF. I get I aggregate right off the NFL, bro. Pro Football Reference. And that 27.6 is the pressure percentage that Miami put on y'all in our 28-point loss.
Shade
Mhm.
Color, Crypto, what's good? How's everybody doing?
So we pressured Allen basically 1 out of what is that? 1 out of 4 point something snaps.
Yeah, I think that's still good for the O-line. I mean,
Considering we lost. Now, for those that want to say that our offense couldn't have helped our cause, now y'all can go kick rocks because we got the pressure on Josh Allen.
Okay. Well, the whole point of what I was trying to say
That
is,
wasn't meant for you, Bills. That was
no, I
meant
get
for.
it. No, because you're right, and that's my other point.
I'm telling
that
you
I'm trying
right
to make
now, bro.
about-
The Bills fans are worried. The Bills fans are
Pete, you're the
worried.
one up here crying about
I
everything.
can't
What are you
believe
talking
what
about
I'm
worried?
hearing.
Because you heard what Mark said. You hear the
I'm
other
worried,
Bills on the
bro.
panels. A whole bunch of Bills fans are worried. I find it like
Our
amusing. Like I can't
problem
believe
in
they're
that
worried.
game.
But
Now
at
that
the
I'm
same
hold on,
time,
real quick,
look,
Pete.
you're over
Real
here. You're
quick,
worried.
Pete. Sean, the problem that I'm finding for us in that game was while we pressured you guys, roughly 27 to 28% of the time, Josh Allen's bad throw percentage that game was 4%.
Mm-hmm.
So we weren't getting in his way, even though we were putting pressure on him. We weren't disrupting his throwing lanes and nothing like that.
Right. And I will say too, this is a brand new offense. We got a new left guard, new right guard. So there was a continuity thing you have to build up. They've been playing every game together. They never missed a game for 16 weeks now. So they've been getting better and better progressively every week. And they have their moments just like everybody does. But I fight my own fan base about it. So I'm not gonna sit back and listen to Pete just without knowing what he's talking about. Try to bash my O-line. So another thing too about what he said.
No, you're fine. You're our deliverance, bro. Keep going. Keep going at Pete, man. You just keep going.
Wanted to say, he said that we're scared because we come up here and we're listening. I support you guys because I freaking love you guys. I'm not up here because I'm scared. I don't listen to you guys because I'm afraid. I don't listen to Miss fans.
But you're firing up Pete in the direction we have never seen him fired up in before. That's why we're trying
Not
to
at
milk
all.
it.
I went to look and see if it was raining
I
outside.
missed
Hey,
it,
Pete,
bro. I must have missed it.
they said Pete got a half and half jersey on.
That's what I said, Nene. We got to check to make sure we jotted down the coordinates to our universe. We might have switched universes.
But I'll tell Pete this, guys, and I'll let you go because I know you guys got your show to do, and I got to get my son to bed. Pete, I do a breakdown every week of my O-line, so if you're more than welcome to come over. You don't got to subscribe. You don't got to like the video. But if you want to come and talk football, I'll be there every week. Come find me, and we'll talk O-line anytime you want. But
do me a favor, Red, White, and Bills. Drop the link to your channel. You're more than welcome to, please. And if you drop the link, make sure you subscribe and go over there and give them subscribe, man. You know what I mean?
I appreciate that, guys. Sorry to butt in. I was just like, man.
No, you're good, man.
I got to say something. He was piping up, so I had to cool him down a little bit.
Piping up about everything. Don't worry about it, brother.
Hey, you guys have a great one. I appreciate you.
You have a good night, man.
You too. Peace.
All right, Sean.
Oh, here comes the king defense hater, Bryson. How you doing, man?
Oh, what do you mean? I love our defense.
Oh, okay, you do.
No,
you got some backup now, Nene.
I'm concerned, guys. I am concerned. And it's not because of the injuries. It's not for anything other than my PTSD with the team. This moment to me, and please, I want you guys to tell me I'm wrong, and I hope I am wrong. This moment feels like a textbook choke moment. This game right here for me shows me, are we the old Dolphins or is this a new team that I believe we can be? This is
Bryson.
because if
Bro,
we
all we've done is choke all year
purpose.
long. What are you talking about? What's changed? There's nothing new. That all the Dolphins do is
that's
choke.
what I'm saying, though, bro.
We're
If you win this
1 in 5
game, that's
against
not
teams that ain't
choking.
trash. Why would you be surprised if we lost? I don't get
I
it.
wouldn't be surprised at all. I wouldn't be. That's what I'm saying. I'm concerned because I wouldn't be surprised if we lose this game. I think we're going to lose this game. But if they win this game, they prove me wrong. They go 12-5. They win the division, go second seed. That's completely different than what they've done in the past. In the past, they lose this game. They choke in this game. They go in the 6th seed. They walk into Kansas City, and they play a tight game and lose, or they just lose outright. Who knows?
Hey,
But I think
Bryson.
What's
Can
up,
I get some
Nene?
perspective real quick on why it's
Yeah, go
different?
ahead.
Number
Yeah, yeah,
one,
yeah.
we haven't lost 2 games in a row this entire season. That's the first point. The
Okay.
second point, we're basically an undefeated team in that arena this season outside of that meltdown against Tennessee, right? I can
Okay.
give you another perspective that this team isn't the same Miami Dolphins when we played the Cowboys, right? And they went down there and Dak had that drive and they scored. The old Miami Dolphins would have fumbled the kickoff return or Tua would have thrown an interception or something wild would have happened. No. They went down there and they hit the game-winning field goal and we clinched a playoff spot. Especially this early in the season since 1990. A lot of the records are not the old Miami Dolphins. I agree because I'm a hard on this team, very hard on this team, but I don't want to be so hard on this team that I'm basically predicting that they're gonna fail, right? To me, just personally, if locking up the number 2 seed, beating your bully, the AFC East champion, the team that has owned this organization, if we're being honest, going back to the Dan Marino, Don Shula games, when they went to their 4 Super Bowls, who do you think they beat to get there? Us. I just think sometimes it's the right time for something different to happen. And I just think with no matter what the crowd ratio is, whatever they're putting out in what it's gonna look like, Bills to Dolphin fans, if they can't get up for beating the Buffalo Bills, becoming the AFC East champions, basically controlling your destiny in the playoffs. Because here's the other thing that people are not talking about. I don't believe in the Ravens in the playoffs. They have a history of doing this. They have a history of doing really well in the regular season and then choking in the postseason.
But
It is
not
still
this well.
That's true.
Not
I
this
can't I
Yeah,
well.
can't
this
go down
well,
that
bro.
road.
Yeah,
yeah, this
this
I
well.
well.
can't go down that road. That's borderline
This is
gaslighting.
this.
I'm gonna say
They
this.
won't.
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this
Borderline
much because
gaslighting.
they.
Wow.
Hold on, I'm gonna shoot my
I'm gonna say
level
this
of
much. They
positivity to
from a
Bryson, but
from a from a franchise standpoint, they've already proved that they could win Super Bowls as an organization. Now that's number one. Just because the quarterback that they have wasn't reluctant to win one doing this iterate. This is a new iteration of the Ravens. Number one, new offensive coordinator, new defensive
Crypto. To
coordinator,
add to your
and they playing
point,
way better. So I wouldn't say that automatically they're subject to their history because they've been unsuccessful with this quarterback. They can apply those same standards to us. That's why I don't like going down that tit for tat
And they
routes when it comes
do.
to other
And they do.
franchises.
And didn't you just hear what Bryson said about our team?
here's the
Well, yeah,
thing,
I'm
crypto.
just saying, but they would do that to
So we
us, is
can't
what I'm
say that
saying.
about the
They could easily
Ravens.
do that. No, but we
But
do that preemptively
We
without
know.
hesitation,
We
without break.
haven't. We're not the ones that
We
brought
just
up
did it
that.
to them.
No,
We just
bro.
did it to the
well,
Ravens
well, to me,
preemptively. We just
crypto.
got beat down by a team thoroughly, and then all of a sudden we want to underplay what they did
But
all
we
season.
weren't
We're
talking
not the
about the
No,
only good
playoffs
team that
then.
they beat thoroughly.
We weren't talking
but
about the playoffs then. She was
I'm
specifically talking about in the playoffs
in the
in their
playoffs.
previous
Well,
run.
yes, I'm saying, but they have had historical playoff runs in their career within this
Okay,
century
fine,
already.
What
fine,
I'm saying
That's
for
what I'm saying. You can't just
fine.
say their franchise that's doomed to lose.
Nay.
We
They
weren't talking about
franchise as
their franchise. We're
organization
talking
has
about
been
their
a
so
winning
team.
when so when
We're not
franchise.
talking about their franchise. We're talking about their team.
All right.
Exactly, and that's not this. They're not the same team as well as the previous teams. If we want to use the argument for us, we have to
No
apply the
kidding.
same standard.
Okay, but we're not the ones that started applying that standard. Bryson is.
I did. I
But
applied the
I'm
standard.
saying, well, to Bryson's point, that team we
He
say
was
that
holding
about.
our history over our heads. What are you talking about?
But no, what he's holding our history over here because we haven't done nothing. This only puts us at the Chad Pennington level Dolphins, winning 11 games, winning the division on the
And
last
right,
weekend
and
of the
Nene
season.
came back with
So what we
holding
have
their
done,
history over their head, their recent history over their head too.
okay, which means they're probably winning a Super Bowl because Flacco
So
is
why
way
is it
less.
fair for Bryson to?
What you
Why
call is
is it
better than
fair for Bryson to talk about our team in that
Lamar
light?
Jackson is way
But
better than Trent
but
Dilfer.
we're wrong for talking
Okay,
about their
got it.
team in
I
that
got
light.
it.
Hey, but just so you guys know, I
No,
want to be
I'm
wrong
not saying
here,
you're
guys.
wrong. You just
Just
got to
so
be
you know,
honest and
I want
objective
to be wrong.
about which two quarterbacks were
I'm
quarterbacking those two different
being
teams and
honest.
franchises at that point.
Being honest. I returned Bryson's historical feelings with historical
Which
feelings on
means I
them.
understand where Bryson's coming from because we still haven't proved nothing yet.
And
We're
neither
at the
has
same
Lamar.
stage as Green Bay as the Chad Pennington
Okay,
Dolphins, 11
Yeah,
and
okay.
but
5.
crypto. Let me just say this. You act like Chad Pennington Dolphins was like a year ago. That was 15 years ago. So they have proved something.
Okay, which means our franchise did only that, and this franchise haven't
Yeah,
done that.
I would just
Only equal that.
but crypto, I'll be honest, we agree a lot. I don't think you just downplay that like that was nothing. Like that was a big accomplishment. If we want to accomplish Lamar and what they're doing over there, we also in the same magnitude have to have the same energy for our team getting to the breaking that record and doing things since the
Yes, but you're
90s as
saying
well.
he lost as if he lost every playoff game. He won at least one. So he's not even in the conversation no more because he's got one on his belt and he's
Right,
played
but
more.
to be fair, you know how I feel about all of this.
So putting them in
Tua
the
hasn't
discussion
played
is
one yet.
disingenuous to begin with.
Well, hold on,
Because
but
they're
it,
not a
it
team.
is.
They're not a
And
team that's
another
the
thing,
goal
man.
history. I could see if you put us in
She
the
was
same category
speaking
as the Browns.
specifically of the playoffs and
Outside
the
of
fact that
Andrews, they
they
really
can
Yes,
be just
specifically
as
of the
well
they
their
got
playoffs.
own
wide
selves
receivers
as
and
we
receivers.
can.
They got
Well,
Bateman.
that's
They
a
got
no-brainer. Anybody can. San Fran
likely.
can. But to use that franchise is disingenuous because that franchise has historical victories in this era.
But not in the Lamar era going to a Super Bowl and beating his
Nene,
Of
demons too.
course
Nene.
not. But he's
Hold
won
on,
a
That's
hold
all
on.
I'm
playoff
saying.
game.
That's
But
all I'm saying
hold on,
because
y'all. What y'all are leaving out, the major detail y'all are leaving out is his cast of I mean supporting players. He's got wide receivers. He's got likely is a really good tight end. He's got running backs. They just signed Cook. They have a lot of luck going their way.
Got O line,
They're
bro.
getting
He's
healthy
got
too.
an
They're
O
getting
line.
players
That's the
back on
biggest
defense.
part.
I mean,
And
we can't
yeah,
just
and their O
overlook
line
that
is
and just say, "Oh,
massive.
They got the
John
same
Harbaugh is going to
running
be a
back he's
failure
had his
now."
entire career, Gus Edwards.
Yeah, they have the
This,
same
this,
running
Yeah,
backs
and
they've
he's
had for
down two
years.
of them, two starting ones, and guess
I
got picked
know.
up another one
Yeah.
but what
yesterday.
all I'm saying,
And he
crypto,
makes up the
Casper,
difference,
and Color.
obviously,
And
because
he
he
All
didn't
also
I'm
need them
don't
saying
against
control
is
us.
their deep.
not
He also
His
don't control their defense.
his running backs don't matter because he's
No, he doesn't,
RB1 on
because
the
it's not
team.
like their defense getting pick sixes every time. He threw 5
Oh, well,
touchdowns.
actually, they are.
well,
He's
what I'm
RB1 on
saying,
the team.
Bryson,
So
No,
to
they
what I
didn't
was
get a
Well,
pick
theirs
six
originally
in that
didn't.
saying.
game, or neither
I
against
am
the
not trying to
49ers.
disrespect Lamar, the Baltimore Ravens. What I am saying to you is this: when we win on Sunday, we still have a goodish shot as anybody else. And I did mention Lamar's playoff history because it is a considerable factor. And it's not saying it's not a considerable factor for us. Two things can be true. That Lamar has had an MVP season before or great seasons, and then they get in the playoffs and something happens to them. So I think with Miami being in the 2 seed, hosting his first home playoff game since what, January 6, 2001. I don't think those things to where as fans, I know we want something bigger to happen, but to just overlook that like it's absolutely nothing. Like we haven't waited 20 years for them to do this. Like we haven't waited 15 years to do this. We have to consider that this is not the same 7-8, 7-9, 8-8 Miami Dolphins. They are 11 and
It's the
5 at the
same.
moment.
Well, at this point, we accomplished 11-6 moniker,
yeah,
or the
I want to
11-5 at this
Right,
respond.
right,
stage at
right.
the season.
But
I want to
that's
And
respond.
something
what
that we
Bryson was
have to
trying to say,
understand.
until we beat the Buffalo Bills, we haven't proved a damn thing. That's
And
what he
Well,
was
that's what
to
I was
me,
saying.
trying to say.
crypto,
Yeah,
I
that's
look
what I
at
I
was
it
mean,
trying
this
to
they're
way.
say.
gonna be tough to beat, y'all. I mean, what do we
Yeah,
got over
every
there?
team
You
is
got
tough to beat right now.
But
Every
listen, let me
team.
just say something. Let me just respond. First off, I win or lose on Sunday, we're going to the playoffs, right? I have a hard time to believe that one, we're going to be able to get consistent pressure, which is what this defense is built off, is consistent pressure with the injuries on our D line. With Bradley Chubb out, JP's been out for weeks. I have a hard time
They
just
have
being able,
injuries too, though. We can't say
and
one
that's
without the
fine.
other.
No,
They
that's
got Josh
fine, but I'm
Allen
talking
is
about
hurt.
Absolutely,
I'm
and they've
talking about
proven that they got their depth is good enough to play
but
without
I
I'm
don't
them.
not
know.
talking
They
about Sunday. I'm not talking
let-
about Sunday. I'm talking about a playoff run.
right,
That
but here's the
defense
thing.
is
Here's the
hurt.
thing why I believe
It's
it's different. Most of those games are gonna be at home. They only lost
if we
one
win,
home game.
if
That's
we
it.
win, we got to
They've
win
won
though first.
7 and lost one that should have really been 8-0. We can't look past that because we're frustrated that we got the bricks beaten off us on Sunday. Here's the thing I don't like. I'll be honest. If we won on Sunday, a lot of people wouldn't be up here with these doubts that were already visible in the losses. That loss
But
on
Nene, that
Sunday.
fucking
I
happened
wouldn't be
though.
that way
That's
because
a big if though, man.
I
Well, I
predicted
know after.
a loss at the beginning of the preseason
Right.
this
So
weekend.
Nene,
so
if
what
you
makes you
lost,
think that our starting defense, Bradley Chubb and all these guys, if they weren't injured, Bryson,
yeah.
what makes you think it'd be any different? Because they were the ones playing last week, not our backups.
That's true.
I mean, I'm not.
What the hell is
Yeah,
the
he
difference,
played him
bro?
almost a full
I
game.
think I'm
Well,
not
to that
saying
point, Color,
against the
Bradley Chubb
Ravens. I'm
played a full
saying
48 minutes.
I'm saying
Man,
against the
we just
playoffs
gotta
in
admit, as
general.
Dolphin fans, we got our coach. What are we talking about?
Yes,
They got
but
Zay Flowers over there. You got Odell Beckham. You have Rashad Bateman, Lamar Jackson at running back. You got Likely at tight end. I mean, they have running
I mean,
backs. They just
losing
got
losing
Cook. I mean,
Chubb is a
what are you
huge
supposed to do?
deal.
You got
We were
Gus
almost
Edwards.
completely healthy last week, minus Jalen Phillips. And we got
I'm
56 points put on us.
exactly.
What
I'm
makes you
not
think it would have been any different now
but
that we're in, like,
Color.
if we
If
weren't
we
injured right now?
but Color, I'm talking about a playoff run. If we
Well,
win
yes,
those
Color,
next week,
that
we
point,
won't
yes.
play the Ravens till the AFC Championship.
Every single team is going to be as good as the Ravens from here on out.
Nope, totally disagree.
Okay,
Totally
minus what? A factor of how many, bro?
I
Really?
would go with that.
There's nobody currently. There's nobody
Oh
on
my
the
God,
Ravens
bro. Oh my
level.
God.
You
I'm just
haven't
saying,
seen.
as good or as
Oh
are you
my
talking about
Man,
as
God,
healthy
bro.
as
better
Are
hope
you
the
really
Stroud
being
don't
that
end up
obtuse
in
right
the
now,
wild
bro?
card.
You know damn well
Well,
that's not what
Color,
I meant, bro.
he's
I don't
saying
know
as
what you
good as
mean.
far
I
as their
just
Are
health
you
saying
and
really being that
where they at in the
obtuse,
season.
bro? Are you
I'm not trying to
purposely?
be any
Now
type
I'm
of way.
asking you if you're being combative, because that's some damn obtuse shit right there, bro.
I'm not trying to be obtuse. I don't really even know what you mean by that.
he's talking geometry.
I'm talking about the level of competition, bro.
Yeah,
They're not as good as the Ravens, okay.
but yeah,
That's
they're gonna
not what
be.
the fuck I meant, and you know it.
No, I didn't.
Which is going to
I
come down to
didn't know
X's
you
and
meant
O's
that. I'm
at
sorry,
that stage
Color.
of
I
the
didn't know you
playoffs.
meant that.
Bro,
One
really,
mistake can
man.
cost you a whole ball game.
I
But
didn't know you meant that.
I'm the
You
one
don't gotta
being
get
combative
to.
right now, bro. When
I'm
you
not
had to
trying to be
you had
combative.
to nuance my point so
It's going to
deeply
come
to be
down to
right,
X's and
so you could
O's.
be right, bro.
Color, I
That
think it's just
we're off on this tangent now because I couldn't say that the teams going forward are as good as the Ravens without just making a loose point that the level of competition is just about that.
yeah, and I just disagree. I'm sorry.
So why do I have to
bro.
explain all that? Because you want to nitpick my words and say, out of the blue, you want to straw man me with this stupid other debate about whether the Ravens are really the best team or not.
I think
That wasn't my point.
in the league.
My point was, what factor do you think the Bills are lesser than the Ravens? Tell me, Bryson, what factor of deficiency do you credit the Bills with below the Ravens? Tell me.
I think
2,
the Bills
3?
I think the power ranking is what 1 versus 3 now, right?
I think the Bills
I think the
are
last one
a
was 1 and
very
3.
solid team.
Better question. Do you think it makes any difference to us Sunday?
For what?
Do you think it makes a difference that the Ravens are a little better than them on Sunday for us?
No, not at all.
Then why did you say that?
Well, because if we win against them, right, and we go into wild card weekend, we're going to be playing a team like the Steelers, a team like the Jaguars.
The Steelers. Let's talk about the Steelers.
Aren't even close
the Steelers.
like the Ravens.
How many losses do the Ravens have, Bryson?
I believe they have 3.
Right. And one of those losses, they were held to 10 points the whole day.
So that's
and that loss came to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
I get that, and that's a divisional game.
Now, what makes you think we can do any more against their defense than the Ravens did?
Because the Steelers play them twice a year, every year.
They've only played them once.
But I'm saying they play them.
And they don't get to face the Ravens starters tomorrow.
I know, but the Steelers
or Sunday or tomorrow.
Just like
right. They won't be
the
playing them. They'll be playing Huntley and some of the receivers. I think they said gonna get a few minutes.
Don't give me that. We have their number crap.
But that happens.
10 points, Bryson. 10 points they held them to.
No, but you know,
Having their number means that they beat them in overtime 33-30, not 17-10.
I think we match, and I think everyone on this panel would agree, we match up way better against the Steelers than we do the Ravens.
Well,
Okay,
the last time we
that's
scored,
an opinion.
played the
But
Steelers,
you're going
we
to
only
have to
scored
quantify
16
that
points.
opinion with X's and O's.
I
Because
don't
we
think
got
the
Why do you say that? Hold on, Bryson.
The Ravens put
Hold on,
56
Bryson.
points on our defense, and they put 10 on the Steelers.
I won't be so fast with that, Bryson, because the last time we faced the Steelers, and they're better this year, the Steelers forced us to 16 points. That's all we can squeeze out of them.
Yeah, but that was a totally
And
different
5
team.
interceptions.
And if you want to hang,
exactly, and this year's team is totally different too.
Hold on, Bryson. If you want to hang Dolphins history over our head, the last time we were in the playoffs before last year, we got one and done and smacked all around by the Steelers. They put 48 points on us.
Yeah. I mean, okay, that's fine. I'm just saying, like, I think we match up.
Well,
better
if you
than
believe
the
we
Steelers.
are, we're our
And
history,
they have
then that's going to happen
and
again.
they head coach is further along the game than our head coach
I don't
is
even think
when
we're
it comes to
playing the
playoffs.
Steelers.
Hey, Color, in crypto, why y'all yelling at the man?
No, I ain't yelling at him.
Listen,
I'm just
I
normal.
want to be
Yelling
wrong.
at
Color,
dude.
I want you to be right. I want you to be right in this. I don't like what I believe right now.
Yeah, you're right,
worried.
Nene. I guess I could have drawn it back. I was a little upset earlier, but there's no reason now. You're
good,
right.
Color.
You're right.
You're good, Color.
Lord.
No, you're right. I just didn't realize.
No,
Yeah,
I
I
wasn't
was just
yelling.
up there.
I was
I'm
just being
sorry.
my normal self.
I'll bring it back down. All right.
Color, I just after that performance Sunday, even if we lost last week, if it was a close game, I wouldn't have been upset. Because if it was a close game, just like last year, the two matchups against
Okay, but do you honestly believe that we're going to have 60 points put up on a Sunday?
No, I don't think so. No.
Well, because given the disparity on our defense from this week to last week, where the Ravens put up 56 on us, I can't imagine the Buffalo Bills can't accomplish 4 more points than that against our third string scrub defense that we're putting on the field this week.
Well, I don't think they're scrubs. I just think
I just don't see how you think it matters, bro. When our first
the way
team
Big Fangio not letting Ramsey get his way, they might score 70 and break the record.
Yeah, I don't really know if last week
For you to be logically sound here, bro, you would have to be predicting 60 points on us this week.
No, I
to
don't
be
think
logically
I have
sound.
to, because last week I think there was a crumble on every level.
Oh,
no color.
Everyone had really bad.
So last week it was a crumble. This week it's because our third string isn't good enough. Okay, I got you.
This week is because this team hasn't shown me that they're anything different than the past. This is the week to show that they are. And I'm not going to believe it until they show it to me.
Then why do you think we match up better with the Steelers, given that the Steelers knocked us out of the playoffs with 48 points?
Hey, Color,
I don't
can I
think
ask him a
that
question?
year matters. The
Can
9
I
and
ask
10
him
You
a
just
question?
said it matters. You just
ask him a
said
question?
you just hinged your entire take on our history.
But that doesn't, just because that one matchup doesn't tie into the history of us. Our franchise has been.
What you're saying to me, Brian? Let me steelman you. What you're saying to me, so I'm clear, is that what the Steelers did to us, 6-7 years ago, speaks nothing to what we're going to do this week, is what you're saying. Is that correct?
Okay, so but you're tying in, you're saying.
I'm asking you if that's what you're saying, because I'm just asking if that would be accurate.
No, I'm not saying that.
I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
What I'm saying is, I have watched this team for 25 years. I'm 25 years old. I'm a young guy.
Stop right there. What are you trying to tell me by saying that?
That all I've ever seen.
That it's going to affect our game Sunday.
All he's seen was misery.
All I've seen is that when my team has the moment to prove doubters wrong, when the moment is on the line, they don't stand up. And so my PT, and I started this whole argument with, I don't think we're going to win because of my PTSD, my emotional attachment to the team. I've always believed in them, and they don't show up. So I'm not going to believe until they show up. I'm not saying I'm right. I even said in the beginning, I hope I'm wrong. I want them to prove me wrong.
Then you cannot logically believe that we match up well with the Steelers. You can't have it both ways, bro.
My opinion isn't built on logic. It's built on emotion. I said that from the beginning, bro.
Bryson, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead,
What
Nene.
how did you feel after we beat the Cowboys? I'm just trying to understand something.
Yeah. I felt really good, but I felt like we beat ourselves in the fact that the Cowboys are the Dolphins of the NFC. They have done
No, Bryson, stay with me because I'm not gonna tie in other arguments. Just a singular question. How did you feel? Did you feel we were the Dolphins of old when we won that game against the Dallas Cowboys, or did you feel that we finally turned the corner?
I felt like
you probably felt it was a mirage based on his
No, just let him answer the question.
Nene,
That's the problem
I
here.
felt like we did turn a corner, but the job wasn't done. That's how I felt.
Okay, pause. Because now it's conflicting because to me is I don't know you from a can of paint, but it seems like whatever the PTSD was, and I don't know how that could be. I'm 40 years old, and I say
it's not actual PTSD. It's I'm joking.
Well, my whole thing is if the Dolphins had won against the Ravens, right? Or let's do a lesser one. If they would have lost,
but it was close.
If we would have been a little bit more competitive against the Ravens, would you've had this same take?
No.
That's all it is. He said it's strictly off of. So it's week to week emotions, not. So when you say the Dolphins,
it's not week to week. It's the fact that we had we weren't even competitive in that game. We had 2 outstanding drives, and then we just crumbled.
And it's actually the only game all season we haven't been competitive in, bro.
The first Bills game this year, I don't think we were
the Bills
competitive
game.
in.
So the Eagles game. So as I just illustrated that we put 28% pressure on Josh Allen, you don't think that's being competitive?
I mean, I'm talking about the scoreboard.
The scoreboard was matched until we fumbled the ball.
I'm going to be honest, bro. I don't even really know exactly how that game even happened.
Well, hey, I don't expect you to watch every show. Hey, I can't expect everybody to watch everything I do, but I literally just did it yesterday. Pulled up the play-by-play on the NFL website. I'm telling you so you know where the information can be found. That's all I'm saying. I ran through play-by-play how that game transpired because after this entire season, everybody from every sides of every angle has their own idea of what happened that game, and none of them are right. So I went through the play-by-play last night and showed everybody, or yesterday afternoon, one play by one play, where that game was lost. And that game was lost when we fumbled the ball and didn't match their touchdown. Period. End of story.
When did we fumble the ball, by the way? I'm just curious.
That was right before the second half.
Okay, and that's what I'm saying though, man. It's like
if we score on that drive, we balance, we reset the game to 0-0, and we get the ball back in the second half, in which we did score that day in the third quarter in our opening possession of the second half.
Even the Ravens game, man, like that game was still possible to get back in the second half.
Okay, fine. But my point is, how were we not competitive against Buffalo? See, the narrative got put out there that we got bullied and everybody just accepted it, and I didn't.
Well, I mean,
we beat ourselves that game. We bullied ourselves that game.
But good teams got to be able to stand up from that and turn the game around.
Don't give me good teams this, good teams that. Good teams don't bully themselves, and that's what we did that day.
Exactly, that's my point. We can't
go down that. That score spread was way too much.
I gotta ask.
To account for that.
So you don't think 11-5 and already clinching the playoffs is not a good team?
No, I think we're a good team. I don't think we're a great team.
Okay, but I think
that's fair.
Let's be more patient and see what the playoffs gives us versus always going back to what we can't do. Is that fair?
No, that's fair. I used to be very optimistic about this team, and it would always hurt me in the end. So I've just learned from my mistakes.
So Bryson, one more chance for me to steel man you real quick to just clear up something else on that point you just made. Is it what you're basically saying to me, if I understand you correctly, is that playing more competitive than we did against the Ravens, in other words, playing the way we did against those previous losses we had, or even possibly winning the game, and winning this game to you is what would separate good from great. Is that what you're trying to say?
I think if just to answer your question,
is that accurate? I have to have a yes or no if that's accurate or not. Then you can explain why it's not accurate if you think it's no.
Well, I just want to explain because I don't know if I'm
okay, but tell me first. So you're saying no, that's not accurate. So
no,
tell me where I was wrong.
I don't know if I'm understanding you correctly. Can you say it one more time?
Okay, it is your contention that playing more competitively against Baltimore, coupled with the Dallas win, and beating Buffalo this week, is something that to you is something that separates good from great.
Correct. I would agree with that.
Okay. See, that right there, I wholeheartedly 100% agree with you on. So now that I've steelmanned you and now I understand your position, I can more make a decision accurately as to whether to agree with that or not. And that I wholeheartedly agree with. I always have. Ask Lewis, ask everybody else. We have to win these games. I totally get what you're saying. To change everything, to erase all the PSD, to separate good from great.
Because listen.
And I agree with you.
I appreciate it. You're not going to win every game, especially the hard games. You're not going to. But if you can show that you're competitive and you can win some or most, then I think that's a great team.
And I'm just saying that Baltimore game, at first it did, but now that I've had more time to dwell on it and look back at stuff and understand more of what happened, not excusing it, what I'm saying is I feel more like that we still are what our record says we are, in the respect that we still have at least 2 guaranteed opportunities more to prove that we are great.
I think if you
and I just don't understand why people want to associate what's happened in the last 30 years before the game is even these 2 last games are even played. The wave function collapses in the last game we have, the last opportunity we have. And if we don't do it, bro, then I'm marching right along with every one of you.
I like that you're
because let's say we lose.
I'm not willing to say
we
you need to lose by 100 points just to give somebody credit of beating the crap out of you.
Let's say we lose to Buffalo and the worst happens and we got to go to Kansas City and then we torch them. What do you feel then? Does Buffalo and Baltimore matter now?
At that point.
Do you see my point here? There's too much football left to be played to be making these assumptions just yet, in my opinion.
I get it, yes, and you're right.
Well, these are just markers, though, Color. You do it at only markers at the given time.
Right, but nobody wants to acknowledge the 11-5 marker. Nobody wants to acknowledge the playoff berth marker, like as Nene was pointing out.
I said that from the beginning. That put us at the Chad Pennington level freaking marker. 11-5 at the 16th week of the season.
We have one fuck up, and we can't look at any of those markers. Those markers mean nothing anymore. That's my point. It's not fair.
I agree, Color, with acknowledging stuff like that. And any other year where, maybe we develop players and we got a record like this, I think more people would acknowledge that. But when you went through what we went through these past 5 seasons, going back to Flores, where we had multiple draft picks in multiple seasons. We had like 3 consecutive years of like 2 first-round picks, 3 first-round picks, 2 second rounders, 3 second rounders. Like, we were willing and dealing. And then we were going into free agency. We've had two pretty good coach candidates. One got fired. there was a lot of hope in this fan base that we would have been a little bit more competitive this year than 1-5 against teams that aren't trash. You know what I mean? Like in any other scenario, that would have been awesome. Like if we were like the Kenny Pickett Steelers or the C.J. Stroud Texans with that kind of record, yeah. But like the expectations, realistically, if you're a fan of this team, and I think you're lying to yourself if you're just okay with the record that we're at and we're in the playoffs.
I'm
Because
certainly
in
not
reality,
okay with
in
that,
rea-
Esther. I agree with
reality,
Yeah,
that's where
that's
I come
called
back.
settling.
That's where I come
Well,
back
that's
to
the
the table
definition
with
of
you, bro.
settling, Esther.
He
That's
never
where I
got
come
to
back.
his point.
Hold on,
with
Esther,
all
Esther,
the
Esther.
with
That's where I
everything we
come
did
back
in
to
the
the table with you.
draft and all the free agents that we've put in here, all even coaching staff, Fangio, whatnot. Our offensive line head coach, I can't remember what his name is, but he's doing a fantastic job. This is a damn shame if we don't get to the damn Super Bowl with
And
this
again,
team.
Esther, that's where I come to the table with you,
Point blank,
bro.
Given
period.
that
There's
half
no
the playoff
excuses.
field is half their
I don't
quarterbacks is
give a
missing,
shit if we go.
expectation should be to go all the
I
way.
don't know how else
Half
I
the
can
field and
impress
decks
it.
have been cleared.
I don't know how else
And
I can impress it stronger
Can
than
I
that's
say
where I
something?
agree with you,
if
Esther.
I don't give a shit if we go
But we're
13 and
not
4, fucking 12 and 5. It really don't mean shit to me if I'm not seeing what we've done all these past 4 or 5 seasons to build this team, and we fucking go out there and shit the bed 1-5 against teams that aren't trash. Like,
Can I say
this is,
something?
and me personally, right now, I'm just gonna be honest. I don't give a shit what nobody says. This team is fucking failing, straight up, point blank. And I don't have high expect. Me personally, I sound like a pessimist, but I am real as they come. I don't even fucking really like saying fins up if you want me to be honest, because that's all that's all this new age motherfuckers that you argue with back and forth on Twitter that say dumb shit like fins up. I'm sorry if I offend you, but y'all know where I'm coming from because I was the one that put Brian Cox on the map in this fucking community. It was me. I was the one that said that shit a long ass time ago on TD's channel and with reason. Nobody even knew who the fuck he was. That's how far back I go as a fan. So if you feel me,
Hold on.
good for you. If you don't feel
What are you
me,
talking
then
about? I'm
I
a big
don't.
Brian Cox
The
Then,
fan. What are you
internet didn't
talking
even
about?
exist when Brian
no,
Cox was playing,
I'm
bro.
just saying. It runs that deep for me. It runs that deep for me that like these motherfuckers don't get where we come from for the real fans. The fact that we even have to argue with these idiots, you know what I mean? They're so busy about fucking selfies and shit on fucking Twitter, and you know what I mean? Look at me and my new fucking dolphin fins up jersey.
Right,
That I don't
Esther.
give a fuck.
Can I
Right,
I
say
don't have
Esther.
to
something?
wear a fucking
And if that
jersey.
happens,
I
if
don't
the
give a
worst
shit
Please
about
let me
happens
say
any of
again,
that.
something.
Yeah,
if
I
the
Nene.
worst
have
happens
I
again,
have to be
bro, they're gonna
honest with
have to hear
myself.
from me.
This team is fucking failing.
Can
Flat
I say
out.
something?
There's no fucking in between. It's fucking black and white. It's binary. There's no fucking in betweens. And that's the problem with this fan base is because they feel like there's a middle ground.
That
No,
we don't.
there's not
Wait a
no
minute. Wait a
fucking
minute.
middle
I
ground.
gotta
You
stop you
either
there,
fucking
bro.
get
I
it
gotta
done
stop you
or you
there,
don't.
man. What you're saying, so I
Well,
can
I would like
hear,
to say something.
so I can understand clearly what you're saying is this fan base is a bunch of fools because we still want to wait for the outcome of the next 2 games before we decide whether we're going all in like you seem to be.
Can
No.
I
What,
just
what
say
I'm
something,
saying is
please?
when you've established
I'm
a
begging
roster
to say
like this,
something.
go ahead, Nene.
So here's the thing, and you know, me and you, we see eye to eye on a lot of things, Esther. But here's the thing: when people talk about the schedule, right? Like if I would have just when the schedule came out, and I was to tell you that this team will be 11-5, right? They're gonna play a home game where they're 7-1 the entire season for the number 2 seed, and they could possibly end the year 12-5. Would you still consider that a failure? And would you believe me if I would have told you that earlier this year?
See, that's exactly why I don't like stats. Like in a game,
No,
it's
but
like Lamar.
that wasn't my question. If I would have told you all of that with the
Nene,
schedule,
the
because
goal is not to
remember,
be this year's version of the
hold
Cowboys
on,
or
hold on, hold
the
on, hold on, because
Bengals
here's
or
my
the
point.
Marvin Lewis Bengals. We're not
Here's
trying to
my
do that.
point. Here's my point. Because at the beginning of the season, people thought we were going to lose to the Chargers. People thought we was going to lose both games to the Jets because of Aaron Rodgers. People thought that we were going to lose probably the Cowboys games. There's a lot of the games on the schedule, right? At the beginning of the season, if you're being honest with yourself and not just trying to, show off for
No, I
whatever this
want to
is.
answer your question.
We said we go 11-6.
I
So
want to answer
You're
your
right.
question.
Yeah, that was my final record, Bryson.
For
So
me personally, that would look nice. But when I look at this schedule, and when I'm looking at it, I see that we got like 10 fucking trash games.
yeah,
I have a
but
hard
we didn't think
time.
that was a trash game at first. We didn't think
Hey,
those games were trash at
can I say
first.
something?
Maybe the Jets, but
We
when they
didn't
went
think
down
those
there and
games were
fielded
trash.
4 different backups and 80 different offensive
But
There
linemen,
a
you
lot
we
of
go,
knew the
people had
Greg.
results
us
of those were going
losing
to
Good
be.
against the
boy.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
while
Chargers.
mean,
we're on that note,
if
let's
I'm gonna
talk
be
about our
honest, yeah, I
opponent this
mean,
week, who has struggled through those trash teams and lost to 3 of them.
That too. There's times where we would have lost that game against the Cowboys. We would have lost, and then you know I'm a realist now, but injuries do impact winning. When you have to keep changing around your line, got
Yo,
to
can I
keep
say
changing
something real quick?
lineups. You got to give
Yeah, I've
them
been waiting to
credit.
say something too. So
I'm just,
we're
Hey,
not.
no.
I enjoyed the
Second.
Dallas victory, Nene. I'm not saying that I didn't, but I'm a realist, and I know that they don't even know who the hell they are, just like we don't. That I feel we're staring at ourselves in the mirror. The only thing that gave us the advantage was the fact that we had a kicker that was hot, and we were playing at home.
Hold
I
on,
mean,
but see, there you go, Esther.
and they
We're
suck on
playing
the
at
road.
home, and we got that same kicker in that same home field over there in Carroll City, and I call it Joe Robbie Stadium because I'm from there. We got that same situation January the 7th.
Let me ask you guys something.
Hold on,
Besides,
No, no,
hold
no,
on. We
Nene.
can't fight these
Nene.
rebuttals. Let
You, you
let him
you
answer
missed
that question.
the last thing that I said. The last thing that I said was this season, Dallas is not a good road team. Just like us, we don't do shit on the road when we got to play
That's
somebody
why I
that's
said
not
they're the
bad.
same team as us, but that
And
actually
Buffalo has been struggling these last 3 games too. Let's put it all in the pot. And Josh Allen isn't
yeah, but they play
100%.
their best game against Miami every
Yeah, yeah,
time.
That
but listen,
exactly,
Bryson,
Jesus Christ.
you got
I
to
We
don't
be.
care
we
what
just
they did
totally
against the Chargers.
selectively ignore that they always play well against good teams and they play bad against bad teams. That's
But
been
Because
their
it's all about
trend.
the
They
matchups.
played
It's all
bad
about
against
the
the team
matchups.
they played the week before they played us.
But what I am saying, I am not, and if that's what the goal is, I am
And they
not
even
throwing the
lost.
towel on this team when they're only 7-1 at home, and you have an opportunity to close out your bully. Like I just don't agree. Just saying, well, for some people's concept, you know what we should do Sunday? Go out there with a white flag, go in the middle of the damn Dolphins
We're
Stadium,
not
and say
saying that
we're
though.
done.
We're not saying that. We're
But it
saying they
sounds
No,
weren't.
like it
I'm
Bro,
not saying
because
that.
let me ask
because
you a
every
logical
valid
question.
point,
Why
That's
would
just
you
being
every
watch
valid
extreme.
point,
something
hold on,
that you
every
think is
valid
going to be
point that
bad?
this team, hold on, every valid point that this team could do this team could win. It's a but, it's a if. So if you don't believe, you don't believe.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean I think they should go out and
Yeah.
quit. I'm
No,
telling them
but
to
that's what
prove
you're
me
saying. You're
wrong.
saying it's already
Yo, if
over.
somebody told me that there was, hold on, Nene, I'm going
No,
to handle
I'm
this
not
real
even
quick.
saying
No, I'm
that.
just
If
giving
Real
you the
quick,
somebody told
objective
me, hold on,
opinion
if
on the
somebody
probability
told
of it happening.
Crypto, please,
Yeah, thank you,
if
Chris.
somebody told me they were going to start up a show and all they were going to do was present on the screen a pile of shit the whole day, would you watch that show?
No.
Then why are you going to watch Sunday if you're so convinced that's what we're going to put out on the field?
Exactly.
Because I'm a fan and I'm gonna root the
But
It
it
team
don't
sounds to
on.
me
sound
like
like it. I'm be
it
hey,
honest.
but
sounds
let
to
me,
me like
hey,
you're a masochist, bro.
let me say something real quick.
I'm never
No.
going to use that analogy when it comes to football.
Crypto, do you know what I'm talking about though?
Hold on, let Todd. Hold on, let
Am
I
I
Todd
do.
talk
fucking
real quick. Go ahead,
crazy?
Todd. Go ahead, Todd. Go
Hey,
ahead.
Go
one
ahead,
of the
Todd.
hardest,
I,
It's
one of
hard to
the
be
hardest.
I'll
objectively
get
What's
back
true
to
going
you
on,
about your own
shortly.
team
Estefan?
in the face of
Estefan,
this
long time no
nonsense.
see.
Well, hey,
One of
what's
the
going on,
hardest.
Todd? How you doing, man?
I'm good. One of the hardest things to do is win a game on the road, and every team that we've had with a winning record's been on the road except for Dallas, and we beat them.
Okay.
They're good teams.
Okay.
They're great teams on
Yeah.
They play good at home too. That's their thing. You look at
Okay.
Baltimore. You know, the one team that we had with a winning record at home, we beat. So I'm hoping we do that again against Buffalo come Sunday night.
But you gotta be able to win on the road.
Hey,
It's
Color.
going to
You
happen.
do.
You
You do.
I'm gonna head out
When?
soon.
When have we
You want
beat
to
a
take
winning
over?
team on the road? We're gonna have to do
What
it.
time we looking at?
If we want to go to the
Yeah, I
Super Bowl,
probably
you're
got
gonna
to
have
go
to do
see.
it.
We're gonna have to do it one
Color?
time if we get the number 2 seed. If we
Two
make it in
times.
as number 2
Two
seed.
times. Two times.
Well,
Super Bowl's
You
well,
not
keep it
home.
running, or
yeah, the Super
Well,
Bowl's
the
not home,
AFC
but at
Listen,
least it's
Championship is
all
neutral.
I
I can
gotta
close it
say
out for you.
is
Sure,
At
I
least
I
it's
watch the
neutral.
Dolphins through a different lens. Like
Probably
I,
go another 10 or 15
watch
minutes,
with hope,
which, you know,
but I
usually
also watch
Yeah,
with
translates to about
that's
10 or
what I'll do.
15
Hey,
hours.
waiting to see if this coaching staff is going to finally counter against a good team. That's what I'm watching for when I watch our team
But they
play.
did against the
But
Cowboys, though.
Nay, to counter
they
your
did
point.
one time, but it was at home,
Yeah,
against a
but
team
they're
that's
gonna
not
be
good
at
on the
home
road.
on Sunday.
The
For us
offense
fans,
countered against the Cowboys.
hey guys,
Benjo didn't do
Literally,
jack
that
shit.
don't even work
hold on,
anymore,
guys,
Nene.
real quick.
Literally, the only time we beat Buffalo in the last 10 meetings was at
Is
Hard
it
Rock.
at
But for some
home?
reason, we can't do
Exactly.
it
And it
this
went
year.
down to the wire.
I'd argue the
Hey,
Chargers were a good team too when they were fully healthy. And had
Absolutely
Herbert.
went
hold
to the
on.
wire, man. Man was
That
practicing
was a really
his
good win
fourth
actually
ball in
against
the dirt in the
the
sun
Chargers.
because he thought he was going to be third baseman for some minor
And
league
by the
team for
way,
some
if
reason.
putting 50
Real
burger
quick,
on us
guys. Hold
turns
on,
us
real quick,
into a
guys.
bad team, you don't think it turned the Broncos into a bad team?
Hey, real quick on that note, I'm gonna be ending this in 15 minutes, so you
Hey,
know.
thanks for the open panel. And that person still ain't come up here to have a conversation with me, and I waited the
Hey
whole
Bryson,
night.
Bryson, let me play devil's advocate here and position myself as a Dolphins fan because I saw the Jets in 2010. They lost to the Patriots 45-3. I think it was in like week 14. 45-3. Then they beat the Patriots in the playoffs that same year. I saw the 95 Colts sneak into the playoffs with Jim Harbaugh when he was the quarterback. They even had some injuries too. Marshall Faulk was hurt. They were a Hail Mary away from going to the Super Bowl. The point I'm trying to make is like, regardless of this Bills Dolphins rivalry and who wins, one, the Dolphins have already punched their ticket. The Bills have not. Two, I've been watching for many years a lot of NFL playoff football, like many of you, and the difference in winning a lot of playoff games isn't necessarily the whole of a team, but having star players like a Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, and Jalen Ramsey. Guys like that make all of the difference in a one and done scenario. And big plays. Big plays that create a lot of variance.
But we have defensive players, defensive players that are out.
Why
does
are
it-
we watching the game?
We appreciate
Bryson?
we appreciate the olive branch, but that's a faux olive branch. I'm just smack it away and smite it like a fig tree, like Jesus did. So I
Oh, don't be
appreciate your
using
effort there,
Jesus up
Josh
in here.
Allen, but I don't give a shit.
Hey, you're right though. We do have star players out on defense, but that's room for players to step up like
I'm sorry to
Ogba.
make the conversation boring, Bryson, but that's all there is to talk about in a loss. We're injured. We're going to lose. Okay, that's it.
No.
There's nothing else to say.
We have Ogba. I'm looking at Ogba's time to step up. You know what I mean?
This
Play
is fucking
games limited
nauseating.
time.
This is
I'm right
nauseating,
there with
boy.
you, Todd. I was talking about that today.
There's no other point we can make.
We
No,
get
no,
to
no.
use
It's
history
just he
when it
brought
applies
up
to our favor,
star
but when
players.
it applies
No,
against
he
us, we
brought
can't
up
use
star
history. This
players
makes a
being
lot
the
of fucking
reason.
sense.
He
Right.
brought
The
up star
2000
players being the
Let me ask
This
you
is
reason
this,
fucking
we win,
ridiculous.
and all
The
our
two-
star
Let me ask you
players
this,
are
Bryson.
hurt.
If our defense is not on the field, how can we be burned?
Bro, no. Dude, don't even do that.
No, me.
He
Answer
said
the
our
question.
star players.
How is it they can burn us when our defense is not on the
He
field?
said our star players are hurt, or our star players are the reason people win. All of our star players, even if they're on the field, they're hurt. Waddle's been out. He has a high ankle strain. Tyreek Hill has been dealing with the ankle injury. Tua, he's roughed up with his shoulder. Jalen Phillips has been out. Bradley Chubbs, he's out. Ramsey's dealing with the injury. He's out. Javon Holland, he's been dealing with the knee injury. He didn't look himself last week. I mean, Jerome Baker, he's not out there. I wouldn't even say he's a star player, but he's a meaningful player. David
And we're
Long's
banged
been
up.
on the injury
Do
report. I mean,
you look
we
yourself
are
the first
injured
day
on.
back from a
But
cold?
Bryson,
When you
what
got
about
a
the
cold, do you
Bills?
look
They got
yourself the
just as
first
much
day back from
problems.
Did you see the injury report?
Everybody
There's like
do.
5 players on it. We had like
Yeah, because a lot of
Everybody
the
do at this
guys.
stage.
Hold on,
That's why there's
Bryson.
no excuses.
Hold on,
That
I
ain't
Bryson.
know there's no excuses, but
Bryson,
you guys are
Bryson.
coming
A
at
lot
me
of their
for feeling
guys are
not
out for the
confident in
well.
this
season
team.
already.
Bryson, you
Bryson, a
heard
lot
me
of their
all the
guys
time
already out for the
about the
season.
53-man roster. It's
Again,
always
Bryson,
about the
I have
53-man
to
roster.
go
I
back
was
to the
told all
same
summer
analogy.
long we had the best roster in the history of
Oh boy, here we
civilization,
go.
and we ain't did shit to fucking back it up.
So
next
miss
man
me with
up.
the injuries excuse
I
when we
have
talk
to
about we have the
provide.
best roster in the
I'm
history of
not,
civilization.
but that's
I
the
have
Yeah,
thing.
it for
crypto,
the fact
crypto.
of
Look,
Make
I have
crypto.
it
Hey,
for a
check
fact
this
of the
out.
team analysis.
That's not
Hold
even
on,
the reason.
John, I want to give you a good chance to talk because you haven't spoken yet.
I'm sick and tired of us saying that.
Yeah.
Relative to
Before you
what?
do,
Us having the best roster in the history of civilization. Relative to what? A bunch
before
of
you
bums
do,
that we had, Cleo Lemons of the world?
But Crypto, if you win Sunday night,
right.
you are the 2 seed.
Hey, everybody gonna be
No
celebrating.
shit. I know that. We all know that
Nobody
already.
gonna be
No, but that's what I'm
whining.
saying. Crypto, that
And
roster
another
that's
thing
been
that no
built,
one's
that has
talked
gone through,
about.
that has gone through the attrition of the season, is in a position to
Another
get the
thing
2
that no
seed.
one's talked
Hey,
about
if
is
we
Miami
beat
sucks on
Tennessee,
prime time. We've sucked
Both
on
teams
prime
are in
here's
position to get the 2
Stop
seed.
guys, check
saying
this out.
that.
Check this out. Check this out. Look.
It
I'm
should
not
have
going to
never
be.
came to that because I was told
Should
all
never
freaking
have.
year that we had the best roster in the history of the world.
You know, at the end of the day, guys, listen. We won out of 5 winning teams. We only beat one of them. We only beat them by 2 points.
So
We're
now
going
talk
into
about
this
our
Sunday.
opponent.
Now
But you
we're
still
going
beat
into
them.
this Sunday. No, we're going into this Sunday against Buffalo, who
And talk
already
about
beat us once. In fact, they
time.
dog walked us all over the field.
Early in the
So
season.
look,
Okay, we got
as
it.
a logical Dolphin fan, not a fanatic,
you've
okay,
already
but as a
committed a
logical Dolphin,
fallacy. Wait a minute,
I
you
don't.
can't invoke logic because you've already committed a fallacy.
What's
I
my
agree.
fallacy? What's my
Of
fallacy?
saying, hey, we are only this and that against these good teams
1-5.
while refusing to speak about our opponent's record against the teams that we blew out.
That's
They beat
true.
us. All I have to
That's
say is
true.
Buffalo already dog walked us.
Just because Buffalo blew
Well,
out
I'm not doing
Miami
that.
has
I really-
it has no transitory power towards the next game, dude.
Are you freaking kidding me right now? The
No,
NFL
dude,
is a freaking it's a matchup league.
Listen, dude,
Buffalo owns us.
Dude,
Owns us.
I'm a Bills fan. I just gave you an example where the Jets lost 45-3 to the Patriots, and then they
Okay,
beat
so
them
you
in
got the Dolphins
playoffs.
winning. So you got the
All right,
Dolphins
let's
winning.
discuss
Mr.
the
Bills fan?
nonsense. Head to head only matters.
Dude,
Can we admit that head to head only matters?
So what are you talking about then?
Hold on. If you'd sincerely like to know my score prediction, John, and that's why you're really asking, then I'll actually tell you.
Okay, sure. I am asking. What is
my score prediction is likely what it was roughly last week. I'll say 38-14, and the team that shows up is the one that wins. How about that?
But who do you think's going to show up, Color?
I don't know yet. You could go either way.
Okay, well, look, I could tell you guys, we got that QB Tua. And let me just ask a question. Does he show up on primetime
Well, that's a
games?
whole nother
When
discussion.
you know what I'm saying? It is a whole nother discussion, but let's not forget that. This guy hasn't even sniffed the playoffs, okay? Hasn't even sniffed it. Skylar Thompson had to come in for him last year to get us into the playoffs and play in that game, all right? So look, we
I'm
can't
just not trying to be the Dallas Cowboys at AFC permanently or the Cincinnati Bengals, Marvin Lewis version of the Bengals.
Well, then we
that's
better
my
hope.
goal.
We have to win then. Have to. That's the only way.
My goal is not to be the Marvin Lewis version of the Bengals, constantly occupying playoff spots and do shit with it, or be the Dallas Cowboys, get there and get roasted.
I don't believe in this team, man. I just can't. I can't. I literally cannot get behind this team.
Does anybody remember the Marvin Lewis teams?
That's your
Of course.
I mean,
they would.
Well, to be a
That
little
should have
bit
been the
fair,
goal from day one.
didn't they have some bad? Didn't those Marvin Lewis teams have a couple years where they were awesome and then their quarterback got hurt? Palmer.
Yeah,
Palmer
they was
and
always
Dalton both got
perennial
hurt.
playoff participants. They were the great occupiers. They will occupy a playoff spot just to get blown out. And that's what I'm not trying to do. They were the great occupiers. They always occupied a playoff spot and never did shit with it. I'm not trying to repeat that.
Look. What are we averaging? 16 points against teams with winning records offensively. Like this team has
98.1.
Okay, that's fair. Okay, thank you. That's still not enough, Color. This team has so much to prove.
Somebody when they're trying to give the accurate information, please.
Oh, okay. Thank you for giving the accurate information. The point being here is I can't trust a team that haven't given me a reason to trust them. Why are we giving the Dolphins the benefit of the doubt, thinking that they're going to win this when their track record this very year and even against this team doesn't yield for that type of thought.
John,
Yeah,
John,
I
can I
hate
ask
to
you a
say it, but
question?
yeah,
John,
please.
John, let me ask you something. What was
I
your
think it's
prediction
pricey.
for this season, our record, and where we'll be?
I see, and I don't like the way that you're actually asking that question,
No,
because
I'm
let me
just
ask you
asking.
this.
I
How
want
many
to know
teams
what
with a
your
winning record did you think we would beat this year? Let me ask you that.
John. I'm
I
not
agree with
Because
attacking
John.
I've
you.
heard you've asked this before. So let me ask you, how many teams this year with a winning
Hold
record did
on.
you expect us to beat?
John,
John,
I'm
John,
not attacking you. I'm not that
John,
kind of
you're not
person.
by
I'm
yourself,
asking
brother.
you a
Oh,
You
no,
ain't
I'm
the
legitimate
having
only
fun
one.
here.
question
Yeah.
because I don't
You ain't
know
the only
you,
one.
and I wanted to know what was your initial reaction to the schedule when you saw it. How many games will we win? How many games we will lose? I don't know
Name
you, so
it.
I'm asking you a
Hey, by
legitimate
the
Name
way,
question.
the Jets
Okay.
have 3. Hey, listen, Jets beat 3 teams with a winning record. How good is that done for them?
No,
John,
but
John,
let him answer the
It didn't do
question though.
anything for them because they don't have a
John.
quarterback.
When
They
you
had a
got
I'm
that,
quarterback and
listening.
probably be in the
Actually,
playoffs
wait a
right
minute.
now.
No, I'm going to correct that. It did everything for their defense that
we
still
never gonna get that
remains
Look,
question
the third
answered.
ranked.
I wasn't worried about their record. I knew this team would make the
No,
playoffs. We
but
have
I no,
spent too much
but
money. So
John,
that
I'm not asking you about that. I'm just asking you one singular question. When the schedule came out, home and away, just like the schedule came out today for 2024, how many games did you have as wins? How many games did you have as losses?
I had us anywhere in between 9 and 11 wins. That's where I
Okay,
was at.
so as of right now, they met your expectations when the schedule came out of how many games they would win. In fact,
If
they
you want
can
to look at
exceed.
win-loss, sure, but no,
Yeah,
that's not the way the
right. That's all
season
I'm asking.
unfolded.
I'm not getting any. You can have that deeper argument with somebody else. I'm just asking you a singular
Well, it
question.
deserves a deeper argument
No,
because that's a superficial
hold
question.
on. Well, for me, there's a lot of guys on this panel that you can have the context off me. I just want strict facts.
Yeah.
I'm a straight shooter. I don't need all the extra nuance. All I'm asking is at the beginning of the season when you got their schedule, you had them at 11 wins. But on Sunday, they
9
can
to 11. Yeah, 9 to
oh,
11 wins.
9 to 11. So as of right now, they can actually exceed your initial prediction with 12 wins if they beat the Bills on Sunday. Yes or no?
Oh, I'll tell you what, if they beat the freaking Bills, that changes everything. Because this is the biggest
That's all I
game
got.
of, frankly, the Dolphins franchise that I could remember. This game is so big. It has the craziest implications for this franchise going forward. There is so much at stake for this game.
John,
And I'll get back to my point here. I don't have the belief because I haven't seen them actually beat these types of teams.
That's where I'm
there's
at.
nothing
I'm
wrong with
exactly where
that.
you are.
Hey, John, I wanted to
Yeah.
ask John a question.
Well, to
Are
put
you
it in
aware
perspective,
that?
it's the biggest game since
Hold on.
2020
None
But
of
because
us
we
Hold
went
on.
into Buffalo and they
There's
put up
nothing
56
wrong.
on us in that game. That
There's,
was a big
there's
game. We
nothing
needed
wrong.
that to make the
can you
playoffs.
say something to
There's
help
nothing
right
wrong with that opinion at all because
Can
what
I
he was saying earlier was he
can I
believes that way because of our track record. All you have to go on is
oh,
our current history, which is this season. We haven't done good in prime time. You can even go back to last season. We were crap in prime time. We shit the bed consistently in prime time against teams that are competitive, that aren't trash. And the Bills, I mean, he's just stating the facts. The Bills already dog walked us one time. Regardless if what you felt, I think it's a
and
great question,
are we
man,
speaking of
because
the
I felt we were
score
going to have
dog
a good
walking us
record.
or what happened in the actual game? Because they didn't dog walk us.
I mean, they blew us out. Color, what are you talking about?
I'm pretty sure Tua didn't carry this team like he needed to win it. I'm pretty sure that's
How is that them dog walking us?
because they dog walked us. I don't know what you want me to say. I mean, we got our butts kicked.
Yeah, so John and Esther,
I,
you know I love you. What happened the last time the Bills played in Miami?
You guys can't get that stupid fumble from Mostert out of your head.
Yeah,
We're on
but
offense.
Esther and John,
You cannot
what
get
happened
that
the
play
last
out of
time they
your head.
played in Miami?
Nene, why don't you tell me?
Hold on here.
What
Hold on.
happened the last time they played in Miami?
I believe we
Nene,
won, right? Didn't we win?
Yeah, we won. So there's still
Right.
hope, guys. It's not over.
I'm not
I
saying there's
get that,
not.
Nene,
Wait,
but
no,
this
let's
is
go
where
to the
that
next game.
systematically
I mean,
falls apart
We're 7 and
because
1
we
at
use that
home.
same argument for 372 days against the Ravens on
I mean,
our
they beat us
miraculous
by
comeback
38
against them,
points.
and it didn't help us
But we
this year
didn't play
against
them
this
at home
version
though.
of the Ravens.
We
We
didn't
moved
play
the
them.
Right, but we were
goalposts
using the
after
same
every loss,
argument that we were going to
over
Baltimore and
and
beat you
over,
the same thing.
But
over and
crypto, we
over.
weren't. It's not the same because we didn't play them at home.
We have gone through this part of this discussion. This will now be the 5th time. And everybody's still talking over each other, saying the same things. So I'm going to take control and explain to you the last 4 meetings with the Buffalo Bills, because that's all that fucking matters. We beat them at home. We've played 3 straight games on the road in their house, in of which 2 we played to 3 points, one of which was with our 7th round third string backup.
I don't know. I kind of forget about all that color when we got
in the third straight.
My point, Nene, they was using the
Everybody
same
got the
logic.
color. They beat us by 28 points.
Go through it every time. In our third straight trip to Buffalo, where they had to avoid us going on a 2-game lead on them, they played as such, and they embarrassed us. So guess what? We get to find out just how much different it will be at Hard Rock, given the last time we played there in Mike McDaniel's very first meeting against them, we won the fucking game.
Hello, everybody, again. Happy New Year.
All I gotta say is we lost by 28 points, man. It's kind of hard to forget a 28-point loss when their quarterback threw for 4 touchdowns and ours only threw for 1 in an interception. Like, how can you compete?
Listen, we're gonna wrap this up. So let's get some final thoughts here. Anybody?
I'll start because I'm gonna watch the Heat game. First of all, I know we are 5 days in, but I'm still gonna say Happy New Year to everybody. Happy New Year, we made it. Clearly, we made it because we still fighting each other. But it was a great discussion, and the individual I was waiting for never showed up. So we can always put on the record that Nene ain't never scared. But I think we win this game. I appreciate the panel for giving everybody a voice to voice their opinions. I think this is all passionate. I just think we all want the same thing, but everybody went through different things. So that's where their opinion lies. It lies. Again, thanks, Shake, Color, Crypto, everybody, my boy Esther, Bryson, is nice knowing you. Josh Allen, the next John Elway. We didn't get to talk, but hello to you.
That's my girl. But the Heat are trash.
Hey, we is getting dog.
Trash. I agree.
We getting dog walk right now, but again, LeBron would never come back, and I'm glad of that. But y'all have a blessed one, and hopefully everybody returns no matter the outcome after the game, so we could revisit some of these takes.
Hey, Nene. Hey, Nene, there ain't nothing like crow on Monday with some barbecue sauce. That's all I gotta say.
I'll be here.
Prove me wrong. That's my outro. That's my see you later, man. I hope that I ate so much damn crow that I'm full. Because me personally, you guys all heard how I feel, and it's just what it is. And there's nothing that anybody can do to change my mind.
You know it, bro. I've always said jerk season is the best on crow, bro. I've had
anybody else got some final thoughts before we close this up?
Win, lose,
I was gonna because this is a Dolphins channel, so I'll be, like I said, I'll be devil's advocate. Each game has its own identity, its own context, its own chess match. You know, you can't look at a previous game and say, "Oh, that was a blowout," and that's gonna somehow be transitory to the next game. I also say, I'm going to keep repeating this. I'll give you another example. The 2010 Packers had, I think, 27 guys on injured reserve. Now, obviously, Aaron Rodgers in his prime was probably better than Tua, but I have a lot of respect for Tua. I have a lot of respect for Tua as a passer. And I can keep going at the 2011 Giants were 7-7.
Get it, bro. What's your score prediction, though, for Sunday?
Hold on, let me finish. They were dead in the water, and then they got in the playoffs, and they caught fire. The point I'm trying to make is the cynicism being attached to this Ravens game is being exaggerated. The playoffs are a different animal. It will be a different animal for the Ravens. As far as this game, I don't know who's going to win. I think it's going to come down probably to the wire. And I think whoever, probably just as far as conventional wisdom, doesn't make the most mistakes is going to win that game. So, Happy
I'll
New
go next.
Year,
I'll go
and
next. Happy New Year, man.
take care.
I'll go next for my outro. So, Miami Dolphins, in my opinion, if they want to change the narratives that they're not this, soft team, that they can't win the big ones, they can't beat winning teams consistently, that they're not a contender in the playoffs or the Super Bowl, whatever, you got to beat Buffalo. You got to end the trend of Josh Allen owning you or whatever you want to put at it. All these scenarios that Josh Allen's the next Elway is just talking about are like they're not normal scenarios. And sure, Miami can be one of those scenarios where we can make a run. But what they have to do is they have to turn it around and show that they are a team able to do that. And me personally, I have not seen a team that is able to do that. Beating the
Except the one that's
Cowboys
4-0 this season doing it.
Beating the Cowboys, in my opinion, is not big enough to prove to me you're a Super Bowl contender. It proves to me you're a good team.
Mirror
Prove
match.
to me it doesn't exactly. It doesn't prove to me you are a Super Bowl contender. The Bills, whatever season they've had, they've always owned you. You beat them, that means you can win a really hard game. I think the Bills match is the hardest matchup for the rest of the road. I'd rather play the Ravens again than the Buffalo Bills. Honestly, I know we just got our ass kicked by the Ravens, but that's our hardest matchup. So you go ahead, you beat them at home, you get that second seed, you get 2 home games at least, potentially 3 if someone upsets the Ravens, which we already talked about is a possibility. So go ahead, prove me wrong, prove all the doubters wrong, and I hope I'm wrong. And we go out, we win this thing, because if you lose this game, you're still in the playoffs, but you're going to kill a lot of confidence, one in the locker room and in the fan base. If we lose this game, I just don't know how people are going to believe that they're just going to turn it around all of a sudden in Kansas City. I don't know. That's just my thoughts. I'm sorry I've been negative, but I'm just trying to be honest. That's it.
Well, thank you, Bryson.
No,
Shake, I'm
good,
going to go
Bryson.
ahead and take my final thought and let the guests have the last word tonight because I have to say to Bryson, you are wrong. We have proven it. We are 4-0 bouncing back after a loss this season, and we're about to go 5-0. And I'll just leave it at that. Great debate, Bryson. Always appreciate you coming around, man.
It was a great
I
time,
don't
man.
want to
Thanks
be
for
the
having
bearer
me.
of bad news. I'll add a caveat to that in a minute.
Crypto, I
Oh,
think
I'm
it's
good.
you, brother.
No.
Who wants
No,
to
I
make
was going
the
to say,
final thought?
no, I was just saying I'll add a caveat to that because I see that get thrown around loosely as of lately. But I'll add something to that.
Oh, well, before you do, let me make sure I clarify my position completely then. I'm not saying it means anything to this game. I've been trying to tell you guys in a couple times I haven't been able to get it out. That, we keep choosing what we want from our history to apply to whether what's going to happen on the gridiron this week. Right? And so when I bring up last year, I go, oh, well, that was last year. But then everybody wants to hang 30 years on this team. Well, you can't have it both ways. So if we're going to do that, I'm going to go to the most recent history, which is the 4-game series that we've had since Mike McDaniel's been here. 3 games in a row of which been played in their house. And I just can't understand why people dismiss that like it means nothing. But to the point I was making a minute ago, Crypto, is that I'm not using it to say that it means this is what we're going to do this Sunday. I was being hyperbolic with the 5-0 because I wanted to end it on an up note as a fan. Okay. But what it does show and does qualify as is evidence that we can do that. That's all I'm using it for. I'm not using it to say it means anything for what's going to happen on the gridiron Sunday. So I just wanted to clear that. So maybe it might save you some calories. because I'm pretty sure you're about to say a whole bunch of stuff that don't apply to me.
No, I was just going to interject and say we've had the
You're fair
benefit
to say
of
it, so I
every.
want you to say what you're going to say because you're fair to say it. Go ahead, buddy.
No, I'm just saying we had the benefit after having a loss of playing teams like the Jets or the Commanders or the Giants or the Panthers. After each and every individual loss, the schedule this time around didn't allow that very next game to be the New York Jets
That's
or the
true.
Carolina Panthers.
New York Jets have the
So
third-ranked
hence,
defense in the league, bro.
we are. They do have the third ranked D, but they historically bad offense also have to be
But
accounted
we
for.
put a good amount of points on their defense.
You score one field goal and you beat them. It don't matter.
I know how to beat them. I'm talking about what our offense was able to do to their defense relative to other teams and relative to.
But I'm just saying our offense could have
bad
taken the night off against that team and we'd have still won 3-0.
I'll let you roll. I'm sorry.
This is what I'm saying is that when we apply that, I want us to also add the caveat that we still have something to prove because we have not played back-to-back teams, winning teams after a loss. That's all I'm saying. That will be
That is
something that will
true.
be different if
And
it
that is
happens.
true. Now, to speak about our opponent on that note, when they beat good teams like they did us, when they dog walked us, as people like to say, what did they do the next week?
You talking about the Ravens? They beat two number one seeds
I'm
in the
talking about the
conference
Bills.
back-to-back weeks.
Talking about the Bills, our opponent this week.
No, they don't. They only get up for good teams, is what I'm saying. That's been their whole history
That's
this
what
year.
I'm saying. What did they do after they dog walked us the next week? I believe they either
they lose to a bad. But the problem is, unless you
no, I think they struggled through the
unless
Giants
you want to
the
count us in the likes of the Giants, that would be the trend for the. That would be the. But see, that's the problem. Unless you're considering us to be on the likes of the Giants, that would be saying, well, the Buffalo Bills is bound to struggle because they struggle against bad team. Unless you're going to count us as a bad team.
The week after they beat us, they
No,
lost.
we don't.
I submit to you that they've struggled against everybody. They've just found ways to win against the good teams. Now, us, maybe they didn't.
No, they
struggle with,
they lit up the scoreboard against the Eagles.
Okay,
and they
fair
beat the
enough.
Chiefs pretty
Fair
well.
enough.
And the Cowboys, they damn near
We
torched them.
outperformed the Chiefs, so that's neither here nor there on the Chiefs.
So
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That unless we were under 500, then yeah, I would like our chances real good against them because they don't perform well against bad teams.
Man, I just gotta say, we got to get Nene and well, I think Josh just left.
I think she already got her final thoughts. Well,
anyway, we got Nene.
Okay. Everybody.
Well, real quick, Shake. I just wanted to say, Crypto, we're 11-5. They're 10-6, both for a reason. And even though they have the more losses, they're the ones that have a higher probability of winning. So, I mean, it's it's Dallas again, except the Bills are better than Dallas.
So,
yeah, that's pretty much it. That pretty much sums it up. Yeah.
So, fins up, everybody.
Yeah. Fins up, everybody.
Peace. Oh, and before I go, I just want to remind people.
Yeah, I just saw him too. How you doing, bro?
What was that, Shake?
You gonna pull up what I think you're gonna pull up?
What you say, Shake?
Yeah, of course you know I'm gonna pull up what I'm gonna pull up.
The case. The case.
Oh, I thought it was gonna be Chef
right.
Juice.
Trophy case.
I was saying hi to Chef Juice.
Okay. I thought you were gonna pull up this. We're closed out of business sign. We're closed.
Oh,
the close.
Are you talking about their window?
Yeah, the closed sign. We're closed for business. Sorry, we're closed.
I think Josh Allen is the next Carson Wentz said it best. We punched our ticket already. They haven't. Why are we even comparing ourselves to them? Because we stunk against the Ravens? Really?
No, we both play football, so fins up, everybody. We out.